Oh, good. Bug's still here. Did you happen to see the chart I put in there? I'll put it in there again. Um, the chart is the expected curve
Yeah.
based on
Okay.
the 3,959 miles. So that's why we say that if said curvature did exist, we would be able to observe it. In reality, it's because um, the rate at which the curvature would increase is 8 inches per mile squared, which is an exponential rate, but it's still within so when you get up to 10 miles, 20 miles, even 50 miles, we're talking hundreds of feet. In the case of 50 miles, over 1,000 feet of expected drop over distance. And those distances are still distances where it's possible, in some cases, to see something with the unaided human eye and to see it even more clearly if you have binoculars, a high-powered zoom camera, etc. So yeah, like 20 miles, the drop below the horizon due to the Earth's supposed curvature should be 266 feet, and yet we have multiple laser tests and long-distance observations where these objects that should be obscured behind 266 feet, like a 26-story building worth of curvature, are seen when they shouldn't be seen.
Right. I'm still caught up in the whole like the various ships that like disappear over the horizon.
Well, they're not disappearing over the horizon, they're just leaving your field of view.
Oh, and if we zoom in, what happens? We can see
Then you
them
can see
again.
them. Yeah, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and the same height they were prior then.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the ship itself hasn't changed height. I don't know what you mean, but if you want us to look at one of these videos, you could put one there for us to see. I don't really know which ones you're talking about.
I mean, I think now we're gonna get into the whole like because you mentioned before, whatever video I'm gonna post up is gonna be some Mickey Mouse shit, and so whatever source I have is not going to be like the best source. But then you tell me, oh, these are the real sources. Like you should take a look at the videos I sent you. And so I'm not going to play that game of like what source is more valid than the other. So
Well, I don't know. I mean, we haven't seen the
I mean,
source at all.
you can just put like YouTube, you know, boats disappearing over the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, I personally have made long distance observations, including seeing Chicago across Lake Michigan. So, that's my source. You could, if you cared enough, go and check one of those out, and
Travel
then you
all the
wouldn't
way
have
to
to.
Chicago.
Well, no, not it doesn't have to be that particular one. There's a lot of long distance
So travel.
observations
Okay.
all around the world that have been done.
Yeah. Yeah.
You could pick
Is
one that's
YouTube a
near
like
you.
valid platform to see anything that's valid, or should I stay away from that site?
Well, gosh, I don't know. I mean, I think there's useful things on YouTube. I think just whatever you are looking at, you just have to look at it with a critical eye. I mean, I wouldn't want you to change your whole worldview based on a YouTube video. I'm not asking you to do that. I mean, that's why I was just trying to explain to you the mathematics behind it, behind the concept, which you can then apply to a lot of different observations. This last link I put in there at 42 minutes after the hour, that's a list of a whole bunch of different long distance observations. I mean, one of those might be near you, but you don't have to be limited to that. You can go to any large body of water and you can measure, determine the distance to, it could be a fixed object. You could use marine traffic website to look at a ship and determine their distance, because in terms of the ships, you can use the horizon calculation. We haven't really talked about that, but you can determine the maximum distance of the horizon based on your observer height, and then you can look at a ship and see if you see the horizon behind the ship. And many times people have observed that the horizon is behind the ship, meaning the horizon is further than the verified distance of the ship, and that it's further than it should be on a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. Those are just examples of how you can go out and do it yourself so that you're not relying on me, you're not relying on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, well, I can see the boats like bobbing up and down in the distance, right? But like, if I don't know, I don't know what response is needed from me, but like, if they just were to keep going in that direction, like, what would happen? Like, would we just see the boats smaller and more in the distance, Bob?
Eventually, I mean, the medium, the atmosphere, you wouldn't. Once it gets so far out, you wouldn't be able to pull it up at all because so much you can't see through the entire medium of. You're not gonna see a little boat 600 miles out. I mean, you probably could if you had. I don't even know if you could through that medium, but if you had, some kind of tool or utensil that you could to see through then all the atmosphere, then yeah, you'd be able to see it. But what you're talking about, the bottom bobbing up and down, or whatever, that's just like from perspective of the waves. It's kind of hard to explain it. I don't know. Maybe someone else can better explain it. But like the waves when you zoom in, they look a lot bigger than they are, right? Because I mean, it's just your perspective. I don't know if I'm explaining that well.
No, yeah. I mean, maybe the sea or the current is different at that distance, and it's making the ships move
the
more.
sea or the curve is different at that distance. You're supposed to be on a sphere, my friend. The curvature rate is supposed to be consistent. Why would it magically be different because you're 9 foot more to the left than I am?
And for anyone who wants to watch the video we're referencing, I posted it in the lobby under Note Key. It's a Rumble one. It's a guy zooming in with was it the P9000 or whatever, the camera, and I want to say it's like 11, 12 miles out. So I mean that thing should be, I don't know. If someone know off the top of their head, the 10 miles out, it's got to be, I don't know how many feet below curvature. If anyone knows off the top of their head.
Right.
I mean, you shouldn't be able to see the boat at all. Like, you shouldn't be able to see it at all. It should be well below the curvature.
If there was curve.
Yeah, if there's a curve, yeah, using their math, their calculations, 10 miles out, that boat should be well underneath the curvature. You shouldn't be able to see it at all. You shouldn't be able to bring it up.
66 feet.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, he's trying to make me watch Bill Nye.
I know. He's memeing. Yeah, just skip to like a minute. It's like a minute or something in is where you actually
Oh my goodness, that guy. I can't believe I can't believe that he did that. corrupting children worldwide. I guess worldwide. Maybe just America's contaminated with Bill Nye. I don't know if they make them watch in other places.
I'm still haunted by the theme song.
Yeah, it was true.
It's catchy. That's what's so bad about it.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I know, Bug. You didn't like my Bugs Bunny comment. It's you know, it's just it's not that I don't want to take your evidence seriously. It's just that I don't know how to explain it because I'm on the other side of this issue. Like to me, there's just no question. Like the globe is just a complete joke. So I understand. To me, it's just anything that claims it's just it seems like a joke to me. It just seems absurd. Like Raiden,
Timestamp
I
was
guess
his
Raiden's
evidence.
not here anymore, but Raiden was saying, that he thought flat Earth was absurd. To me, like the globe is just so completely absurd. Like there's just not even any question at all. I have no doubt that there's no globe, there's no curvature. I mean, that's just the way it is. So I just don't take things seriously. But I see you've got a mirage. You've got like a video of a mirage there. So in what way are you thinking that this is showing curvature? This video that you've posted.
I mean, it's
for us?
definitely not a mirage, right? It's actually a video of a boat, and you can see it going over the horizon. But to get
False,
back to
there's a
I've looked
mirage
at
at
it
the top
again.
of it.
Yeah, the
Oh,
title
If it's the
man.
says
If I
video,
could just-
if it's the video at 45 past the hour, it is a mirage. And if you read the title of it, mirage of passenger boat disappearing behind the horizon.
Yeah, so I think it's just like to get back.
Is that
to
the one you're referring to? Yes or no?
First, I'm gonna speak to the other person.
Yeah, I know. The other
So-
person's a lot nicer than me. I just want a yes or no. Is that the video you're referring to, please? Yes or no?
I'm not gonna speak to you right now.
45 minutes
So
past the
if you
hour.
wanna
That's
speak
all I
to me
want to know,
like
mate.
Nicole,
Listen,
I would
you're acting like a
appreciate it.
child. That's great.
You
I
don't
just would
get
like
to
to
win
know.
because you talk
Okay, I'm going to
over
do this
me
the
and,
old-fashioned way.
What?
Shut up. I'll ask Dandelion. Dandelion, is the video he's referring to the one at 45 minutes past the hour?
Yeah, the one that's titled Mirage. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Right. So it's titled Mirage, and Clown Shoes is saying it's not a mirage, even though you can clearly see the banding. And I thought boats disappeared bottom up. That one disappeared top down through the mirage. But anyways, Bug, since I've got my answer, you may now continue. Thank you.
I didn't know this is how people were treated when they first got on this server, with insults and rudeness. But
You've
to
been
get
on here
back
for
to
over an
your-
hour. I've been listening on YouTube. Stop sulking.
So to get back to the other person, so listen, I think it's just a matter of opposition, because it's between everything we can observe, right? That yeah, I read about it, I'm told about, and I watch videos on. That's all I have, I'm not going to spend the time to go to a large body of water and do these laser experiments. I have a full-time job, a life, I do other things, right? But I just can't. I'm on the opposite side where I cannot fathom a flat Earth, because it makes no logical sense in any way, shape, or form. So,
Buck, would you agree that watching the video that posted, that you should not be able to see that boat that far out? I mean, you can't see it with the human eye. I mean, he had to zoom in quite a bit. That was. Do you agree that
I
you
know
should not
that
be
we
able
have
to
to zoom, man, but the Earth is pretty big. It's not a small thing. And I know the ship was going under the water, but I think it's at that point maybe the waves or the sea was a different fucking I don't know, man. But you can see it. Oh my god, dude, I'm just exhausted now. Sorry.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, I think, we're not expecting to change your mind. I'm glad that you're at least willing to look at some of the evidence. At least you now understand at least somewhat what our argument is against the
I mean,
globe. So yeah.
I think I'm like remembering why I left like a year ago in the first place. But yeah, I
Well,
hear it.
like
I hear
India
it,
was
man.
saying earlier, man, the only person that's going to change your mind is you. Like, you're the only
Yeah.
person that's going to change your mind. So, like, if going out and doing the test yourself would change your mind, but you don't want to do that, then the problem is more with you than it is with the concept. So it's just
I mean,
you're just refusing to, like, the videos and all that, like that. Like, I wouldn't even say that should change your mind, but like the fact that you're saying that you wouldn't even take the time to go out there and do it just says that you don't really care one way or the other. So I'm kind of confused as to why you're here at all.
I mean, dude, to stop and take time off work to go to do these experiments, yeah, you're right. If I'm not willing to do that, then what does that say about me? Fuck, I don't know. I would hope that I wouldn't have to like physically go to these things and do it myself. There was some kind of knowledge or a book or a video or a lecture I
Yeah,
could
but
attend.
then why are you here then?
You
Like,
know,
what? I mean, if you're not here to, like, obviously, like, I can't, like, pick you up and take you some. You know what I mean? Like, all you're gonna get here is people's, testimonies to measurements they've taken, to videos,
right.
to like all the work that they've done. But if that was never going to convince you, and only you're going to convince yourself, which Indio and I had discussed earlier, we can only give you the breadcrumbs that are going to give you the spark or the curiosity to want to go and figure it out yourself. But if you're not willing to do that, then it just kind of seems like I don't really understand why you're here. If you're not willing to be convinced or open-minded enough, and you're just going to say, well, yeah, okay, that boat's pretty far out there, but like, there's really big, even though like all these people in here are giving you, their testimony is a lot of these people have done the measurements themselves. They have nothing to gain here. So
I mean, I was asked like what my position was, right, by I think you, and I kind of gave my thoughts, right, and then it kind of delved into like, well, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I don't really have any, and then it delved into, well, if you're not going to do it yourself, then how valid is your criticism of the other side? It's like, really, I just came here to just kind of like hear what was going on.
So you're admitting that you just believe the Earth is a globe, that you don't actually have the evidence that it actually is. It's just a belief you hold.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like I remember when we first started, like I believed a lot of like what NASA said and all that stuff. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you know what? I haven't done any of the experiments myself. I do believe it. So if that makes me,
yeah, it's more like you have faith that the Earth is
okay.
a globe.
Then, like, why do you believe it? How do you ever ask yourself that? Why do you believe? Because they're saying some pretty crazy shit, right? They're saying, "Hey, man, we jump on a giant rocket and we fly way up in the air and we go to a place where everything is different. And when I drop something, it don't fall, and I float around, and we go hang out in this place. And believe us, we promise." Like, it's a fantastic claim. If they said they went to freaking, Mordor or something, you probably wouldn't believe that. If they said, "Yeah, we filmed Jesus Christ walking on water," you probably wouldn't believe that. So why do you believe this?
I mean, I don't know, man. It's no matter what I say, it's gonna.
No, I'm just curious, dude. Like, no, it's not idiotic.
It's like
look, I know, like I believe the globe too, man. We're all in the same boat, brother.
Oh, wait, hold on.
We are in the same boat.
Sorry, my Bluetooth died. 1 second.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know, man. It's just like because I know I'm gonna appear as like a sheep or a shill or some stupid kid that was brainwashed. Man, it's fucking what I was told my whole life, man. There's videos, there's books on this stuff. You go to a library, you can learn about all this stuff. And for me to just jump on a Discord and be told like none of it's fucking real, you got to go outside and do it yourself, is just the most asinine shit like I could ever fucking like think of, man. Like, really,
the reason why we tell you to go outside and check it for yourself is so you can validate it for yourself and then go, holy shit, those guys on Discord were correct, as opposed to just being a believer. You, like us, were taught the same thing. We weren't taught anything different, mate.
Otherwise, you're stuck with a competition between, do I believe this group or that group?
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at.
Well, wouldn't you rather just believe yourself? Like, wouldn't you rather? Would you rather take someone else's word for it or verify it for yourself? I mean,
that's why we tell you to do the test yourself, because then you're not a believer anymore. Then you know one way or the other. You don't have to believe us or believe them or believe anybody. And it's these aren't like difficult tests. These are pretty simple. I mean, it's like 3 hours. I don't think you're so busy that 3 hours of your life is gonna kill you if you lose 3 hours. Like,
no, I'm on the coast too, so that would help too. Maybe I can observe some ships or going over the horizon or something like that.
Are you in South Cali or Northern Cali?
Northern California.
Maybe you can observe some ships go over the horizon. Maybe you can't. Ever think of that?
Maybe, yeah. That's what I meant. Hey,
I watched a boat go 30 miles away, man, where I could still see it with the naked eye. A ship, a container ship. Now, from 30 miles away, it should be 420 feet under the curve of the Earth, right? Under the horizon. The tallest ship in the world is 280 feet or something. So it can't be that the ship was just really tall, right? It wasn't tall enough to be visible. But I watched it for 3.5 hours. I watched it over a period of time. I didn't just like go, oh, I look, there's a ship. But there's an app. It's called marinetraffic.com. It'll tell you the boat. It'll tell you its position. And you can track any boat that you almost any boat you see at sea and know exactly where it is. So this is what I did. I've done this 3 different times, but the furthest was 30 miles, which is pretty fucking far, dude. You have to admit, 30 miles is far.
Yeah, 30 miles is pretty out there.
Yeah, so it's like, but it's not a difficult endeavor. All we're saying, dude, is like, you've been told a story. We were told a story. We're all told a story. We're children. They said, hey, Earth's the globe. They never gave us any evidence. They said, look at that toy in the corner. Earth's the globe. Christopher Columbus, he sailed around the world. Earth's the globe. If you don't believe it, you're stupid. Earth's the globe. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's all. That's what we got. We didn't actually get, and like, even if the Earth was a globe, do you think you got a proper education about it?
I mean, not that I remember, but I mean, I didn't.
Don't you think that would be pretty important, like as far as education? Hey, we might want to teach these kids where they actually live instead of going, Earth's the globe, we'll get the toy.
Well, man, I'm in my mid-30s, man. I don't remember what I was taught in fucking high school, but
kindergarten. They teach you this shit in kindergarten.
I know, man. I know, but I don't remember the fucking astrology course I took like 20 years ago. But
yeah, but they don't tell you then. They tell you when you're 5. Right? Wasn't there a globe in every classroom you went in?
Yeah, there was.
Yeah. They
Did I tell him why I started researching flat Earth?
Yeah, that should be interesting. It's quite a story.
I'll try to give him the short version. Yeah, the reason I started researching flat Earth is because I was taking a physics class to get my master's degree in science education, and we were asked to address a common misconception that high school physics students might have. So 2015, flat Earth was very much in the popular culture at the time. On Twitter, there were a lot of rappers and various popular figures talking about it, so I decided to research and do my paper on how to explain to high school students that the Earth is not flat. And I thought that would be very easy, Bug, right? Because the globe's confirmed. It'd be very easy to explain to them.
Oh,
and then I found out that there.
Yeah. So I don't mean to cut you off because I really care about your personal life, but
yeah, you do.
I just
okay. The whole point. No. If you're cutting me off, then I'm going to tell you, Bug. The whole point is I'm a goddamn certified science teacher who would have told you the globe was a globe,
But when I went to see if there was any evidence, there's not any. And I scientifically and mathematically proved it to myself while getting my master's degree in science education that Bill Nye is full of shit and there's nothing to back up your illusion. But if you want to stay in it, nobody's going to stop you. Have fun. That's all I have to say to you.
Dandelion, you just got to get hired at NASA, and then he'll believe you.
Yeah, that's right. It's not good enough. He just said his teacher told him, and he thought that was good enough. But a teacher tells him it's not. That's not good enough. So you know what it is? It's just you want to stay in delusion. You want to be in denial, and you're now a demonstration of what Indio was talking to earlier to Noki about. And says who said it too. You like being in the man's pocket. You like being in your Stockholm Syndrome slave mindset. So just go back to it. You said you remembered why you left here. That's why. Because you want to be in denial. You want to be in the man's pocket so he won't be whipping you. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Don't lie to me.
You don't have to put other people down and raise your voice. You don't have to do that to make your point.
Oh, yes. Now he's a victim and I'm his oppressor.
I'm not a victim. I'm just saying.
Dandelion is hurting him now. He has to go back to lick NASA's boots. Have fun. Tell me what they taste like.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready and you're finished, okay?
Dude, he sounds like Josh now.
And you thought I was the nasty one. Oh, dear.
I know, Indio. I wasn't going to do that anymore. It's only because he interrupted my goddamn story because I actually cared enough about this kid to tell my stupid story. Because I don't.
It is stupid.
Yeah. Thanks, Bug. That's just what I wanted to hear. And I'm the mean one, Bug. You're so kind and sweet. And Matrix is so mean. And now Dandelion's mean.
Oh,
and you're just the globy victim.
Holy shit. A grown-ass woman is on Discord yelling at some guy.
Yeah, you're a grown-ass woman.
Oh, this ain't yelling.
Go back to your glow plushie. Yeah.
You really think this is yelling? Jesus Christ, man.
It'll be so much fun. Go back to your rocket ship bed. We won't bug you anymore.
So what other copes have you got, Bug? Ship's going over the horizon obviously hurt you. Dandelion hurts. I'm too loud and treat you like a little child. So what else have you got?
No, he showed you a mirage. Remember, he showed you a mirage going from the top to the bottom down.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, Bub. Do you think that this is about the shape of the Earth?
I mean, I would think it would be, right? I mean,
no, I mean just like really fundamentally, like this topic, flat Earth versus globe. Do you think fundamentally it's really about the shape of the Earth?
I mean,
I think is that more like a symptom of some other problem?
I mean, I think underneath it all, underneath the flat Earth or whatever, I think it's like the whole like, what have you been taught your whole life kind of thing? Like, what have you been believing this whole time because someone else told you? I think that's what I'm being portrayed to is like the issue that I have.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with any of that, but the problem is deeper. The problem is, how do you know it's true? How do you know what's not true? How much do you actually know versus what do you believe? So you said you believe you admitted you believe the Earth is a globe, that you don't know it. Okay. That's the position of everybody in the fucking world. Do you think your teachers knew the Earth was a globe, or their teachers, or you just had a teacher tell you she didn't know that she thought the Earth was a globe and she was wrong? So, right, a lot of people, think the Earth is a globe, but they don't know it. They have no information from which to even determine that in the first place. All they know is they looked at a screen, they saw some pictures, some people said, "Oh, that's what the Earth looks like." And they were like, "Okay, I believe you," and that's the situation, and we're just trying to tell you and just alert you to that's the situation you're in. You're just like most of the world denies, and this might sound upsetting, but we all see the Earth as flat and motionless. That's how we experience the world. That's undeniable. That's how we actually experience the world. We don't experience it like they show you on the screen. We experience it flat and motionless. And then someone came along and said that is actually an optical illusion. That your reality that you see every day, that's actually not reality. That thing that looks flat, it's actually not flat. It's actually a giant ball. And you can't figure out it's a giant ball. You have to believe some other people. They figured it out. Believe them because they're smarter than you. This is a situation. Think about that. Just think about it. The ramifications of having a world in which everybody's running around believing in something that they in no way have verified that is directly contradictory to their actual lived experience.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just because it's not just.
Do you understand the implications of that? Do you comprehend the implications of the whole world thinking the world is an optical illusion?
Yeah. Just everybody believing the same thing because they were told by some higher entity. Yeah.
No, they're believing something contrary to what they experience. It is contrary to your experience. Look, bro, you've never climbed the top of a mountain, flown in an airplane, and been like, "Oh man, look at that giant ball out there." Right? You go, "Hey man, that looks flat." It always looks flat. Doesn't matter where you go. It always looks flat. But someone's saying that perception, what you see, is not real. That's not real. Yeah. That looking flat, that's not real.
Listen, when I go outside and I see the street, of course it looks flat, man. Of course, I go outside to a beach, right, and I see. Oh wait, what?
You're saying that's not real.
I don't understand.
They say that it's actually not flat, that it's a giant ball that's curving.
Right.
That it's actually not flat. Now you see a flat thing, but it doesn't look, actually not that. It's actually something else.
Yeah.
It's like, you see the color blue. And then, the authorities come along like, no, that only looks blue to you. But if you look at it at a greater scale, it looks red. And you're like, really? And they're like, look at this chalkboard full of equations. You're like, fuck, dude, I guess you're right. I guess that's not really red. I guess that is red. I guess it's not blue because I just didn't look at the equations.
But you actually can't do the equations, so you just take their word for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there's things I observe, though, just from someone who's not even educated about this stuff, right? Like I said, right, I'm going to bring up the ship thing again, but also like a sunset, where does the sun go past the horizon? Why does it turn to night? I can bring up all these other things that I see, and someone in this Discord is going to laugh in my face, call me a fucking retard, and then tell me this is why you see that. It's an optical illusion, or it's this thing or that thing. And then what do I say to that, man?
No one has treated you that way. These guys have been open to all of your questions, and they've been super cool with me. Even some of the questions I've had, they're more interested in trying to help you to better understand their position. But if you had asked any of these questions, no one would have referred to you as a retard or dumb or whatever.
Maybe, yeah. So let's go back to what
the situation actually is. What the situation actually is that listen. It's about flat Earth, but it's not. The fundamentally, it's about, hey, there's a situation. I see reality a certain way. There's some men, they say that's not that way. That's really the fundamental problem of you not being able to trust your own senses, trust your own judgment, and have to rely on third parties to tell you what's real.
I know, brother, but I see things that it's just kind of like a common sense thing, though, right?
Look, they saw sunsets. Did they see sunsets 2,000 years ago?
Yeah.
Were they flat earthers?
No.
No?
No.
Yes.
They were?
Actually, Indio, let's break this down. Bug, when did flat earthism start?
I think that was a couple hundred years ago to battle science and when he was coming up, like in the church, if I'm not mistaken, something to that effect.
Everybody was flat
Or
Earth
am I-
until
Arabic
certain
said the
Greeks.
Earth is flat.
Why are you interrupting? Anyway, okay, so the Chinese were flat earthers into the beginning of the 20th century. The whole world was flat earthers. A bunch of Greeks decided, hey, the earth is not flat, earth is a globe based upon metaphysical considerations. And Copernicus and Galileo Newton. So it's exclusive to Western civilization. Okay, it wasn't developed all. The entire world was flat earthers. Every culture, every civilization. They all saw sunsets. They didn't go, oh, the sun sets, therefore the Earth is a globe. I understand why you think that, because you've been taught to think about what you see, the sun motion across the sky a certain way, and that when it gets cut off, it's going under the Earth. Okay, and if I say at midnight, point at the sun, you have to point at your feet. Okay, yeah, you think about the world that way. But A, it's patently ridiculous. In the sun, as a light, as getting night, it just moves away from where you are. Just like if you had a glow stick in your hand and you'd be lit up if it was lit at night and you threw it away from you, you wouldn't be lit up anymore, would you? It'd be dark where you are and it would be light where the glow stick is.
Right. I just want to bring up this one thing I just Googled. I don't know if that's a valid source, but Earth was established by Greek philosophers as early as the 5th century. Including the Romans and Arabs that knew the world was round.
They don't know now.
Why are you hung up on valid sources?
Why am I hung up on valid sources? Is that a question that was just
I've been
asked?
listening to you for a while. Every time you've mentioned anything about getting information, you've always questioned if it's a valid source. It's data. I don't care where it comes from, as long as you can back up or validate the claim made in said data.
You know. He's just saying that you don't need to qualify it with. He's just saying you don't need to qualify it with valid. It doesn't matter. There's no such thing as a valid source. It's completely subjective. What you think is valid. Hold on, dude. Just listen. Just listen, dude. Dude, you need thicker skin. Valid to you and valid to me might be two different things. That makes it subjective, right? You might think a source is valid, and I might think, oh, no, that's not valid, right? So saying it's valid doesn't help us at all. It's just...
I mean, we can get into the semantics of validity. Sure, man. But
what's valid, what makes it valid is whether there's evidence to support it. That's what makes it valid. And when I say evidence, I mean empirical evidence, actual, you can go out, test it, verify it, replicate it, go into the natural world and actually see the thing, whatever they said, whatever they claimed, and actually verify that that's actually the situation. That's what we consider valid evidence.
Also, like, you should probably do a better job of just Googling and then clicking the first link. I mean, the same people that like big tech and all that, I mean, they're not going to give you the information that, contradicting information that's going to counter their points.
Look, generally what he said, though, is accurate, right? The Arabs, I don't know about the Romans. The Romans in the mid-Roman. The Arabs during the Muslim period, during the frickin', not in the 5th century. And it was only some Greeks. So some Greeks, and specifically we're talking about, it was actually a split among ancient Greeks. So it was like Eratosthenes, probably, what was the other guy's name? Aristarchus. So a few Greeks in their little sect thought the Earth was a globe, but there was other Greeks like Thales and Anaximander that thought the Earth was flat. So the Greeks themselves were split on whether the Earth was flat or a globe. So when you Google stuff, you get a very I don't know how to put it. But they're not lying, but they're not giving you the whole truth. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a worldwide consensus.
Yeah.
Okay, so where would I go? Where would you guys go to get your information on the flat Earth? Let's start with that.
Well,
because I need to know.
It doesn't
outside.
matter where you get it, as long as it's backed up by evidence. That's what he's saying.
Okay.
It doesn't matter where you get it. I mean, if you get it at the front page of Google and it's backed up by evidence, then it doesn't really matter, right? I mean, it just needs to be backed up by evidence.
Look, the thing about flat Earth is it's like if nobody told you that the Earth was a globe, you never would have thought it in the first place. So when you say, where do you get your evidence for flat Earth? It's just like, that's how we experience the world. You would never even have thought it was a globe unless someone came along and said, hey, dude, that's not flat, it's a globe. You never would have even thought about it. So there's nowhere to go to get information on flat Earth other than the natural world. The globe, you can't find in the natural world. That's why there's a bunch of books. And they don't say, hey, dude, the book doesn't say, experience the Earth as a globe. Go here on the map. And you go there, and then you see a globe. No, that's not the situation. They publish a book, and they say, Earth's a globe. And they come up with all these convoluted ideas, models, mathematics, and bullshit to convince you that the Earth's a globe. But they don't just say, hey, just go here. I can just say, hey, go to a lake, go to an ocean, go to a pond, climb top of a mountain. Go to the frickin' prairie. Go to the Bolivian salt flats. Go to the Bonneville salt flats. Like, I can tell you anywhere on Earth to go. Hey, do you want to see a flat Earth? Yeah, here's all these places. But they can't say, oh, you want to see a sphere? Oh, yeah, go to your couch. Turn on your television set. That's the only way it's ever going to happen.
No, okay.
Look, we're just informing you. I don't care if you think the Earth is flat, globe, or not. We're just informing you what the situation is. It isn't. A lot of people think the situation is way different. The Earth's a globe. It's been proven. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows the Earth's a globe. No, nobody knows the Earth's a globe. But a bunch of people fucking believe it, and they would never believe it in the first place. They weren't told it.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, it's good to get the opposite side's like perspective too. You know, that's always
yeah, dude. Look, I know the globe model better than any fucking globe earther alive. I'll tell you right now, and I'm not just fucking whistling Dixie. You have any globe earther come in here and talk bullshit about the globe, I guarantee I'll be fucking correcting him.
Right.
I've read all the, like, you name it. I know their whole shit like the back of my head. You got to know your opponent's. You got to know your opponent's position, right? If you actually want to engage it, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not just talking about knowing the opposition, like what their position is, just for the sake of like a debate, like winning a debate. I would want to know it because it's like.
I'm not talking about debate. I'm just talking about what their position really is. Okay. So there's a lot of things that globe earthers will say. The globe earthers will say, Earth's a globe because of eclipses, right? That's the shadow of the Earth on the moon. And what they believe about that, right, is that there's a heliocentric model, that they calculate orbits, and that they predict that when there's going to be a solar eclipse, and that's the shadow of the Earth on the moon, because the Earth is round and that shadow's round, so that must be the shadow of the Earth, right? This is what they think, right? You think that's accurate, what I just said? About eclipses?
I mean that, and it's like...
None of that's true, dude. None of it.
Okay.
They don't use a heliocentric model to predict eclipse times. They use something called the Saros cycle. It was invented by flat earthers in 2000 BC. They've been using that for 4,000 years, a flat earth model to predict eclipses. Second, if that was a shadow of the Earth being cast on the moon, well, the moon is supposed to be a sphere. So if you the only way you would see a round shadow is if a sphere Earth was being cast on a flat sheet of fucking paper. Because when you cast the shadow onto a curved surface, it conforms to that surface. Just like if the shadow was being cast on a set of stairs, right? It would be jagged. The shadow would look jagged, zigzagged, because it's being cast on stairs. So if the moon is a sphere and the Earth is a sphere, and it casts a shadow on a moon, it wouldn't be round. It would actually be a distorted freaking S-curve. And you can demonstrate this to yourself by taking two balls and a light source and testing it out. So everything I just said that all globe earthers pretty much think is true is, on further inspection, is actually not true.
How do so many people have that oversight, though?
Because they just think they believe it because they think everybody else believes it.
Hello.
And I was telling this dude in here, the magic science guy fallacy.
Hello.
They think that all these claims have been vetted, that they've been checked on, that they've been double checked and verified and checked out. And all the scientists somehow got together somewhere and were like, oh, Earth's eclipse would cause a round shadow. And they all went and checked. Nobody checked. Nobody checked. It's just a bunch of bullshit. Want to know who checked? We checked. And then we tell people, yeah, we checked. That shit's bullshit. And they're like, you're a dumb fuck. You're a flat earther.
Yeah.
And they don't believe us. But then they're like you. They don't want to check themselves. Like, what the fuck are we supposed to do? We're like, bro, dude, we checked to see if it's a globe. It's not. You check yourself. And you're like, fuck no, I don't want to do that.
Okay, I'll go out and do the experiments myself because
it's one simple test, dude. You don't even need a camera.
Aren't enough. I mean, I have to go out. Okay, you know what? Let me just do it.
Look, there's only one question that needs to be answered,
and then I'll do it myself. Let me see for myself, and maybe that'll change my perspective. So.
Yeah,
he's got a problem with going out, Indio. He might be allergic to the front door or something. There's something going on here.
Listen, only one question needs to be answered. Only one question. The answer can solve the question, right? Okay. There's two things that separate a flat Earth from a sphere. There's only one thing: is the surface of the Earth curving? If it's not curving, then it's not a sphere. If it is curving, then it is a sphere. That's the only thing you have to check for. All the other shit, sun, stars, moon, all the stories, like, even if those were true, there's no evidence they wouldn't work on a flat Earth anyway. And that no one has decided they want to construct a model with a flat Earth with fucking stars and sun doing a bunch of shit. It could never prove what the Earth actually is. The only thing that can actually prove that is actually measuring the Earth. Right. So the Earth's supposed to curve at a certain rate, according to them. You just go check to see if it is. You'll go out, you'll check, and it won't be. And then you'll be coming back saying, holy fuck, I saw 20 miles from fucking goddamn fucking 6 feet. I don't know how I saw that shit. It was so far away.
Yeah.
That's what you'll be doing.
Okay. Well, I'll look up some experiments and I'll get on it, man. So.
I'm talking about like the conspiracy theory angle. Do you guys still subscribe to that or no?
There's lots of conspiracy theories. Can you elaborate what exactly you're talking about?
Yeah, it's very vague and a kind of a loaded question because you've said still, right, and conspiracy theory.
What do you even?
Well, I'm talking about the idea of the Earth being flat.
How was that a conspiracy theory?
Or a globe, rather. I'm sorry.
How is any of that a conspiracy theory?
No, well, most of you guys that I talked to, you think is some part of.
Let me ask you. A lot of people believe in ghosts. Is that a conspiracy theory?
Well, if this channel was about ghosts, then I would ask them
ghosts would be a conspiracy theory if a lot of people believed in ghosts.
Okay.
A lot of people believe the Earth is a globe in the same way as believing in ghosts. It's just a belief that's a fantasy. It's not a conspiracy theory. You don't believe it because of a conspiracy theory, right? You think the Earth's a globe.
No, I'm asking if flat earthers think that the whole thing is a conspiracy.
I think I just answered that. Maybe you didn't comprehend my words.
No, you said a lot there.
Yeah, I said that believing in something doesn't de facto make something a conspiracy.
Well, I get that. That's why I asked the question. So.
It was a weirdly formed question.
Conspiracy theory between who? Who's conspiring?
Okay, I'll rephrase it.
This is your idea. This isn't our idea.
I said I'll rephrase it. Is it okay?
Yeah.
You flat earthers think that the
you flat earthers think. How do you know what we think?
I'm trying to ask a question.
That wasn't a question. That was a statement.
You cut me off. So.
No, like you flat earthers think can't be formed into a question. Okay.
I'm asking if people who think the earth is flat think that it's a conspiracy, the idea of the earth being a globe.
No.
Okay, that's what I was trying to ask before you cut me off. So.
How would you believe the earth is a globe? It's not a conspiracy.
Oh, okay. You don't think it's a government thing or anything like that, or?
I don't think the government has an official position.
Okay. Huh. So I'm just curious, where does all this stuff online come from about the information relative to the Earth being a sphere? Where does all that come from?
Ignorance.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Where's all this stuff about ghosts come from? Where's all this stuff about elves come from? Where's all this? Where does all that come from?
I don't know. Are there any scientific papers about ghosts and elves, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Probably like for fucking 50 years.
Yeah.
Was it
Does anyone know what the shape of the Earth is?
What does that mean?
I'm asking you.
Does anybody know?
Yeah, in your view, does anyone know?
Well, that's kind of loaded. I don't think anyone knows. Never certain. I don't think anyone's ever been outside the Earth to see it in its entirety.
I see. You don't
if
think
that's
NASA
even a
knows?
possibility, which I doubt it is.
Do you think NASA knows or no?
NASA's not a person. NASA doesn't know things.
I didn't say you were a person.
You're very sloppy with your language.
Organization.
And you're doing it intentionally so that you can speak in generalities and create a narrative. This is very obvious to me. NASA doesn't know things. There's people at NASA. Those people know things. So let's be very specific of what we're talking about. Who knows things? Who's part of conspiracy? Let's be very specific on who these people are. Is it you? Would it be you?
No.
Would it be Matthew Learns in here?
No, I'm just asking you what you think about certain things.
I don't think about it as I don't anthropomorphize NASA. I don't anthropomorphize the government.
Neither do I.
You just did twice.
No, I didn't anthropomorphize.
I don't see you using proper names of human beings.
I don't know anyone who works at NASA. Why would I use a name?
Because those would be the conspirators.
Okay, let's take conspiracy out of it. Do you think people at NASA know what the shape of the Earth is?
No.
Okay, that's all I was asking you. We don't have to be difficult with this.
No, bro. Only 20, Matt corrected me, only 24 people even claim to know.
Okay. I was just wondering.
Do you realize that, right? Only 24 people claim to have primary knowledge that the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
In the history of man, there's 9 billion people on the Earth now, and probably since the space program, probably 9 billion have lived and died. So out of that 18 billion people, 24 people say, yeah, I know the Earth is a globe. I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
Are they correct?
No.
How do you know that?
Because we can measure the Earth.
Well, if they say they saw it as a sphere, then
that's not a measurement.
Wrong? Oh, okay.
It's not a measure. So, how many people saw it as flat? 9 billion?
Can you see ultraviolet light?
No, but 9 billion people saw the Earth as flat. 24 saw it as a sphere. What are we going to go with?
That almost sounds like a genetic fallacy.
No, you obviously don't know what a genetic fallacy is.
No, I do know what a genetic fallacy is.
Okay, tell me what it is.
Well, you're essentially saying that just because a certain number of people saw something, that's not true.
That would be an appeal to majority. It's not a genetic fallacy.
Well, it could be that too, but you say they're not credible because there's only a certain number.
No. What I'm saying is, you asked me if they were wrong. Okay? And you asked me how I know they're wrong. I said because we measure it.
Who's we?
Me. People in this chat. Other people that aren't in this chat.
Okay. So I'm guessing you guys are part of the minority when it comes to measuring stuff, right?
So the argument you just complained about, you just made.
No, I'm asking you. I didn't say you were.
As far as measuring the Earth, no.
Okay. You measured the entire Earth?
You don't need to measure the entire Earth. You only need to measure a subsection. You can extrapolate out.
Huh.
Because of the physics of water.
Okay.
So if water's connected, right, it pretty much does the same thing across its surface when it's all connected.
I see.
And the oceans of the Earth are just one giant fucking ocean. It means all the water's connected, and that consumes the majority of the surface of the Earth. So whatever that water does, that's what the Earth does. That we can make a statement about the entire Earth based upon a measurement of subsection of water.
Sure.
Because you can extrapolate out, and that extrapolation is justified because of the physics.
Okay, so your extrapolation tells you that the entire Earth is so-called flat?
It tells us that the water's not curving. And since it's not curving, it can only be the opposite, flat.
Are you talking about the Earth, or are you talking about the water on the Earth? Which one?
The Earth.
Okay.
Not the physical dirt. The Earth as a whole.
Okay. So, with your extrapolation, does it tell you what the dimensions of the Earth is?
No, we don't care.
I'm just curious if it tells you that too.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the question.
I'm just wondering.
This is called a red herring that you're trying to pull now. Because you can't actually address what I said, in that the surface of the water is flat. You can't actually address that because you know that's true. But you have an ideology which, that prohibits that.
No, I'm trying to understand if you can extrapolate that.
Oh, you understand. You understand perfectly well. This is an act you're doing.
The mathematics is behind the Earth. Did your extrapolation give you that too, or
the mathematics that's behind the Earth? What?
Yeah, the dimensions of the Earth.
You don't need the dimensions to know if the surface is flat. The only dimension you need to know is all you need to know is the vertical ratio to the horizontal ratio.
I was just wondering if you just had those numbers. That's all. If you don't, that's fine.
Don't need them.
Do you have them?
Don't need them.
Okay. I was just wondering if you had them anyway, though.
How would I have them?
I don't know. You tell me. You either do or you don't, but...
How would anybody have them? This is a game you're playing, dude. It's getting annoying, Raiden. You're not clever. See right through this shit.
I'm not playing a game. I just asked if...
Yeah, you are. You're just asking questions. This is called the sea lion troll, Raiden.
I'm not trolling. I just asked you.
The sea lion troll. Why don't you look it up because you're doing it? I'll just read what it is.
Okay.
So everybody knows what you're doing.
I'm not... I just asked a question. I'm not doing anything.
I know. You're just asking questions.
I mean, I don't care if you don't have them. That's fine.
I'm innocent.
Sea lion troll is a term for a type of trolling called sea lioning, which involves persistently asking for evidence and clarification under the guise of civility to exhaust, annoy, and discredit an opponent. Sounds familiar.
So me asking you if you have dimensions of the Earth.
So you're going to keep doing it?
No, I'm not going to ask you.
Yeah. Do I need to read the definition again?
No.
Which involves persistently asking for evidence and clarification under the guise of civility to exhaust, annoy, and... I'll answer your question. Tell me how it's relevant. When you can demonstrate to me that it's relevant to whether the surface of the Earth is flat or curved, then I'll answer.
I never said it was relevant. I was just
Okay, then
wondering
I'm
if
not
you had
answering it. It's irrelevant.
Okay, fair enough. What's for dinner?
Yeah, that's just as irrelevant as the frickin' what the size of the Earth is.
Okay, what's relevant in your view?
Things that observations that answer the question of whether the surface of the Earth is flat or curved. That's what's relevant.
Okay, fair enough. I'm guessing when you say observations, you mean with the naked eye.
Measurements.
Oh, but we're back to numbers again, right?
Yeah, measurements, dude.
But I asked you for numbers, and you said it's not relevant.
No, you asked me for the totality of the dimensions. You asked me for the surface area. That's irrelevant.
Okay.
Unless
That
you're
was
going to argue we're on this flat spot and the Earth's a fucking giant ball of fucking like 1.6 billion miles in circumference. And we're on a flat spot on that ball.
Okay. Well, I won't press you on that. So I was just wondering.
Yeah. You can do whatever you want, dude. This is just rhetorical gimmicks, dude.
No, it's not a gimmick.
Very obvious.
I'm not
I wish you guys would come in here with
anything.
some level of honesty, man, but I guess I'm asking for too much.
Just ask a question. That's all we don't have
Yeah,
to
I
talk
know,
about
Sea
it.
Lion. I know you're just asking questions under the guise of civility. Yeah, I know.
No, I'm always civil. It's not a guise. So I don't come in here.
No,
calling
you're
you guys
always under
idiots
the
or anything.
guise. It's always under the guise, dude.
No, I don't berate you guys or anything.
Yeah, I know, because you have your guise of civility.
No, it's who I am. It's not a guise. I don't think you're stupid or crackpots or anything.
Stop sniveling, little
I don't care about that. It's two different questions, dude. You're Mr. Irrelevant, dude. You just go to relevant thing after irrelevant thing.
Alright. Fair enough. Besides Flat Earth, how's your night going?
Yeah, it's going fantastic. So let me ask you. How can you test whether the Earth is flat or oval? What can you do to test it?
That's a good question.
Where's the true dichotomy
between those two statements?
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that people claim are a dichotomy, but they could work on either proposition, right? So what can we test that's an actual true dichotomy? That the result of some observation will give you positively ball versus flat.
Well, if I had to pick one thing between those two statements you offered, I would say go as high up as you can and look down.
Is looking objective?
That's all we have. So
that's all we have. No, we have more than that. We have tools, right?
Okay,
we have tools that are that do make objective comparisons between things.
Okay. Well, how about we use both? How about we use the tools and what you see with your eyes and do a comparison?
Why would you mix something objective with something subjective? Why would you do that?
I can't use both.
Because one's subjective, one's objective. That's like saying, I want to mix how tall I am with my favorite color. It makes no sense.
Why can't one corroborate or verify the other?
One is subjective, the other is objective. What aren't you understanding?
No, I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand why you can't use both. And then form
dude, like how many times you're talking about dichotomy? How can't? Okay, the law of the excluded middle, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of identity. That's why. Those three things, dude. The three laws of logic. Objective and subjective are opposite things. You can't integrate them together.
Let me give you an example. Let's say I know what you look like. Okay?
Uh-huh.
Let's say someone gives me a picture of you or a photograph. Okay, and I have it in my hand. I can look at that photograph and then I can turn around and I can look at you and I can say, you know what, that's India, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's wrong with me doing that?
Okay, that's because I'm there. You actually have something. You have a reference to compare it to, but it still wouldn't tell you whether that picture is real or not because that match that you're doing that is in your mind, right? It's subjective. So you could have a really good artist. I can actually post a picture of. I could post a picture right now of Morgan Freeman. Okay, right now. And you think it was, and brother, you would think it's a photograph. And everyone I've ever shown it to think it's a photograph when it's actually a photograph of a painting of Morgan Freeman.
It could be, sure.
Well, it is. So even though you'd evaluate that as, dude, that's definitely freaking photograph of Morgan Freeman. It's not Morgan Freeman. It's a painting of a photograph of Morgan Freeman. And a photograph of that. So you're 3 layers, you're 2 layers removed away from the actual subject. That's why it's subjective. Dude, what you're not understanding is your evaluation, your quote unquote match is a subjective evaluation. There's no metric. There's no objective metric that you're applying to your evaluation. Like, oh, it looks like it to me. Looks similar to me. It might look similar to you and not similar to somebody else.
Well, this is getting pedantic now because
it isn't pedantic. It isn't pedantic. It's the crux of the problem. It's the crux of the problem. See now your civility mask is falling off.
No, what I'm saying is you could say that about anything. You could just say, well, you're just evaluating. You're just evaluating.
No. Everyone can read a tape measure and agree that something is 10 inches fucking long. It isn't subjective.
If someone was being stupid with you, they could say, how do you know what 10 inches is? But I won't do that. Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, dude, stop.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, we're assuming they know. We're assuming they know how to fucking count, okay? And they wouldn't even listen, bro. They wouldn't even need to know how to count. You could just say, "Hey, you don't even need to read the words. Take a little red marker, put this freaking tape measure against this thing, and when you compare this length to that length, make a little red marker on the tape measure when they're the same." And they're going to be the same for all fucking people in all time, forever and ever. It doesn't matter whether you can read the fucking ruler or not. You're doing a direct comparison between two things. This is what measurement is.
Yeah, it seems like you want to argue with someone tonight. And I'm not arguing with you about anything. You know?
Now you're going to talk about me.
No, it just seems like you're going to
Don't try to divine my mind, dude. You're just wrong. And you're not getting it. You're fighting it, okay? Subjective looking at things. You don't take the subjective the earth looks flat, do you?
How do you determine if
do you accept that the earth looks flat?
Yeah, it looks flat, yeah.
Oh, but it's not. Is that why? Is that subjective?
I mean, if you're in the middle of a desert, it can look like you see water in the distance, but that doesn't.
You're not talking about mirages, okay? How do you even know you're seeing mirages? Because you can look at them and say, "Hey, dude, the world don't look like that. That's a mirage." Good try. That shit don't fly. The earth looks flat. Why don't you accept that?
I didn't say I didn't.
Well, you're not a flat earther.
It appears that way, but I'm not.
Oh, that's all? That's an objective measurement, dude.
In front of me, that's what it looks like. Yeah, as far as I can.
Yeah, no, that's subjective, bro. We just look at it, right? So now, looking at, I'm illustrating your hypocrisy.
I can't see the entire Earth. I can see as far.
Why do you need to see the whole thing?
Well, I can't talk about the whole thing if I can't see the whole thing, right?
Yeah, but you can go in a bunch of different places, and everywhere you look, from wherever place you are, all those places look flat.
As far as I can see, sure.
That's right. If you go to China, if you go to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, all those places look flat.
So why don't you accept it is?
Yeah. Why do you think there's a magic place where that totality of flatness becomes a ball?
I can't justify extrapolating that the entire Earth is flat just based on as far as I can see.
So how do you justify a point of view you've never had? Looking around.
I never said I justified it.
Do you accept that those places you've been are flat?
As far as I can see, they look flat. Yeah.
Yeah,
Looking
but are
into
they
the
flat?
distance, sure.
Are they flat though?
What's your definition of flat?
Right. But you use that standard for other things. Like it looks like that thing, therefore it is that thing. But you go to a place, and as far as you can see, it looks flat, but you don't conclude it is flat because it looks like it.
That's my perspective, sure. As far as I can see, I mean, yeah, that's anybody's perspective. It looks level and flat, and etc. I understand
So
that.
subjective.
I guess you could say anything's subjective. I mean, if you're the one who's looking at it.
No, not everything's subjective, dude. 1 + 1 isn't subjective.
Okay, that's mathematics. That's different. So we're not talking about axioms. We're talking about what you're looking at, right?
Yeah. Any visual observation when you're just looking at something because it's a projection of the 3D world is inherently subjective. Now, what is objective is basically a description of how it looks. You could say, hey, this looks like that, but that doesn't mean it is that.
You know what this reminds me of? Your question reminds me of the Gettier problem. You know what that is, right?
Not at the top of my head. So I have heard of it.
Yeah, where there's sheep in the field, and then there's a cardboard sheep out there. Someone do you understand now?
There's a sheep in the field and there's a cardboard sheep. Keep going.
Well, I'm just saying, this is just going through it roughly. It's not exactly what it is, but
it's not even close.
I'm just saying, if you look out there, you would see a bunch of sheep, even though one of them's not a sheep. Okay, something else. Oh,
how do you know it's not a sheep?
How do you know it isn't?
Yeah, how would you tell it whether it's a sheep?
No, that's the problem.
You'd go up to the sheep, and you go all the individual units. You'd go test to see if they were a cardboard cutout sheep. What you're saying, this is your position, is I got to get farther away to get a better look, and I'm going to look at the whole herd. And once I can see the fucking whole herd, I'll be able to pick out that sheep. That isn't a sheep.
The point is, if you look at the whole thing, they all look like sheep.
Dude, the subjective argument was yours. You're the one who said fly to space, look at the Earth. I said measure it.
What am I measuring in 12 feet?
Whether the surface of the Earth is curving. Is it curving? Is it not curving? If curving, ball. If not curving, not ball.
How much of the Earth do I need to measure to make that extrapolation?
Oh, not much.
All right.
Probably a couple, I would say 10 long distance observations. Consistent over a period of time.
And you translate that into miles, or?
It's not a distance, because we know what the water does.
Okay.
Have you ever experienced water, a connected body of water, to do something in one place and not in the other at the surface? To any significant degree?
No.
Yeah, so why would we think that somehow the Earth, I measure the water flat here and then go somewhere else, and that's where it's curving?
What do you mean by measure the water flat? What does that mean?
The surface of the water has to curve. So from a level line, horizontally extending out into space, the surface of the Earth should curve away from it, such as eye level. Should curve down and away from eye level.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that means at each increment of distance, there's a separation between that level line and the surface of the Earth. Well, let's call it a horizontal line and the surface of the Earth, because you'll try to conflate fucking level with curved. So let's just say from the horizontal level line, okay, and the surface it should increase in distance. The further you go, the larger the distance, and it should increase exponentially. If that's not happening, then the Earth's not a ball. It's really simple, bro. It's not even complicated.
Okay. I mean, I can see how you.
Can you have a ball with a flat surface?
If it's big enough, yeah.
Really?
Sure.
Okay. Well, let me tell you how that's not the case. The definition of a sphere is equidistant from the center. A flat surface can't be equidistant from a single point along its length. Okay? So, I don't know if you need to go back to like geometry class, but a straight line and a curved line can't possibly be the same because of the properties. Well, because of the properties of a sphere are equidistant from the center, which is a point. And a line can't be equidistant from a point along its length.
A straight line and a curved line are two different things. I agree. But you said flat surface. That's different.
Yeah, that means a straight line, dude.
Okay, when you say straight line, my definition is
okay, let's switch it to a plane, okay? A 2D fucking plane from a point can't be equidistant from that point. But the surface of a sphere can be equidistant from that point, and must be.
Would you agree there's a difference between a straight line and a line?
Yes.
Okay. I agree with that too. Those aren't the same thing.
Okay. You're trying to just deflect from the point, okay? And the point is that the surface of the Earth is not curving, measured to be not curving.
And you have a line that's not 180 degrees?
What does that mean? We're talking about a straight line. No, enough with the red herrings, dude.
Just ask.
We're only talking about the surface of the Earth, dude. Is it curving or is it not?
Well, I think it is, because I think it's a sphere, but...
And why is that?
I don't. How much time do you have?
No, I'm asking you why you think it's a sphere.
That's what I just asked you. How much time do you have?
Yeah, I got plenty of time.
Okay. Well, let's start with everything that we can all see. Let's start with satellite images and go from there.
So, looking at a screen.
Yeah.
What about the world? What about nature?
I don't have any reason to think that they're not real. So.
You don't have any reason to think they are real.
Okay. Well, I guess you could say that about anything, right?
No. So there's two types of claims. There's regular claims and there's fantastic claims. Claiming you have machines zipping around in a fucking vacuum at 17,000 miles per hour is a fantastic claim.
Okay. I can appreciate that.
And there's no reason I should believe them. Can you give me a reason to believe that there's pictures of Earth from space?
No, I can't. I can't convince you in any way.
No, I'm at a reason. What was the reason you believed them? How did you evaluate them is what I'm asking you. Like, you were presented these pictures, someone said, hey, these are pictures from space. What was your evaluation process on that claim?
Well, I didn't vet these images.
What was your evaluation process on that claim?
I just told you I didn't vet these images.
You didn't even for 1 second you didn't do anything.
No, I trusted. I didn't vet it in any way.
I trusted. So you don't actually know the Earth's a globe. You just trust somebody else's claim that it is.
Yeah, if I knew everything, I wouldn't need to do anything. I would just, at some point you have to trust somebody.
What? What do you mean know everything? What's that got to do with anything?
No one is omniscient, so at some point you have to trust someone.
No, you don't. Says who?
Yeah,
where's that written
ridiculous.
down?
Oh, you don't?
You have to trust.
Do you know who your father is?
Well, I know what my mother says. I know what's written on the birth certificate. No, I don't know.
Right, so you don't know. You just know what's
No,
on
I
the building,
don't.
right? Okay. Right, exactly.
I don't know what you're thinking. No, I don't know. And who said I trusted what they told me?
Oh, you don't trust what your mom told you?
Not necessarily. You don't know my mother.
Okay, fair enough.
You also don't know your own. You don't even know how old you are. No one in this chat does. Nobody knows how old they are. Nobody.
You're asking if we trust the same people who told us about Santa, the Easter Bunny. Come on.
But even so, trust is not required. You choose to trust or not trust. That's a choice. It's not required. Okay, you're not required to trust. You're not required to trust their claims, dude.
India, you asked me a question. I gave you an honest answer. Now you want to fault me on it?
No. What I said. Listen. You said you must trust somebody. That's not true. You don't have to trust anybody.
Fair enough. You don't have to.
Okay, you choose to. So you don't. The point is, you don't know the Earth is a globe. Okay, I just wanted to get you to say the truth. You believe it because you choose to believe it because you choose to trust in complete fucking strangers and their claims, even though you never evaluated the veracity of the claims by your own admission.
India,
you're my dad. You are a religious zealot.
Nobody knows everything, so at some point
that has nothing to do with this. Whether you know something or not has nothing to do with this.
It doesn't.
We're talking about this very specific thing. Don't try to fucking muddy the water. Where I'm demanding that you know everything. I'm saying this very specific thing. You don't know the Earth is a globe, and the basis that you've admitted that you believe it is because of the claims of other people that you never even evaluated.
I didn't say I knew what the shape of the Earth was.
Yeah, what a scumbag.
I mean, you're arguing against a straw man.
I asked you, and I never said. No, you just straw manned what I said. I never said you knew the shape of the Earth. I asked you why you believed it.
And I told you. So what's the problem?
Yeah. So where's the straw man?
It's like you're fighting against a shadow.
Where's the straw man?
I answered your question.
Where's the straw man? Where was my straw man?
He critiqued it.
No, it just sounds like you're shadow boxing, you know.
Yeah. Now you're going to talk about me. Gimmick again.
I'm not gimmicking. You asked me a question, and I gave you an intellectually honest answer. So
yeah, you gave me an honest answer, and I gave you an honest rendition of the whole thing, compactified. Because you're trying to use smoke and mirrors to hide what the situation is. The situation is, some people said something, you chose to believe their words, and you never evaluated it.
All right, shoot me. I mean, what do you want me to do? I don't know everything. I have to believe somebody at some point.
No, you don't.
There he goes again.
Okay, what do you
it's like, do you use these gimmicks like in the other VCs or something?
I'm not trying to gimmick anything. I'm not playing any games.
They're rhetorical gimmicks, dude. Did you forget I've talked to you before and you did these same things then and the time before that? It's like they're little catchphrases, right? They're little gimmicks.
What do you want me to say to you?
It's not what I want you to say. Okay? This is really simple. You have a belief, you never evaluated whether the belief is true or not. I'm telling you how you can do it, but you don't care because you'd rather just believe the claims of strangers. You can test their claims, you know, right?
All right.
Did you know that you could go out into the natural world and test their claims?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe part of it. Yeah, I don't know if I can test all of it.
What do you mean part of it?
You said test their claims.
Yeah, test their claims that the Earth is a ball.
I can't test satellite images. I don't have the equipment or the money or the resources to do that.
Yeah, you can. Because if what the image depicts doesn't exist in reality, then the image is fake.
Okay.
So someone showed you a picture of a frickin' pink house in the middle of Times Square, and then you go to Times Square and there's no pink house there. You know the image is fake. You don't have to prove how they faked it. There's no fucking house there. So what they depicted in the picture doesn't exist. In reality, the image has to be fake, right?
That makes sense.
Yeah, so the images that they take the picture of show what we've been talking about, curving water. And you can go check in reality whether the water's actually curving. Because the things in that images, like the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, you can go there. Just like I have, I can go down to the Atlantic Ocean, the thing that's in their fucking pictures, and see if the water's curving. But it's not.
Okay.
So you have a picture that doesn't exist. It's not an accurate rendition of nature.
What do you think?
And how do I know? Because I went into nature and tested and looked in nature to see, hey, dude, does that thing exist actually in nature? Is my Atlantic Ocean out there actually curving?
All right. So if what you're saying is true, what do you think we should do going forward?
God, here we go. The call to arms. I think you should go down to like you should find the largest, flattest body of water and hold up a sign that says, "This water doesn't curve," and chant slogans, dude. Like, what the fuck, bro? What do you mean, dude? Like, what are you talking about?
I'm just saying. What do you think we should do with this information? In your view,
tell people it.
Okay.
A lot of people are misinformed. There's a lot of myths that have been spread through humanity, and this is one of them. This is just a modern-day atheist religion. It's a religion without a deity. All the things that people practice in religion, the globe does, but it's minus the deity. It's got a creation story, has a creation of man story. The fundamental claims can't be tested by anybody but the priesthood. You have to just trust what they say. Same way that people read the Bible, only the clergy could read the Bible, and the fucking laymen couldn't read it in the past. It's the same thing. It's esoteric. You have to decipher esoteric symbols on a fucking blackboard, and that actually proves the exact opposite of what you experience in reality. If you understand the symbols, then you understand the true reality. That's like fucking magic, bro. Like, if you look at it for the way it really is, all the things that they say that were left behind by the Enlightenment, they just co-opted with a different type of bullshit.
Fascinating. You sound like someone whose heart is in the right place. You really do.
Well, that being what it may, the fact remains is they have a creation story, Big Bang. They have an origin of man story, right? Frickin' evolutionary fucking black goo. Right? Same with religion. You look at any religion, they have a creation story. And the words say, let there be light. They have a creation of man story. God created Adam from the dust. Right? So it's all the same things. Oh, what does God say? Oh, we don't know. You fucking got to ask the priest. Only they're the ones communing with God, the prophets, and all those people. Right? You can't know. The priests know. Oh, what's the evidence for space? Oh, how can I know the Earth's a globe? Oh, you can't know. Only the astronauts can know. See, all these things are analogous. The fundamentals of all this shit are almost identical.
It's fascinating, isn't it? I'm going to ask you.
Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun.
I want to ask you one more thing before I go on mute because I don't want to take up too much of the mic time. If you were wrong about something, would you want to know it?
Oh, yeah. Why not?
Okay. Fair enough. That's good. I'm glad you said that.
I ain't wrong about this.
No, I didn't say you were. But you answered my question. So we have a good one, okay?
All right, you too.
All right.
Keep the faith, brother.
Thank you.
They knew it was a sphere. They knew what the Quran was actually referring to before it was discovered, like by science. They already believed. So we don't look at science and we apply that to strengthen our belief. No, this is before science. I already knew. So we're not using science to whatever. We already knew that. Okay.
Well, discovering the globe is not a scientific endeavor. It is a matter of measurement.
No. Here's the thing, because measurements can actually be wrong, so that's why there's science to like observe it, so that we can eliminate like errors and mistakes. That's why there's observation, so that there's no like a brainer.
Well, no, I would say observations can be wrong. That's why we measure.
So that means that your eyes can lie to you.
Right. So that's why we measure things, to make sure that we're not being deceived by our bias, by our senses.
No, I'm talking about your eyes themselves, your vision. Does your vision lie to you?
Your vision doesn't lie to you. You lie to your vision.
Okay, cool. So if you see something and it's truly there, then yeah, you do know the truth. There's no brainer. Your eyes don't lie to you.
Right. All right, so nobody sees the globe, like you established earlier.
Huh? No. Allah doesn't need to see the globe. Or Muhammad doesn't need to see the globe to believe it, because Allah tells him. And everything Allah says is true.
And you're saying the only place in the Quran that we can find out that Earth is a globe is by using this particular word to mean wrapping the Earth. The same word that can be used to wrap a flat thing, like a tray of food.
Again, I told you, the exclusive use for this word is a reference to things that are a sphere. Also, we're not only dependent on this verse. We have many other verses, and we also have hadiths, which are directly from Prophet Muhammad.
No, this word has multiple uses.
No, during the context.
Yeah, and wrapping a turban around a head, I mean, you can wrap anything in a dome shape around a flat surface too.
My friend, is turban a sphere? Are you seriously?
No, it's not a sphere.
Turban is not a sphere.
Yeah, a wrapped turban is not a sphere.
Is a sphere round?
Yeah, is a half a ball round?
Yes, it's round.
Yeah, a dome has a flat surface.
Okay, but it's round. Like, you don't look at the specific spot and you say, okay, because it's round on the side,
round on top.
It's not going to be, because everything that curves, it has at least microscopically a flat surface. But we don't look at this little thing. We look at the whole picture, and we see that it's round. It's a sphere. So a turban is a sphere. It's round.
No, it's not. You can remove the turban off your head very carefully and place it on a flat surface, and it's not going to roll.
Oh my God, my friend, we are we are talking about the turban itself when it's wrapped, not when it's unwrapped and placed flat.
No, not unwrapped. You can very carefully lift it wrapped off your head so as not to disturb the folds and place it down on a table. And it's not going to roll because it's not a sphere.
My friend, things that... Okay, listen, again, I told you, it doesn't have to be a perfect sphere to fit in the definition. All we have to understand is that it's circular. Is it a circle that wraps around your head?
I mean, is a round table flat and a circle?
Oh my God. My friend, is it a circle that wraps around your head?
Yeah, circles are flat.
Okay, thank you. So it's a circle that wraps around your head. Thank you very much.
Yeah, a flat circle.
Cool. Thank you very much. Flat circle.
Yeah, circles are flat.
By your logic, wait. By your logic, because by your logic, you are not flat, but I can smash you and I can make you flat like a paper. So by your logic, then that means that you're also technically flat.
Well, what is a sphere but a flat, or what is a circle but a flat sphere, right?
Huh? No, I'm telling you, like a circle.
Yeah, circles have no third dimension. They're flat.
No,
But
my
Earth,
God, no.
Earth measures flat, but it has mountains and valleys.
We are talking about we're talking about shape. We're not talking about any dimension. Don't jump now. We're jumping now. We're talking about shape, not dimension. Even like, how is this relevant?
Well, if I go to a planetarium to go see stars inside of a domed room, the sky is wrapped around the flat surface that I'm standing on.
Yeah, I don't get what you're saying. But anyways, what do you have to use? I'm curious. Like, why do you have to use the Quran to strengthen your case? Do you actually believe the Quran? That's very good. That's very good, brother. You become Muslim.
The worldview of people from that day in that part of the world was that the earth is flat. That is indisputable. There were fringe Greeks and Gnostics who thought the earth was a globe, who received their knowledge from Jewish mysticism.
Yeah. And there's idiots who believe other things. Does that make it? Does that okay? Let's say someone believes that the Earth is a donut. Let's say 2,000 years ago, someone believed the Earth is a donut, and this became a very famous belief. Everyone began to believe it. Everyone began to believe it, right? But then someone comes later and he uses that as a metaphor, even though he doesn't actually mean to be literally a donut. Would you say that because of that, they are wrong?
I would say that's a false analogy. For the reason you mentioned earlier, we can only see and experience a flat and motionless Earth. So describing the Earth as flat and motionless is just describing observable reality. We cannot see the globe. If I were to say Earth is a donut after everybody sees and experiences a flat Earth, and I say that Earth is a donut, I'm going to need to provide some tangible proof, some evidence, perhaps some measurements.
Okay, and I told you, I think you didn't listen to what I said, because I said, what if someone uses it as a metaphor, not literally?
Well, no, flat Earth is not a belief. Unlike a donut, flat Earth is a description of reality. You and I both see and experience a flat and motionless Earth.
Hello, guys.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So if there is a field, and half of the field is like it has like grass, the other side doesn't have grass. Are you going to look at this little bit that has grass and not the other side, and you're going to say, okay, because this it means it's all going to be grass?
Can I ask you guys a question? Can I ask you guys a question?
Ask.
Okay, so I'm assuming all of the people here are flat earthers.
Fuck no.
Yeah, you're in the flat Earth room. I mean, what do you mean by a field that has grass on one side and no grass on the other? Do you mean like a pancake that has syrup on top and no syrup on the bottom?
Stop giving me these NPC analogies or whatever. Listen to me. I'm telling you, you need to look at the bigger picture, right? So if there's a circle, and a little bit of that circle. Okay, for example, look at a circle, right? Do you agree that circles are also flat somewhat at microscopically?
I mean, a circle is two-dimensional, so yeah, it doesn't have height.
Okay, let's say something that's a sphere, and it's like a circle, and it's in the 3D shape. Would you say that, okay, for like a turban, would you say that turban has like a flat surface?
I would say that the turban has a circular base that goes around your head.
Okay, and that circular base is also like microscopically flat, right?
No. I mean, the turban is basically a bowl.
Okay, and if we look at, let's just say, at the edge of the ball, and we zoom in, we can see it's like a straight line if we zoom in a lot, right? It's made of straight lines, but are slowly bending, which makes it curve, right?
Well, it's curving in 2 dimensions, not 3. The surface, because you can take a bowl and lay it face down on a table, much like you could take a turban that is unwrapped and place it on the table. Where the table contacts the turban is the same as where a table contacts a bowl, and that contact area draws a circle, which is flat.
Okay, cool. So when I gave the example of a turban, you seem to take it way too seriously, like way too like scientifically. That's we're not doing that. Okay, what I'm saying here is that as long as it looks like a sphere and it's circular, and we're not using any dimension bullshit, and we're just looking at shape, then my analogy.
Well, then it's a hemisphere.
It's completely successful.
Well, it's a hemisphere with a flat surface.
Oh my gosh! I don't think there's a point. Like I don't know what you're doing.
Well, we measure the Earth flat. We have laser tests. We have long distance observations and infrared. We have radar and radio microwave tests. We can see too far for Earth to be a globe, and we can prove it.
Okay, cool. But here's the thing. If you want to completely seal your belief and claim that it's a fact, then you should actually show me a little picture of Earth from far away being completely flat. Show me that. I want to observe it.
Would you like to see high altitude infrared footage from an airplane?
I don't give a crap. I want to see the whole thing. The whole Earth being flat. Show me an image from space.
An image from space? What makes you think outer space exists the way you believe? Earth is not a flat planet. So flat Earth is actually the floor for outer space above it.
So there's no space. You're telling me that we exist inside nothing? We exist inside ourselves or whatever?
We exist within God's created realm. And we know that when we dig down deep, that it gets denser and denser and denser and hotter. And when we go up, it gets less dense and colder and colder.
Okay. So,
right? And all the stars and all the planets, the moon and sun, are above the Earth at all times.
Okay. So, let's say I live, okay. I don't know how to say it. Okay, let's just go back to what we were talking about. Why are you using the Quran for your case?
I'm not. You asked me if I knew anything about flat Earth, and you brought up the Quran, and I mentioned the Quran describes flat Earth as a carpet.
Yeah, and then I refuted that. You give me another argument.
I wouldn't say so. You made my point very clear that the Quran describes Earth as flat, and it comports with what we see. And that when you wrap something, you can also wrap other things than spheres.
Yeah, well, yes, you can wrap anything you want, even if it's something flat. But I'm telling you, you're ignoring the actual definition of what the word actually refers to in Arabic, which is to only wrap something that's a sphere.
In what other context can that word be used? Can you provide another sentence where you're wrapping a sphere in reality using that word?
Yes. We could say like a ball. Like a ball. You could wrap a ball.
And you'd only use that word?
For what? For only a ball? No.
And you'd never use that word to wrap something to put in the fridge?
You could do that, yes.
Right, so...
Is it curved?
I mean, I don't know if the sky is curved. I don't really think it is.
Okay, so when I'm using this word, right? This word is not literally referring to anything that has to be perfectly sphere. As long as you get the idea, then you're good. You will understand that it's a sphere. Also, I can
to the ancients, the sky looked like a dome.
I don't care what they say. This is about the Quran. I don't care who says. Okay.
Well, it's obviously, and so thinking of the celestial sphere. I mean, this idea came from the Greeks and the Babylonians. And you could say that the celestial sphere wraps a flat earth.
My friend, the Babylonians, they also come up with the idea that God exists. The Quran does as well. Does that mean the Quran is wrong?
Not suggesting that. I'm talking about the flow of ideas from culture to culture through history.
Okay, cool. So what does it sound like to you? Night wraps into day. Day wraps into night. A continuous, seamless blending. That's exactly what happens on a sphere rotating. The light source.
Well, that's just one interpretation. You don't have to imagine a sphere.
Well, this is the classical interpretation. It's universal. There's no way. There's no other way. Maybe there is another way.
You can also wrap a box.
Well, I don't care. I don't care about the box. We're talking about something that's a sphere.
How do you know it's a sphere from that definition when you can use the same word to wrap a box?
Oh my God, my friend. Because of the word, we can only wrap things that are a sphere, that have sphere shape.
You can wrap a box.
Oh my God. Okay, whatever. You know what? Here. I will give you a website. I will give you a source. You should read it about this verse, and it will explain to you. What you want?
Oh, you can post it, but I need to understand how this reconciles with our measurements of flat Earth, because I can present to you laser tests and long distance observations. They don't show a globe as possible.
Oh, are you really trying to prove that the Earth is flat? Are you really?
I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just telling you that we have evidence that Earth is flat and not a globe.
Okay, present it to me then.
I trust globe measurements, not...
What evidence? What evidence?
The evidence are all
let me go find some. I'll post it in chat.
Okay.
I need a few minutes.
Okay.
Hey, sure. They only have like measurements. They don't have any like pictures or anything.
Well, pictures aren't good evidence. You need data to go with the pictures and video.
Okay. Do you agree to this? Measurements can be mistaken. Just as simply yes or no.
Obviously, yeah.
Okay, cool. And your eyes cannot lie to you. You can lie to your eyes, but your eyes won't lie to you. So
no, it will.
That means that the only option that's infallible is observing it, which is an image, a picture, not some measurements that have a chance of being wrong.
No, I mean, pictures can be falsified, right? People have been faking pictures for 150 years.
I'm talking about a real picture. I don't care about any falsified.
A real picture. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Telling the difference between a real picture, like what I'm about to show you, versus pictures that you can't determine are real, like those from NASA.
My friend, I'm talking about a literal picture, like a picture. You know what I mean? Like an image. Show me that. Can flat earthers not afford paying for a rocket to launch themselves or whatever? And get a picture from there? Because I think one picture can completely change you guys. Like it will. Just one picture, it's gonna change everything. as long as it's not, as long as it's true, like it's honest. But then you guys use the excuse that space doesn't exist and you can't go there, so that you can't get a picture, because you know you cooked after that.
All right, this is a long-distance laser test that was conducted. It's conducted in 2 places on Earth. The first place was Lake Balaton in Hungary. The second place was Lake IJssel in the Netherlands. I'm going to post an infographic that describes what the video presents. Okay, so what you're going to see in this video is you're going to see, now I want you to focus on the measurements that were taken at Lake IJssel in the Netherlands. They set up a laser. The laser was mounted to a GPS-enabled aiming device that was custom built using CNC machines that has millirad accuracy. They shine this laser a distance of 24.94 miles. That's just over 40 kilometers from one side of the lake to the other. The laser was visible from 1.5 meters above the water's surface on the other side. Now, if Earth is a globe, do you have any idea how much the globe should be blocking that laser's path? And the answer is 90.8 meters. In other words, for that laser to shine and hit the target on the other side of the lake, if Earth is a globe, there would be a hump of water 90.8 meters high in between the laser and the target. But that hump of water for the globe was not there. The laser was shined with pinpoint accuracy from one point to another, and the globe did not get in the way. Here's another infographic if you're interested. Oops. Same one. Let me back up. Now, this test was conducted by physicists, by engineers. The group is called Field Engineers Corps. They've gone all over the place with this custom-built laser costing around $30,000, conducting these long-distance laser tests. And I believe that these are the longest-range laser tests in history for the purpose of measuring the Earth. It's interesting to me that nobody who believes in the globe can present such rigorous evidence as this. This is something that anybody can conceivably do. The barrier to entry is not very high. You can go make long-distance laser measurements at the same exact place. Now, what's the barrier to entry for NASA photos, for pictures from space? The barrier to entry is insurmountably high. You need to become an astronaut, which means you have to have a master's degree in a STEM field. You might need some flight time, so you might need to learn how to pilot airplanes. You need to go through the physical exams and the psychological exams for NASA. And then once you become an astronaut, you need to be able to freely, independently verify the images that were shown to you before you became an astronaut somehow. So you might need to go up in the space station. You might need to go up in a space shuttle or do something like this. Now, what we're presenting is evidence. The barriers to entry is not as high. We're not going to a place that is an environment that is considered to be unique and special, we're just going to somewhere on Earth with a lake. Now, what's unique and special about space is how they claim space is a violation of thermodynamics, natural laws that we can demonstrate on Earth. And what I mean by that is space is considered to be an ever-expanding vacuum. And yet we have an atmosphere, we have a pressurized environment that exists adjacent to this vacuum without that gas, without that pressurization expanding to fill the void. This is the only instance they claim that this is possible in an environment that nobody can really go to test to see if it exists in the way they say it does, except for a handful of astronauts. So what I'm trying to understand is if Earth is a globe, if the Quran states that Earth is a globe, and you believe in the Quran, how does that reconcile with these flat Earth measurements? And of course he left. Well, that's what you get when somebody's best evidence for the globe is the Quran. All right, I got to head into my office, so I'm going to go on mute. Hope you guys have a good day.
Well, AI, I don't know if you heard this morning. We were talking about, we were going over Bart Sabrell. Should I just play it again?
I can play
If
it.
you didn't hear it this morning, shit, dude. Hold on a second, Trace. I can't. The volume must be way low. I can't hear anybody saying anything. Say something again.
I
God
can
damn,
play
I don't hear. Oh, okay. I didn't hear you at all. But like, have people been talking? I'm just losing my mind.
No. I was typing in the lobby.
Okay.
Are you hearing voices?
I'm hearing no voices. Yeah, play it again. It's so good. It's worth playing again, man. It's classic. So how many to Mars? If it's 20, I think they settled on 22 for the moon. So how many for Mars? 22,000?
Saying it himself, there's not enough fuel to leave Earth orbit.
Let's hear
It is commonly believed that men will fly directly from the Earth to the moon. But to do this, we would require a vehicle of such gigantic proportions that it would prove an economic impossibility. Calculations have been carefully worked out on the type of vehicle we would need for the nonstop flight from Earth to the moon and return. The figures speak for themselves mathematically. 3 rockets would be necessary, and each ship would be taller than the Empire State Building, 100 stories. Apollo rocket was about 30 stories, and weigh about 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, or 800,000 tons times 3. The Saturn V weighed 2,500 tons. That's a difference of 30,000% times 3. Now go to clip 18 and you'll see that Elon Musk just said.
All right, Bart, pause. Where did you get that quote from?
It's from his book, Voyage to the Moon, written by Von Braun.
Is there a way we can find that quote on the internet?
Probably. I mean, we bought an old copy of his book.
Okay.
And it was written by him and quoted by him.
Okay.
So
if it's on the internet, Steve will find it.
What's the purpose of this discussion?
You don't know.
The purpose of this discussion is
that we didn't go to the moon.
Allegedly.
You're just
that's what I'm
proving if you're acting like you don't know, it just proved that you're acting during the interview. So he's not the only one who said you need multiple fuel trips to go to the moon.
So Von Braun, he's saying Von Braun himself was quoted saying that the Apollo missions would need multiple fueled
3 rockets, each one 30,000% heavier than the Saturn V rocket.
Yeah.
And then Elon Musk said about 6 months ago, if you go to clip 18, he said the Starship, which is 3 stories taller than the Apollo rocket and with the boosters on the side, carries twice the fuel as the Apollo rocket. He says it will take 15 launches, or the equivalent of 30 Saturn V rockets, in order to leave Earth orbit. We even have a video clip of von Braun saying everything, the best rocket he can build can only leave Earth orbit.
Let's play that clip. Let's play the clip of von Braun from the horse's mouth. Let's get what he's saying. What clip number is that, so Steve can find it?
What clip?
That one I didn't include, but
how can we find it?
Just go to Sabrell.com. It's one of the links of the book.
I don't understand this conversation.
Well, read this article.
We did it.
I understand that's your position, that you did it and you went and you walked on the moon and you brought back the moon rocks. But why would von Braun say that it was impossible to get to the moon without multiple fuel trips?
I don't know. I never heard him say that.
Well, we got a video allegedly.
Okay.
Well, and look at
when did he say
the
that?
clip of Elon Musk.
I want to see the clip of von Braun. Show us where to find the von Braun clip. Let's stick to one thing.
Says he doesn't have it.
Well, if you go to Sabrell.com and then go to Moonman links, look for the one that looks like old 1950s color. And there's one of von Braun. I don't know what clip it is, but in the meantime, while you're doing that,
no, wait. You're getting too far ahead of yourself. We're here now. Where do we go?
Scroll down. Keep scrolling. Just keep going. Keep going.
Maybe you can find it on YouTube. Maybe you can find it on YouTube or something.
Yeah, I decided not to bring it, but von Braun says the largest rocket that we can build, it's with Disney film, can only achieve Earth orbit. He says it word for word in a quote from my book. And now we have Elon Musk. If you go to the clip of D18, he's saying the very same thing. Look at D18. Read this headline and read the highlighted part.
Okay. This is a headline from spacepolicyonline.com. Okay. At least 15 Starship launches needed to execute the Artemis 3 lunar landing. SpaceX will need to launch at least 15 Starships to execute the Artemis 3 lunar landing, NASA said today. So NASA said. So SpaceX will need 15 Starships to execute it, says NASA.
Right. And
Starship
they carry twice the fuel.
Starship cannot fly directly to the moon, but must refuel in Earth orbit before setting out for deep space.
Yeah, that's what the clip of von Braun says that I didn't include, that you can go to the moon if you do multiple trips of fuel and ferry the fuel first. Mm-hmm. And now you're going to love this next clip. Go to clip 19. This was said less than a year ago by a rocket scientist who works with NASA. And he says it's going to take possibly more than 15 trips of fuel in order to leave Earth orbit and go to the moon.
So we did do it. Is what you're saying?
I don't know why you keep acting surprised.
Go ahead, play it.
You're just proving you're acting. You know, you came in here and reminded me of a phone call we had 20 years ago when I said I have proof we didn't go to the moon when I found the footage.
So, okay, who's this guy?
Issues in how people communicate about it. Like there's some architecture problems that people are unwilling to talk about these days because of how they got there politically. And I was like, you know what? I just want to go say the thing that nobody's saying. So that's what I decided to do. Now, a lot of people I respect, when I was doing my research and asking these questions, they said, be careful, Destin. If you say certain things, this might change your relationship with NASA forever. And I thought about it and I decided, you know what? This is the truth, and this is what needs to be said.
I did not understand until this week when I really thought I was going to embarrass myself in front of you guys and then decided to further embarrass myself in front of you guys. I didn't realize that in order to get the human lander to the moon, we have to launch a bunch of additional rockets to tank up in low Earth orbit. I didn't know that. And I'm like, well, how many rockets do we have to do that with? And they're like, 6. And then I start, because I...
Who is this?
He's a rocket scientist building rockets for NASA.
What's his name?
I don't know.
That's would be important.
That guy, he's a YouTuber. He has a channel called Smarter Every Day.
Smarter Every Day on YouTube.
Okay. So he's saying it's going to take multiple...
Let's finish playing the video.
Yeah.
I know people. I started calling people. I was like, dude, really, how many rockets is it? They're like, well, boil off. And okay, so I was like, some people are like, well, it's looking like 8. I was like, 8 rockets? We have to fire 8 rockets to fire 1 rocket to the moon? And then they're like, I mean, that's what they're saying, but it's probably more like 12. Really? And then I was like, I'm an engineer. I know how to do this stuff. So I started to account for like nominal schedule slip and boil off. And this is how many rockets it's going to take to fuel up that thing to get it to the moon. I've done the math. If you had any questions.
I found the Von Braun clip. It's D17 there, Steve.
Okay.
Von Braun says the biggest rocket you can build can only achieve Earth orbit. You need multiple fuel trips to go to the moon.
Okay.
Says it on camera as well as in print.
All right. This will be good for Charlie to see. Charlie, watch this one.
Here to reveal a plan for a trip around the moon is the chief of the guided missile development at the United States Army's Redstone Arsenal, Dr. Werner von Braun.
A voyage around the moon must be made in 2 phases. A rocket ship taking off from the Earth's surface will use almost all the fuel it can carry just to attain a speed great enough to balance the pull of gravity. Unpowered, it will then keep circling the Earth in an orbit outside of the atmosphere. This is the first phase. However, if we can refuel the ship in this orbit with fuel brought up by cargo rocket ships, it can set out on the second phase, the trip around the moon and back.
So 3 people just said, Von Braun said it twice, that you have to make ferried fuel trips to have enough fuel to leave Earth orbit. You had him say it on camera, you had Elon Musk say it, and you had a rocket scientist building rockets for NASA saying it. He also said, I just discovered this, because he is taking the Apollo launches on faith. My bank web page says that my money is backed by the faith and the United States government that kills their own presidents, kills their own soldiers, and fakes moon landings, right?
So, Charlie, what do you make of that video of Von Braun saying that you would need to refuel in Earth orbit to get all the way to the moon? And because he said it would take all the fuel in the rocket to get that orbit around the Earth, and then you would need to refuel again before going to the moon.
I've never heard that before. Actually, they built the Saturn V.
Yep.
And the Saturn V.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
How many to Mars?
A lot more than to the moon, that's for sure. I mean, how are you going to get back?
Well, I guess you just need twice the rockets.
Yeah, but how are you going to get those rockets to the moon to refuel?
You need 20,000 rockets for each one of those rockets. You just make a string of rockets between here and Mars, right? And just go along the string and you just fuel up every couple million miles.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Well, we got a couple new guys in here. Postorama, he was in the debate text earlier. You might want to speak.
Oh, he's a character. He's in my DMs. Maybe you'll quit yourself better in here.
He has questions about the rocket issue that they were just talking about.
Oh, okay. Shoot, buddy.
I'm putting him on the spot. He didn't actually volunteer to speak, but I'm just inquiring if he wants to.
He seems to communicate in memes in my DM, so I don't know.
Now we got Cider Philo. Kind of reminds me of this old show. It was called Cinderfella, which was a male version of Cinderella. In case you guys don't know, Cinderella she had a magic thing where she dressed in a gown, and she had this pumpkin carriage. But the fairy godmother told her, if you don't make it home by midnight, all your stuff's going to turn back into a pumpkin and your dress is going to disappear.
Yep, I remember that one.
Yeah, kind of like when you're on your way to the moon. Like if you calculated 16 rockets, but you really needed 17, you're dead.
You just blame it on your wicked stepsisters.
So, yeah, so Postorama, Ciderfella, and anybody else in here, do you guys think that they actually went to the moon? And that they followed this multi-rocket mission? Or do you think that they just took one rocket straight to the moon? Or are you pleading the fifth?
Yeah, when you guys were playing that, I was thinking, I wonder what it must have been like living in, the 50s and the 60s, and you'd hear something like that and you'd think, oh yeah, these really smart guys are doing this stuff and they're figuring it all out. And like, I feel like if I lived in that time, I would have been like fairly inclined to believe them, I think. But then like these days, you wonder, how could you possibly still think these people have any idea what they're doing or that they're serious in any way, shape, or form? Like, the government has just lost all credibility on all fronts. I just don't even get it how in 2025 you could still take them seriously. I just don't get it at all. So yeah, if any of these people take them seriously, please speak up. I need to hear what that's like, because it sounds like it'd be fun, like to actually think, oh yeah, we've got people in charge and they're doing stuff, and they know what they're doing. Like that would feel really secure and safe and stuff, it must be fun.
Well, got to remember what was all going on in the 1950s and 60s, all the technological improvements. We had, everybody started buying automobiles. They could afford to buy an automobile. Indoor plumbing became standard in housing. We went from radio to television. We went from prop airplanes to jet age. So everybody was like, oh, we're doing all these great advancements, right? So they all
that's what I mean. Yeah, it seemed like, we really were doing stuff. Yeah, and we were cool. Yeah, I hear you.
But it's different today. Today we already have all that stuff. We were born with it from day one. And then we look at the moon landing and go, wait a minute, we've got computers now that fit in the palm of our hand. How the hell did they do this in 1969 when the fastest computer they had there filled an entire room?
Yeah, I mean, they were good bluffers at the time. Yeah, I mean, but how could they? Yeah, but obviously it did not stand the test of time. I mean, most clearly their story does not hold water in any way, shape, or form to any thinking person. I mean, it's just completely absurd. Yeah.
Well, Dandelion, that audio came from an interview for the first time, a debate. What kind of debate? Though they kind of weren't debating. Was Bart Sibrel, the guy that did Astronauts Gone Wild, and a guy that claimed he went to the moon, right? The Apollo 17 or 18 or astronaut. And the guy just kept saying, "What are you saying? We didn't go?" Like he was like stuck in a script, man. Like he couldn't. And then when he talked about the moon landing, he talked about it in the third person. It's the weirdest thing. It's like he's almost like I wouldn't even call it acting. Like, just like, I don't know, Rain Man level, just saying like just repeating the same things over and over again in the same way. Very inorganically, I might add. So,
like he's never had to deal. Yeah, like he's never had to deal with any kind of real scrutiny, like face to face. He just expects people just to toe the party line and accept the
Did you
fairy
hear the
tale. What
part where he
you
was like,
never read the
did
fairy tale?
did you hear that? Like, you don't think we went to the moon? You didn't hear him say that?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
How do you end up at the debate? Would he get lost? He took the wrong turn on a block and ended up in that building? Like, what do you think you're there for? But to be acting like that, like, you know, when you're an hour into the conversation and know, I hope, that why you got on the airplane in the first place, it's just very weird. It's just like, which makes me think, like, the people that concocted this idea, we were talking this morning, like, who concocted it, did they really think that they were going to keep getting away with it? And then, like, didn't they know eventually they were going to get caught? And that the people who came up with it, most of them got to be dead by now. So who's maintaining, you know, the fairy tale, right? Because this has to be constantly, you know, worked on to maintain it. But all those people are dead.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they're waiting for, to make sure.
Now they got flashcards. They got flashcards, bro. So the first side of flashcards says "space smells like," and then they flip it and it says "burnt steak."
Yeah, they're waiting for everybody to die, because that's because if you have people die during the commitment of a fraud, like the Apollo 1 astronauts, that now becomes felony murder.
Oh yeah, they totally. Yeah, someone should definitely be adjudicated for the Apollo 1 felony murder for
And
sure.
Florida has the death penalty still, so they would be subject to the death penalty.
As they should be.
So that's why they're just waiting for everybody to die, so nobody can be held accountable, and then they'll tell us the truth.
That was just part of it. That was just the one part I heard. They also go over the moon rocks. They go over the radiation and some other stuff. So I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm going to post a link to the interview / whatever in the chat. But the guy, his name is Danny Jones. I've seen some stuff he does. He interviews some, you know, wackos, people with some crazy ideas, and he does entertain them, no matter how the crazy thing they say. But if they claim that, like, they have evidence of something, he actually makes them produce it. So in the case of Bart Sabro, he said Werner von Braun said blah blah blah. He made Bart actually produce von Braun saying it and everything he was claiming. So, like, good on that guy for actually holding everyone's feet to the fire. Unfortunately, astronaut guy gets to make a lot of claims he can't back up. But you know, he's old. We'll let the elderly people get a free pass, I guess.
Yeah, I've heard people complain about Bart Sibrel, you know, that he's a gatekeeper because, you know, he won't go beyond explaining the obvious fraud of the moon landing, the clear deception that has zero basis in reality, but won't go beyond that to, I guess, flat Earth. I don't know if he's made a direct statement about flat Earth or not, but I'm not going to be too mad at him, or, you know, I mean, be cool if, anyone who would actually continue on from the obviousness of fraud to see that they're, yes, obviously producing these fake globe images, and the whole purpose of the whole Apollo fraud was to perpetuate the globe delusion. It'd be cool if everyone got to that point, but, you know, people are willing to do whatever they're willing to do. I'm not going to be too mad at them. Did Bart Sibrel ever make, like, an actual statement about flat Earth, or is it just his silence that's the problem?
I think he has said it's a psyop or something stupid like that, or it's a distraction, or he won't even address it, as far as I know. But is it like, you know, Bart Sibrel said a lot of dumb shit over the years. He's tightened it up, I guess. At least in this interview, he tightened it up. because he'll say a lot of things like he said. I remember he said like a year and a half ago that he had information, a confession from somebody that he was going to release, and it was never released. So he does make some crap up from time to time. So it's not that I don't think he's just a guy that got lucky and you know came across some information. I mean, a lot of the stuff, like anybody could have come across it. It was in the public. It was in the public. You know, it's publicly available. What Ron Braun said, what Musk said, what this other guy said. All that stuff's publicly available. The only thing Burke Sabrell did is he stuck a microphone in their face and asked them the question. That's the only thing he did. That he had the balls to ask them. As far as like, there's people way better than he is, as far as debunking the moon landing. I mean, I really don't. I don't idolize Bart Sabrell, let's put it that way. So whether he's for flat Earth, against flat Earth, I think Bart Sabrell's for Bart Sabrell. That's what I think. I think this is a money-making operation for him, and always has been.
I like
Yeah, and there's a lot of people like that.
I like how that clip was presented without saying who the players were, really. And then finding out that the other guy across from him was an astronaut that supposedly went out there and did it just made it all the sweeter. Because he sounded so stupid.
He's talking in the third person. That's the weirdest part. The analogy I used this morning is like if I asked, like, what did you have for, like, hey, dude, did you make breakfast this morning? What'd you do? And you were like, well, frying pans have fires underneath them, and then you take and then people take eggs and they put them in there, and the heat cooks the eggs. No, dude, I asked you what you did. I don't need you to tell me the mechanics of frying an egg, right? Like from the third person point of view, and that's what he does when pressed on everything. He just gives like this, like he's given a seminar on the technical details instead of like, you know, well, this is what we did. It's like from just like reading the manual, you know. It's really weird.
Right.
Strange.
Well, you know what? I got to give him props. Listen, I got to give him props because at least he read the manual. Unlike that one guy when he was asked about a leak and he said, well, I guess you have a leak.
And the same guy that was talking about the rockets smarter every day, he's the one that asked Don Pettit that. It's the same dude, the exact same dude.
Hilarious.
And that dude, we're rehashing a lot of stuff we talked about. Reality Criterion is probably banging his head against the wall because we already talked about this morning. His dad worked on the James Webb Telescope, and he grew up with all these NASA people, like his dad's colleagues, and going to company picnics and all that crap. So he knows all these people personally. They known him from since he was a little kid. You know what I mean? So he's connected. He's part of their little subculture or whatever. So he said, like, if you ask these questions, you might change your relationship with the people at NASA. What are they trying to tell him? We're unquestionable? Danny, you're part of the secret club, dude. You can't question the secret club. Can't make the secret club look bad, Danny. And Danny was like, fuck that, red rum. Now, the whole Apollo Detectives crew, not just Bart Sabrell, all of them don't like flat Earth. It's just very funny, like, how they can sit there and go over how NASA basically faked the initial 30 years of their operation and fooled the entire public, but, you know, they can't keep it going. Like, what made them turn the corner where they stopped lying, right? When did they stop lying? 72? Was it 77? What year did they say, oh, now we're going to start telling the truth? We actually are doing these things. When was that? Seems like they have cognitive dissonance to me.
Yeah, they're probably just doing what's comfortable, convenient, or profitable for themselves. Like you said, there's a lot of partial truth tellers like that who they perceive flat Earth as a hot potato or something that's going to invite ridicule and so on, and they don't want to do anything that's going to challenge, the operation they've currently got going on, especially if that's profitable.
Well, I mean, just honestly, what would happen is people would hand wave dismiss them and go, "Oh, they're flat earthers too." Oh, well, now we don't have to listen to them. They're flat earthers. That automatically disqualifies them for any statement they say being accurate or truthful. That's how bad people. I mean, we all know in here. That's how bad the bias is. That it's like a scarlet letter, which is pretty. That says a lot about how people are. I hate to say it, they're just straight brainwashed. And it sounds kooky, like everybody's brainwashed. Sorry the bearer of bad news, but when you have automatic reactions of the entire swaths of the population just adhering like flat earth like it's some trigger word. Flat earth? Trigger word. Don't have a time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. What is Obama really saying when he says that? What does that mean? What is he alluding to?
He means dissenting voices don't count.
He's like, some dissent isn't worthy, right? It's just not, I don't have to address that. It's cute, but it doesn't have to be addressed because it's so absurd. When I guarantee you, if Obama came in this chat, he could not defend the globe for even 3 seconds. Now think about it. You have an idea. And you think your idea is so solid, you can't even defend it for 3 seconds, and you think the counter idea is so ridiculous you don't even have to address it. And you don't think you're brainwashed. Or at least mentally conditioned with Pavlovian responses. Yes, why would they lie? Look inward, dude. Look inward. That's where the answer is. Look inward. That's really... There are people in here lying that they saw Kurt from a plane all the time. And they go, why would they lie? Look in the mirror. Look inward. Ask yourself.
Yeah, your government lies to you constantly, and have been doing it for hundreds of years. Why would they lie? Why would the sociopaths lie?
Like, it's more we talk about, like, the government can violate the laws of physics at will. And it's like, should we even care that they're telling the people that buy these stories, should we even care that they're telling them that? Because if they can't figure out that the stories they're hearing are so preposterous, like, am I my brother's keeper? Like, do I gotta, like, protect people that are low tier and then fight me when I try to tell them, hey, man, this is a bunch of nonsense, and they're gonna fight me about it? I mean, we sit here just give out information for free, our time, and get disrespected, ridiculed, name called. Like, okay, sorry to give out free information. Sorry it hurt your feelings. Yeah, Post-Norama. You're pretty much expert at frickin' whining. So why don't you uncork your mic, put on your big boy pants, and actually whine to our faces.
Is he whining to you in the message?
Whining in the chat.
Oh, I guess I wasn't looking
Whining
at
in the
that.
lobby.
Oh, okay.
according to Ron K, I can't talk about anything other than flat Earth. He DM. I don't know if you heard earlier. I mean, I'll just take a screenshot of my DMs because it's so freaking retarded.
Oh, I see. He has it in parentheses there, like as if he's not actually saying it. Yeah, say it right here. We've just been talking about the moon landings for quite some time here, so clearly you're allowed to speak. Post-panorama.
Yeah, it's still speculation Sunday.
Can you check my mod log? The mod warned me because he was salty. I had booster roll and couldn't mute me. So he muted me without a reason. I think he is Justin. He sent me a meme about her. Hey, big man, am I being ignored? Just a question. My answer, I don't micromanage. So what do you do? And so he punches a bunch of memes. Screenshot. Honestly, you don't have to respond, but you're basically admitting you're too lazy to manage basic management issues like this or give any clarification with a rank as high as admin and moderator. You're admittedly letting staff go wild with mute commands with no management.
Staff gone wild.
Well, hold on. Where's the form? I want to be reported. Where's the form? Report me. Report me to the owner.
Yep, India's not managing enough.
Where's Monkey's forms? I'll find it.
Yeah, those were good forms. I don't know where they are.
We have complaint forms. Don't go anywhere. I'm finding them so you can complain formally. Here we go. Yes. I will DM you the complaint form. Yes. Fill that out in triplicate. It has to be triplicate 3 separate files because we have 3 separate hard drives as filing cabinets.
Yep, we want a carbon copy.
Yeah, we've disabled the digital copy function, so I need actual originals.
And we'll get back to you once all your papers have been processed.
Yes, it has to go to the proper channels. Up the food chain, so to speak, to the right office. Then their secretary will call your secretary and arrange a review of the form. I don't want you to think we don't do anything around here. This is a high level of bureaucracy.
So Indio, we got a lot of people right now. Like, do you think we could comment on that highest IQ guy's Twitter to get a claim on the globe from him?
Where? Who? Where? What are you talking about? I haven't seen it.
All right, I'll show you.
Can you post it in the chat, a link or whatever?
Yeah.
Highest IQ guy?
Yeah. And I want to get a claim from him on
a former bar bouncer, 200 IQ guy with his theory of everything. That guy.
I'll show you. He's making a lot of claims. Like, you'll see. I'll show you. You'll see.
We know that IQ tests were developed to detect retarded children. Getting a high score only means you're likely not a retarded child.
Oh, that just reminded me. Yeah, like the high score that made me think of arcades. Like, wouldn't that have been cool if they had like an IQ video game, and then you could have like the high score. It'd be so fun. You could have your little initials up there.
It would be A at the top.
So we're going in live stream voice text.
Yes.
This guy's making
Open your
a lot of
Bible?
claims. Well, his main claim right now is that we believe on Jesus Christ because I'm the highest IQ and I claim that Christ is God. So he's making other claims, but that's the main one. But I want to hear him claim either globe or his proof.
Is there
He's,
any validation his IQ is actually 276?
Yeah, there is.
Rose Powers.
On his account, you can see his.
When did he, how old was he when he tested?
Let's see.
And where did he get tested?
Okay, so verifiable below. Here's the verifiable link, apparently.
Yeah, I'm looking.
All right, right there is that verifiable. World's highest IQ record holder. Certification.
210. It's not 276.
Yeah, you can see all these certificates, official world certificate, certificate of accreditation from, I don't know where that's from, but another certificate.
I'm getting like a bunch of AI claims. I haven't. Hold on.
Yeah, are you just seeing things that he's showing you pictures?
Well, the link the most recent link is a link of all his accreditations. Credits.
Yeah, and Andrew Tate was also the most searched guy on the internet. So like that shit doesn't matter. Hold on, let me look on Yandex for this guy.
I mean, they got
maybe contaminated frickin' Google. Their International Non-Olympic Committee. What does that mean? The International Non-Olympic Committee. And it goes to some frickin' junk website. So I went from CBS42.com. Says a link to the International Non-Olympic Committee, which is the URL is i0.wp.com /gigasociety.net.
Stop the cap.
Exactly.
Yeah, this looks fake as hell. Not to mention,
he's got
like,
360,000
I think that Twitter post is an IQ test.
Yeah, I played around with the IQ tests, and if you're gonna get score that high, you basically don't have time to read the questions, and so you just have to like choose the answers as fast as possible until you get to the end. And so you kind of have to memorize the pattern, and you can get really high that way if you memorize the pattern.
And it's a Newswire story, a press IEN press wire, but CBS and a bunch of these networks scrape those news sites, but you buy the article. These are paid articles, usually for businesses to make announcements about products. Giga Society, Facebook, LinkedIn, Korea Times. Let me say Korea Times. Trying to validate this.
But if he doesn't make a claim, like, he's full of shit anyways.
He has it in, he has it in his profile. He has it in his profile that he has the highest IQ in the world record holder.
I mean, but if he doesn't make an Earth claim, like either flat or round, then it's fucking useless, bro.
The World Memory Championships. What the hell is that? They don't, and it says he got an IQ score
Also,
of
really good at memorizing.
70 something in the World Memory Championship, but they don't do IQ scores. So, a lot of cap, dude. See if he's in Mensa. Well, there's just check, dude. That's pretty much the standard of whether you're have genius level IQ if you're going to claim it.
Oh, he's literally what? He reposted. Proud to welcome the world's highest IQ holder to the team, RealBet.io. He's sponsoring gambling. That's insane. And he's saying he's a Christian. Like, yeah, that's insane. Look at this. What kind of highest IQ person who is a Christian supports gambling?
IQ is not a good standard for intelligence, and when you're dealing with these really high numbers, like I said, most of it's fake. Like, you literally cannot read the question and therefore cannot actually answer the answer correctly. So either you randomly assign the number, like the A, B, C, or D, randomly, or you memorized the values by giving it numerical values and then having memorized the numerical sequence of the correct answers. And you do that by simply looking at the tests beforehand. You're not supposed to be able to do that, and you're supposed to get a new test that you haven't been able to memorize. But the world is a shady place, and sometimes you can get away with cheating the test.
Oh my god, dude is fake as fuck, bro.
Yeah, I'm seeing that now.
Yo, I get out of Google. The United Sigma Intelligence Association, a psychometric validation of Hyung Yu Kim's IQ 276, and it has this long ass article about it. Then, if you just go to the main site, the United Sigma Intelligence Association is a UK registered non-profit, non-governmental think tank established by Dr. Hyung Yu Kim, the official world record holder, the title of world's highest IQ. Dude, I've heard of manifesting it, dude. He's really trying to manifest. He's like, I just spam the internet.
Yeah.
And I got the highest IQ, and everyone will believe it.
That's what I'm saying. What the hell, bro?
Dude. Look, if everybody falls for it, then he does have the highest IQ. He has to get it so the entire world believes it, and if nobody doubts it, then he does. He wins by default.
Yeah, he's betting on crypto odds.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Oh, dude. Thanks for bringing that in, dude. That's pretty funny, man. That's almost as funny as that astronaut. Who has a higher IQ, the astronaut or this guy? Post-Norama, I only got this to say. Your sarcasm detector is fucking broken. You need to go get it repaired immediately. He thanked me for the forum. Unbelievable. Well, I
That's
appreciate your
hilarious.
appreciation.
I look forward to filing his form.
I know my fingers are shaking just at the thought. He said he doesn't need it now. He said that he needs it for the future. He said thanks for sending it. He might need it in the future. So he was at least polite. But cannot text sarcasm for shit.
Well, yeah, and because you
cool.
proved that you're a good manager by producing a form. Yeah, so now he doesn't have to
Obviously.
complain anymore.
Another kind of question is any of us this guy? Rest in peace, Globe on Twitter. Is that any of us here? Nope. Okay. I like his content, but some of it's kind of like
wacky shit, bro.
Yeah, some of it's kind of the wacky flat Earth shit.
Yeah, he kind of posts everything.
Yeah.
He's not very discerning on what he like puts out there. But there's a few that are like that.
If you know any Twitters of the guys here, feel free to send them. I'll appreciate that.
I like his name. Yeah, at the Globe is Dead. That's cool. It's real definitive. I like it. I mean, it's just so obvious at this point that the Globe model is totally dead, totally failed, a total joke, has no basis in reality. But, like what you were discussing earlier, like how much should we keep providing free information to people who don't take it seriously and who continue to produce the response they were trained to, which is ridicule flat Earth and worship NASA. I mean, they're just doing what the majority's doing. They're just following the crowd. I mean, they're not doing anything special. They're just doing what they're expected to do, like little trained SEALs, so that's what most people do. I don't know. That's how it always has been, and I guess that's how it will be for the foreseeable future, that most people prefer to go along with the crowd and take the comfortable path, even if it's clearly wrong, and they don't want to question anything. So, I mean, I don't get as upset at those people as I used to. I'm more upset about the people who, are orchestrating those people, who are using them, who know that human nature can be harnessed for good or evil and choose to appeal to the basest instinct of people, to continue to deceive them, to use and abuse their trusting nature in order to do things that are actually counterproductive to their own survival and those around them. Those people I'm upset with, but the dupes, I mean, I don't know. It's not really worth getting upset with them because they're just doing what they've been programmed to do. They're just doing what comes naturally. I mean, they could, mid to low intelligence persons with very little creativity or ability to think outside the box could be harnessed for good, right? So, I mean, they could, with a decent leadership, that same tendency could be used for a good purpose. So it's not inherently bad to want to go along with the crowd, to want to follow authority blindly, and so on. It's just with that same trait, you're unable to actually evaluate that authority to see whether it should or should not be trusted. So it really is up to the people who are leading them. It's them who should be held accountable. The ones who are leading them off a cliff, those people.
I was actually talking about that with somebody today. About the new form of protest is like going into their spaces, right? And then when they give you the mic, basically calling them out, like government officials, on how they murdered, raped, pillaged, lied, and stolen, and done all these things to not only the domestic population but foreign governments. Like, that's the thing. Like, these people need to be named and shamed. They're insulated from actually having to answer for what they do. I mean, even that astronaut that we were listening to earlier, he you know, they're not treating him like he's a he's a liar that deceived generations of people into a fantasy. Like they're just like, oh, he's just an old man. Yeah, we're questioning what you did. It's okay, Grandpa. Drink your tea over there, right? Instead of berating him, interrogating him, just because he's old, don't mean like he's still a man, right?
Bro, if they did that, he'd probably break. Like if we got him in a room and recorded him, yeah, it'd be insane. But
So
then
which guy is that?
try elder abuse.
Did I ever post a link to that, Danny Jones? Yeah, I think I did.
Yeah, you posted it. I saw it. I don't know if that person who was asking
Get
was
the guy's
there.
name. Name of the guy. Charles Duke. That guy. The youngest person to walk on the moon.
Oh yeah, that's gross. And this was recent, this conversation?
On December 1st.
How old is he now?
Well,
born October 3rd, 1935.
He'd be like 91 now.
90, it says, yeah.
Dude does not even have a cell phone, bro.
In 1965, NASA announced it was recruiting the 5th group of astronauts. Duke spotted a front-page article in the Los Angeles Times and realized he met all the requirements. He went to see Yeager and the deputy commandant, Colonel Robert Buchanan, who informed him. This is a wiki article I'm reading. Quite the tale. And you can do anything in America. You can even go to the moon. They were informed him that there were 2 astronaut selections in progress for NASA and 1 for the USA Manned Orbiting Laboratory Program.
Sure, NASA just randomly picks people for this program instead of carefully choosing them.
Yeah, so they just took it out of the general population.
And was he a Freemason before or after he joined NASA?
It's funny. But a front page article. I'd like to get a copy of the front page article. This is a job for AI. It's all AIs. They're already planning. They're already saying search engines are losing revenue because people are using AI to basically do the search for them, which is what I'm doing right now. So
yeah, the AI can collate the information a lot better.
And not be distracted by ads, little flashing lights that people Ooh, do I need dick pills? Let me think about that. Oh, let me go back to search. So I didn't get an image, but I got a synopsis. Oh, actually, no, I got a link. Let's see if this works. Yeah, maybe. It's not looking good. Papers. Oh, it's an actual. I have to go to the University of Wyoming to get to look at the actual newspaper. Maybe I can get on the Washington, D.C. site. But it does have what it said in the articles. It was in a bunch of newspapers. Headline read, NASA's recruit new pilot group, or NASA recruiting new astronauts, and it was in a bunch of major newspapers, the same way they do it now, where they repeat the same story over and over again everywhere, and said, citizenship, U.S. citizen, age, no more than 36 years old, born after December 1st, 1929, height, no more than 6 feet tall, education, bachelor's degree in engineering, physical or biological sciences, experience, jet pilot experience, at least 1,000 hours. Now, that announcement was made on September, you're not going to believe this, September 11th, 1965, on a Saturday. Well, that's when it was run in the paper. How many jet pilots could there possibly have been in 1965? And why would you need, I mean, there couldn't be that many.
Yeah, it makes me think of the Sherlock Holmes story, The Red-Headed League.
I don't think I know that one.
Yeah, I mean, basically, they want this one specific guy for this one specific purpose, but then they run a newspaper article and pretend that they're, recruiting just like that. Yeah.
I'll just try to fish him out of the population.
Yeah, to make him think he's really special, right? Isn't that what they do with the astronauts?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You're so special. You're astronauts. They're really special these days.
Can you, like, easily figure out, like, the military had jets. There were probably some jet airplanes, but there couldn't have been that many jet pilots. I mean, 1965? How many jet airplanes could there have been? 1965, there were 351 qualified jet pilots who applied for NASA's 5th astronaut group.
Yeah, Grok is telling me there was about 13,000 to 15,000 jet fighter attack pilots across all military services in 1965.
How many?
13 to 15,000.
Dude,
But that number
Gemini's telling me
rose during the Vietnam War.
55,000 active duty pilots. That's cap, dude. There's not 55,000 pilots, bro. Of course, it links to a Reddit post. Ugh. Sometimes you have to turn off Google search in Gemini. It gets a little stupid. Ooh. There's a working at NASA Reddit /wiki/ working at NASA /wiki astronaut. Are you looking for a job? You looking for a flat Earth astronaut? Lots of internship programs. Contacting NASA, education at nasa.gov. NASA's Become an Astronaut page. Yay. Let's try it. Yeah, this is good stuff here. Remember what we just listened to. Become an astronaut. NASA's astronauts have been traveling to space for more than 6 decades and living there continuously since 2000. Now NASA's Artemis program is preparing to land the first woman and the next man on the moon. The Orion spacecraft atop the Space Launch System, SLS, rocket will carry... I guarantee they name that because they just want to use the acronym all the time. So it becomes meaningless crap. The SLS rocket will carry humans farther into space than they have gone before and boldly go on the Starship Enterprise. Oh, that's another script. For missions to the moon and eventually Mars. Requirements: be a U.S. citizen. 2. Have a master's degree in a STEM field, including engineering, biological science, physical science, computer science, or mathematics from an accredited institution. Have a minimum of 3 years of related professional experience obtained after degree completion or 1,000 pilot in command hours with at least 850 of these hours in high-performance jet aircraft for pilots. For medical doctors, time in residency can count towards experience and must be completed by June 2025. To be able to successfully complete the NASA's long-duration flight astronaut physical. The master's degree requirement can also be met by 2 years of work toward a doctoral program in related science, technology, engineering, or math field, completed doctor of medicine, osteopathic medicine. Bob the science guy, come on. Bob the science guy right there, osteopathic medicine, or related medical degree. Completion of current enrollment that will result in completion by 2025 of nationally recognized test pilot school program. Must have skills in leadership, teamwork, and communication.
India, do you know how much
Generation astronauts will explore and conduct experiments where humans have never been before. The lunar South Pole.
India.
Is there a 24-hour sun from the lunar South Pole? I'm just wondering. Ask for a friend.
India.
Sorry.
Do you know how expensive it is to get a couple 100 hours experience in high performance jet aircraft?
Yeah, it's called a military career.
Yeah, because some of these military jets are anywhere from $20,000 to $50,000 an hour in maintenance and everything, flight timing. If they wanted like several hundred hours, we're talking in the millions of dollars.
Yeah, and they just don't let anybody fly those things, right?
Yeah, you got to pass the simulator tests quite well before they'll put you in a real cockpit.
Well, there's also other airplane that they'll have you fly, right? Like a lot of people, because my friend did it. My friend was in the Air Force, and they baited him. Oh, you can fly jets. He was nowhere near flying a jet. He ended up fixing planes. Right. So, like, to get to the actually flying the jet, even if you go through the pilot stuff, there's a whole bunch of other planes you can fly and helicopters. Right. The jet pilots, that's a whole nother thing altogether.
Yeah,
It's the ultimate gatekeeping.
exactly. They probably let all the rich kids get there first. My daddy knows the senator, so I'm going to get into this program.
Exactly. I know the secret handshake. Or I can give good head, or something like that. Get report for training at Johnson and spend the next 2 years learning basic astronaut skills like spacewalking, operating the space station, flying T-38 jet planes, and controlling a robotic arm. You can't make this shit up, man. Ooh, frequently asked questions. I'm out. Age restrictions 26 to 46. I'm done. My experience is not a requirement. Oh, there's a different path for military applicants and civilian applicants. Who would have thought it? Active duty military personnel must apply to the astronaut candidate vacancy announcement via the USA OBS and follow the instructions provided by the respective military branch. If selected, military personnel are detailed to NASA for a selected period of time. They make $152,000 a year. I wonder what's that in the federal payment. You know how they got like G7, G11. I wonder what their designation is. Hey, how long do you think NASA just like selling classes? Like they'll open up like an astronaut school just in case. Elon Musk flight astronaut school. Maybe I should just open the astronaut school. Flat Earther astronaut school. Teach them how to swim, how to use scuba gear.
That would be a hilarious name for like you're teaching people how to scuba dive, but you're like you name it like astronaut training.
What's up, Elijah? Where the fuck you been?
What's up, y'all?
Yeah. In here and not be seen, man. I see you.
I've been popping in and out looking for you guys.
Everything good?
Yeah, man.
Oh, cool.
Just chilling, had a good weekend. That with some friends.
Oh yeah. Here you, man. Weekend was pretty good, so.
Out with those godforsaken globe earthers, you know.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna post it again in the chat. You got to check this out, Elijah. You probably didn't hear what we were talking. Did you hear what we were talking about earlier?
No, I just came in.
Moon landing crap. So
Uh-uh.
there's a guy named Danny Jones. He has a YouTube channel. He had Bart Sabrell, the astronauts call him Wild Guy, and an actual Apollo astronaut on at the same time. It's freaking cuckoo, man. They don't get into it because the dude's old, but I'm just saying. You have to see it, dude. It's impossible to describe. Dude was in straight acting mode. Like he was like confused about why they were there. Like, how did you get there, man? You don't like. You mean we're just, you don't think we went to the moon? Like, bro, how did you like? You don't even know you're in a debate. Like, what the fuck? How'd you end up at the debate if you don't even know you're in a debate?
Right. I hate when they act like that.
And he kept doing it. And then when he talked about like the astronaut stuff, that he was like talking in the third person.
Yeah, that was supposed to be an Apollo astronaut.
I'm gonna have to watch. I haven't watched. I only watched the segment with the rockets. So Elijah, you'll get a kick out of this. To go to the moon, Von Braun said it would take 3 rockets larger than the Empire State Building. What was it 3 times the size of the Empire State Building? Because they would have to put them into orbit. They have to put the main rocket into orbit, but it would be out of fuel. So they'd need more rockets. They'd have to use the other rockets as cargo ships to bring up fuel. The Smarter and a bunch of people have also done this calculation. SpaceX says like 15 rockets. NASA says like 22 rockets just to go to the moon, right? Because they need the fuel. They need to bring up fuel because it's going to be so heavy to get it into orbit. It's going to use all the fuel. And then they asked the astronaut, what do you think about it? And he's just like, derp. fucking funny.
Come on, it only uses up 97% of the fuel.
Oh, only 97. Thanks, you're correct. Yeah.
Yeah, what are you going to do when you get there? You used all your fuel to get there, and now you gotta send more rockets there to bring more fuel to refuel. It's unsustainable.
I'll DM it to you. I put it in the chat, but I'll DM it to you.
Yeah, he said, Yaga Bruno said return flight was powered by farts. I think that's hilarious because the ISS has no methane scrubbers, so their air is just 90% farts if it were true.
The dirty fish bowl, man. That's the best analogy. ISS should be a dirty fish bowl by now.
Yeah, humans shed so much skin cells and hair. That stuff would be floating in front of the lens of the camera all the time. You wouldn't be able to get shots like they get.
We should make an ISS. We should use like vibe code, like one of these AIs to like make us an actual ISS simulator.
Oh, that would be great. How it would actually look.
Like, why is the screen black? Oh, because this is like 9 years in. The camera's coated with dead skin cells.
The whole station would be disgusting.
Yeah, there was a huge goof like that in one of the space TV shows, you know, the Orville, where they had to abandon the ship for a long time. And he picks up a bottle of booze or something and blows the dust off it. Well, the dust typically comes from human skin cells. So why would this bottle on an empty spaceship have dust on it?
What do they claim the ventilation is? How many cubic feet per minute? How long does it take to exchange all the air out?
The most bizarre thing is they pressurize the ISS to 14.7 psi.
I thought they used the lower pressure. I thought they were saying they use like 10 psi or something.
Yeah, they claim they use
That's what I would have thought, but nope.
Well, then they could just have contradicting statements, because I've heard NASA people say that they use lower pressure, but they're all over the place anyway.
Yeah, never a straight answer, as always. Wait, isn't it weird how like people give NASA a free pass? They'll say something like, "Oh, I don't know, that's not my department." But then NASA simultaneously, anything they say, they're like considered super genius experts that can't be questioned. But half the time they can't even answer the question. More than half the time. Oh shit, you ain't kidding.
Yeah, I thought it was really brilliant when Smarter Every Day asked Don Petit, like, what happens when those O-rings break? Well, then we have a leak. This is supposedly the guy who was like in charge of this thing, like accredited for having been the most amount of like on the spaceship, the ISS, supposedly at the time when he asked him, and he was like the chief engineer and was supposed to know all this stuff, but he didn't know anything, and he was like, I guess I'll have to like, we have a manual or some protocol for that. These are rubber rings. The heat, the cold, the temperature you're forcing this through would eventually lead to failures, but they don't need to account for that.
Yeah, they just. I don't even know what to say about that.
They probably accounted for it somewhere in the manual. We don't need to learn that to go up and be in charge of this thing. We assume it's somewhere in the manual.
$13,700 cubic feet of air in the ISS. Let's see.
And that logical is bringing a really funny point, or the chugga chugga chugga, how they claim all of their bodily fluids are recycled so that they can drink them again the next day as coffee.
Does every single astronaut get their own little pee cup, or do they have to share?
Yeah, imagine them testing this to see if it worked. They're peeing in the machine, and then some guys on the other side drinking it. Like, oh no, it's still pee. It didn't work. It's just funny.
I asked how was the ISS was first pressurized. Here's the story. They were first pressurized by launching its core modules, Zarya and Unity, already pressurized, then connecting them with pressurized mating adapters to create a sealed Earth-like environment, allowing early crews to live and work inside using systems like oxygen generators and CO2 scrubbers for life support after docking. CO2 scrubbers actually exist. Is it just like some magic word they say? We have CO2 scrubbers. Yeah, how do they work?
Yeah, that was the problem with the biodome. They were building up too much CO2, and it was weakening the concrete structure.
Why weren't they using the CO2 scrubbers there?
Maybe they didn't have the budget on NASA, couldn't afford them.
Yeah, they have all sorts of weird technology. Like you look at their suits, like the gas tanks they use. Supposedly lasted for like 20 hours or something, but they're tiny. Why aren't we using this super magical gas tank technology to dive?
Air containing CO2 is pulled from beds of zeolite, a sponge-like mineral with pores that physically trap the CO2 molecules. The system uses two beds. While one captures CO2, the other is regenerated. This involves heating the zeolite to release the trapped CO2 in water vapor. The released CO2 is vented into space, and the water vapor is condensed and recycled for the crew. Well, shouldn't it just be orbiting with the ISS? Shouldn't the ISS now be like surrounded by CO2 gas, like a big bubble of CO2?
Actually, it should be that dry ice. It should be help keeping it cool in the
Oh,
sun.
shit. Yeah, should be covered in dry ice and then outgas every time it enters into the sun. So the ISS should look like a comet every 90 minutes. Or every 45 minutes, sorry.
Yeah.
How are they regulating the heat?
Very good engineering.
They're supposedly traveling in the thermosphere heated up by the sun's radiation. So there's no external way to vent that heat.
How many humans are typically on the ISS per year? 5? 5 at a time? Let's just say 5. Was the ISS been up there 20 years?
Yeah, I'm reading 7 people.
Okay, let's go with 7. Just gonna try and figure out how big the cloud is around them. This was started in 99, so 30 years. 25 years, let's say.
Yeah, they claim they're effectively in a vacuum, and so there would be nothing but heat.
2.45 to 10.5 metric tons.
Lol.
That's how much 7 people would have exhaled in 25 years. Depending heavily on diets, carbohydrates versus fats. A person exhales 1.5 kilograms of CO2 daily, equating to 250 to 550 kilograms yearly. So 7 people over 25 years is a significant amount, but still a small fraction of total human impact.
Yeah, they generate about 2.6 metric tons a year of CO2.
Yeah, but it's in orbit with them. They can't just like open the thing. Okay, so they open the thing and let it out. Yeah, now it's traveling with them, right?
Yeah, the same speed as the ISS.
Yeah, they say they vent about 200 to 400 kilograms a year of CO2.
It's of course going to spread out away from the ISS. There's nothing containing it there. Platter, they claim they're using electrolysis to get the oxygen, but that puts them at a net negative for water. They just don't actually. I've never seen them account for that negative.
Dude, the freaking AI answer is hilarious. Yes, the CO2 that the International Space Station vents does go into orbit, but it's immediately dispersed and doesn't stay as a local cloud. It's either processed and recycled, converted to water and methane, or vented as a gas, becoming part of the tenuous outer atmosphere that the ISS orbits through, effectively joining the same orbital environment, but quickly diffusing. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
That nonsense makes a lot of nonsense.
So now it says, I changed the prompt a little bit. When it vents carbon dioxide, most of it stays in orbit with the station, but over time it disperses into space and eventually gets caught by the Earth's upper atmosphere due to atmospheric drag and other factors. So the gas drags the gas. Remember that. Eventually, the CO2 molecules will lose enough orbital energy due to drag and fall into denser layers of the atmosphere, where they burn up or become fully mixed with the atmospheric layers closer to Earth. Does CO2 burn? The vented gas initially travel at essentially the same orbital velocity as the ISS. This means the CO2 molecules do not immediately fly away, but initially form a diffuse cloud around the station's orbital path. My God, AI is stupid, man. Listen to what the AI said. AI said, shouldn't it turn the CO2 turn into dry ice? It might seem logical for the CO2 to freeze given the extreme cold in space, but it generally remains a gas due to the extremely low pressure.
Mm. Because water under low pressure turns into ice.
I'm looking at the phase diagram for CO2, and below, it's about 60 degrees, negative 60 centigrade. Well, no, below negative, that would probably be like negative 80 degrees centigrade. It's always a solid at all pressure ranges. Getting a lot of different phase diagrams for CO2. This is kind of whacked out.
Yeah, okay, so you were asking about gravity?
Yeah.
Yeah, gravity, as described by most people as mass attracting mass or space-time, right? One of those two things, they're to do with the globe. Okay, so you guys need to be able to explain your model. You need to be able to explain how you can have oceans sticking to the outside of a ball and that kind of thing. Okay, and how we can have gas pressure here on the Earth next to a big giant space vacuum. without all of the gas, filling the available space of the vacuum. A whole bunch of reasons. Why don't you float off into space? How can we have water inside this big space vacuum? All these kinds of things. You guys need to have something to be able to explain all of these things that kind of defy what I would call logic and common sense and practical demonstration. So to have a globe, you have to have gravity, and to have gravity, you kind of have to have the globe as well. So it's something that's globe dependent. In reality, okay, in a flat, stationary, enclosed system, we don't need to have we don't need to have gravity in the same way that it would be necessary if the Earth were a globe.
So how does it work?
Well, it's very easy. It's very simple to explain as well. So if something is more dense than the air, then it's going to sink through the air. And if something's less dense than the air, it's going to rise. Right? It's going to go up like a helium balloon, for example. It's less dense than air. And it's going to go upward if you let go of a helium balloon. But if it was more dense than the air, it's going to sink downward because the air is a very light medium. So it doesn't have anything to support it. So if you drop a rock or something like that, it's just going to sink back to where you picked it up from, which is just downward.
Like, what's causing it to go downwards? Because when I drop something, the air is all around it. Why it's not going up
Well,
or down?
it's because you picked it up. It was already down, and it never would have moved. Right? That whatever you picked up, it would have just stayed there, unless some outside force actually forces it out of its state of rest. So it's only going to drop because you picked it up. Okay, and you've given it potential energy, you've displaced it, and it's going to re-seek equilibrium based on its density.
So I gave it potential energy, which causes it to increase the energy.
No,
Since you're taking the
displaced
example, since you're comparing it to equilibrium state, as I understand with equilibrium state, when a system or object is moved from its equilibrium state, it tries to get back to its equilibrium state. Okay, for example, a spring, when you stretch a spring, like when you stretch a spring and put potential energy into it, just like I picked up the stone and increased its potential energy. So the spring applies a force on itself to decrease that potential energy and get back to its equilibrium state. So in that context of stone, what's applying the force? Like, what's the force that's being applied on the rock? Like, in context of gravity, I could say the gravity is applying the force, but I wouldn't understand what would I say as a flat earther,
Well, it's as using a spring as an example is just a false analogy, right? That's just one object. Okay,
but both are the examples of equilibrium state and potential energy. Why is it a false analogy?
Well, it's a false analogy. It's just it doesn't compare. You could use the equilibrium state for different examples that aren't analogous to each other, like the spring. This is something falling through a medium, okay? And this is what we can do, okay? We can test this. Let's say we get an egg, and then we have a cup of water, fresh water, okay? And then we put the egg in the water. The egg's going to sink down to the bottom of the cup. Now, we can vary and manipulate the medium by changing the density of the medium. Now, that's the water. Now, if we add salt to the water, okay, now the egg is going to go upward. The egg went downward, and now all we've done is vary and manipulate the medium, and now all of a sudden the egg's going to go upward. Nothing's touching it. Nothing's forcing it. All you're doing is changing the medium, and then the object will behave differently.
So
that's the
what
only
is
thing.
density exactly? It's mass upon volume, right?
Well, no, I would say that the density is simply what the object is made out of. Okay, so whatever natural elements the object is comprised of is going to be what I would consider the density of the object.
How do you calculate the density of an object? Like by science, I would say we'll calculate the mass and then its volume, and then we'll divide these things like mass upon volume, and then we'll get the density. Is that not right?
Well, it just depends. I mean, you can do it any way that you choose to do it. I mean, if you have a ball of lead, okay, it's just a ball of lead. So you can try to calculate the density all you like, but it's just a ball of lead. I'm not trying to calculate the density of things. So I'm not needing to calculate the density of things. I'm just showing you.
No, I'm not denying on the
things are going to go.
observation that we are experiencing. I agree with that, but I don't understand why it's happening. For example, as you said, the egg is denser than the water, so it's going down, right?
Yep.
Density of egg is higher than density of water.
Correct.
And that difference in density is making it go down. But why? Like,
because it was
that
lifted.
question-
Because it was lifted up and placed
but
into
what
that.
force is being applied on it? As like we
force-
know, the
Yeah, so
thing
the force-
won't
the
move
force
unless
that-
we expand.
The force
Okay.
that displaced the object is what's being applied on the object, right? Like put it like this, right? Let's say I get a tennis ball and I have a fish tank of water. Okay, and just say there's like a ledge inside the fish tank under the water, and I push the tennis ball down under the ledge. Okay, now the tennis ball is under the ledge. I've forced it down there. That tennis ball has potential energy, right? And as soon as that tennis ball comes out from under that ledge, it's going to come back up to reseek equilibrium. It could stay down there for a week. Okay,
Well,
it's still that initial force. It's still that initial force that I applied to it.
But I can
push it down
explain the
there.
force that's being applied for it to go up.
Yeah, it's the buoyant. It's because of the buoyancy.
Yeah, it's because of the buoyant force. The
Yeah,
water
but
is
the
trying to
only
go
reason
down.
the only reason it's going to happen, the only reason it's displaced is because I forced it down there in the first place.
Well, still, for it to come up again, there should be a force that should be applied on it to make it move from down to up after you left your hand and the ball is down in the aquarium or sink.
No, the initial force is the cause, right, of the
So
potential
are we
energy
saying
that the
something
ball
is
has.
moving without a force required for it to move?
Okay, so what do you think's pushing? What do you think's pushing? Do you think gravity is pushing the tennis ball upward through the water?
No, the thing I understand
Obviously
is
not.
this is what's happening there. So the water has more density than the tennis ball. Okay, so the gravity is pulling water down. The gravity is pulling water down where the ball is with the lesser density. So the water will try to push it up so that it could go down, and this is
Right.
called buoyant force. That
On a
that's why it's
globe,
being pushed
if
up.
the Earth were a globe, then sure, you would need to have that buoyant force that has gravity in the equation. But in reality, we don't have a globe, and we don't have gravity, and we can easily debunk gravity. Easily.
But really, your explanation is going against basic laws of motion, Newton's laws of motion.
No, it's not going against laws of motion. It's going against the globe claims. It's going against the globe theory that claims gravity, that claims mass attracting mass, that claims a downward force or pseudo force. That's what it's going against. It's
Downward force is
going against
pulling-
pseudoscience. It's going against pseudoscience is what it's going against. And we can easily debunk mass attracting mass. We can easily debunk that. That's been done thousands of times.
Okay, so according to Second's laws of motion, as far as I understand, at any instant of time, the net force on a body is equal to the body's acceleration multiplied by its mass, or equal to the rate at which the body's momentum is changing in time, right? So there should be a force applied on the ball for it to accelerate from the rest state, which is down, to coming back up. What is that force? Is what I'm trying
The
to
force, the
understand.
potential energy was the initial force
Potential
that
energy
displaced the object.
is
Yeah,
potential energy.
It's
It's
the
an
same
energy.
thing with the spring. Yeah, it's the only reason that the spring is going to move is because you pushed the spring down and compressed the spring.
But
If
in
you didn't
case of
apply that initial,
spring,
if
there's
you
a
didn't
force
apply
being
the initial
applied.
force, yeah. So there's an easy way we can just debunk this whole globe and gravity. Okay, so would you agree? Okay, so let's just debunk it really quickly. Okay, so gravity is pulling everything towards the center of the globe, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would mean that the water that covers over 70% of the globe would have to be curving at a specific rate because of gravity. Yeah, so if you have a large body of water, like a lake, for example, then it has to be curving at a certain rate, and we can calculate how much the water would be curving over a certain distance based off the radius of the Earth. Do you agree?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so if that water is not curving, that would debunk the theory of mass attracting mass and everything being pulled towards the center of a globe. It would have to be happening if the Earth were a globe, right?
How would you test that water is not curving?
Very easily. There would be certain characteristics that would be visible over the surface of the water, right? That we can check very easily. Okay, because we have high-powered lasers, we have high-powered optics, zoom cameras, telescopes, radio wave signals, all sorts of light propagation, wave
But how
propagation
exactly?
technology. Okay, so firstly, just a simple observation. Okay, so we could find a 10-mile body of water, and then we could set up a camera, a high-powered zoom camera on one side of the body of water at a certain height. Let's say 1 meter high. And then we could have a target on the other side of the body of water, say 1 meter high. Okay, and if there's curvature there, okay, we can calculate that over that 10-mile distance, there would be 66.7 feet of curvature, which is about 22 meters of curvature. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to zoom in across that body of water with your camera and
The
see.
thing you're saying is that we can't see far after the curvature, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so what you should see is you could calculate the distance to how far the cutoff point is, which would be called the horizon. Okay, so the horizon would be at a certain distance based off the height of the observer. So if you have a 1 meter high observer, the horizon would be at 2.3 miles away, which is about 3.4 kilometers, I think.
Well, that's assuming Earth is a perfect square, right? Earth is not a perfect square, even in theory.
Yeah, but it would be approximately 2.3 miles, maybe 2.3. Yeah, so the Earth is so close to being a perfect sphere. You know, like it's basically a perfect sphere, except technically it's slightly off. So they call it an oblate spheroid, but it's only 0.33% off being a perfect sphere. So it's only a tiny little bit wider at the equator than the poles. Overall, right, on a grand scale, the drop over distance formula doesn't change enough that they even take that into consideration. So it's going to be approximately 2.3 miles from a 1 meter observation height anywhere on the Earth at any altitude on the Earth. It might change by like 1 point or something like that, 1 or 2 points, but it's just a point. Like it's not much, not enough to take into consideration. For example, if you take NASA's pictures of the Earth that they claim, and you put a perfect circle around them in Photoshop, it fits. But anyway, so we can do this observation, and we've done this observation over and over and over again. It's like it's been done probably thousands of times now. And we can not only see a little bit further than what we should be able to see on the globe, we can see only flatness, and we can see many thousands of % further. Okay, so that water is absolutely not curving, and there's absolutely no evidence throughout all of history that the water is curving. No evidence that's empirical. Maybe faith-based evidence if you want to trust NASA, for example. But that's not something you're going to be able to test. You're going to have to take their word for it. But when we test it in reality, there's no curvature. The water's not curving. And if the water's not curving, then the theory of mass attracting mass, or the bending and warping of space-time fabric, these theories are just theories. They're just concepts.
So even after, like, I believe that Earth is not curving, the water is not curving, that still doesn't explain why the stone is going down or the ball is going up. Like,
Yeah,
I understand there's potential energy in the ball now, or in the stone, But what's the force that's being applied to the stone to for making it go down?
It's the initial force that's the displacing force.
Yeah, the initial force was me pushing it upwards, like pulling it upwards, right?
Yeah.
That made the stone left the ground. Okay. So when I stop applying that force, it should stay there.
No, it will sink because it's more dense than the medium.
And what's the force being applied on it?
You applied the force on it to displace it.
I'm not applying a force on it anymore.
Yeah, so it's got its own density. So it's able
Density is a property,
it's
not a force.
That's the property of the object. Okay, so the property of the object means that it's more dense than the surrounding medium, so it cannot be supported. It can't be supported by the surrounding medium, so it's going to sink through it. This is Archimedes' principle. It's called
why is it going down
gravity.
though?
Archimedes came up with this. Have you not heard of Archimedes' principle?
I have heard of it. Again, as you said, I'm trying to understand here. Okay, the stone is surrounded by a lesser, denser medium, but it's also upwards, right side and left side. Why is it going down?
Why would it not go down? That's where you picked it up from. It never would have moved from where it originated unless something displaces it.
But like there should be a force
it has an original place. It has an original place of rest.
That's
right? Like
cool.
a
That's
rock.
fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
But as I said, according to second law of Newton's laws of motion, a body should only accelerate when there's a force being applied to it. I'm asking, what's the force that's being applied to it? When it's accelerating downwards. No, you don't understand. I think I'm unable to. Yes, I applied the force.
This is the thing. This is what it comes down to. Okay, you can just test. You can test what I'm claiming over and over again. Okay, if you're claiming, okay, so what do you think? Okay, let's switch it over to you. Okay, this is what it comes down to. Why is down down? Why is down down? And why is up up? Is that what you're really asking? Why are there two primary directions that things go?
No, I didn't ask that.
Okay, well that's what you're talking about. Why is it going down and not going up?
Well, because of your explanation, you're saying that it's surrounded by a low denser medium.
There are two primary directions. Do you agree with that?
You're just mocking me at this point.
No. There are two primary directions. You can test this very easily. If you drop something, it goes straight down. Right? If you have something that's less dense than the air, it goes straight up. It's never going to do anything other than go straight up or straight down if there's no extra forces at play. How is that mocking you? That's something that anyone can test. Okay, so if you have a incense, a stick of incense, and you put it in a room and there's no breeze. Okay, that smoke, what direction's the smoke going to go? Up. It's going to go up in a perfect straight line up. Okay, and if you drop something, let's say I'm in that same room and I pick something up and I drop it, which directions it's going to go straight down in a perfect line, straight down. Okay, that means that there's two primary directions, up and down.
I'm not denying that. Yeah, there are.
Well, you just said I was mocking you for suggesting it.
No,
like you agree.
You don't have to explain me directions. Is what I was trying to say.
Yeah, but we need to try to get to the bottom of this. Okay, so obviously something's going to go up or it's going to go down, right? It's not going to go any other direction.
Okay, so
you're asking me why is up up and why is down down? That's what you're asking.
No, I'm asking why it's going down. I'm not asking why down is down. I'm asking why it's going down, why the stone is going down. I understand there's a difference in density between the stone and the air that's below it.
You're asking it assuming that you live on a globe and that you need to have a force because because you're in space. You're thinking that you're in space, in a big giant space vacuum.
Don't you think we have to have force for something to move?
You forced it. You applied the force. That's the only reason it moved. It never would have moved without you applying the force to it.
Do you know what Do you know the 3 laws of motions that were introduced by Newton back in the days?
Yes.
First is law of inertia, that one thing won't move unless there's a force being applied to it. A body remains at rest or in the constant speed in straight line unless it is acted upon by a force, right? So when there's a stone at rest on the ground, I apply a force on it for it to make it move upwards up to a certain height.
Yep.
For it to move upwards, I had to apply a force on it, right? Okay, now second laws of motion states that an instant of time, the net force on a body is equal to the body's acceleration multiplied by its mass, or equivalent the rate at which the body's momentum is changing with time. Is that true or like not?
No, I think mass is a convoluted term, to be honest. Okay, yeah. Look, let's just get straight to the heart of the issue. You're claiming gravity. You're claiming gravity exists, and that's the reason, right?
No,
You're
I'm not
that
claiming anything.
gravity-
I wasn't saying.
Yeah, you are.
Actually, the thing that happened
so
was
do you
yesterday I
believe-
was in a debate with Says who he was sitting in this VC. So
Yeah.
I was talking to him, and I wanted to read more about it. So I asked him if there's a resource or something that I could look into. So he shared me a Discord link, and it had ton of YouTube videos and articles. So I looked into it, and as a truther, I would say, I looked at the arguments that contradicts that beliefs or claims. So while I was looking at it, that why Earth could not be a flat surface, gravity was the first thing that people mentioned. So to explain that, I was thinking what could explain that, but I couldn't come up with anything because
Archimedes' principle. So if we don't claim the Earth is a disk in space. Okay, we're not in space. We're not in a big space vacuum that doesn't have any specific directions. Okay, we're in a contained system where the Earth is the floor and the sky is the ceiling. Okay, we're in an enclosed system. There's only two primary directions, up and down. Okay, nobody knows why up is up or why down is down, but we can very easily demonstrate that things that are more dense than the surrounding medium will sink through them, and things that are less dense will rise. Okay, we don't need any magical force, mass attracting mass. That's a globe thing. Okay, and we debunked that easily doing countless amounts of long distance observations, laser transit tests, radio wave propagation tests, infrared photography of all distances. Okay, showing that there's no curvature. There's no curvature of the Earth. Okay, so when we go out and we do empirical evidence, all of your theoretical concepts, your mathematical constructs, these things, these pseudoscientific theories, they don't hold any weight against real-world empirical evidence that's testable, repeatable by anyone. You could go and do this yourself. So you can parrot textbooks all you like. Memorization and regurgitation of indoctrination is not really going to help you in this argument. So you can be really, really good at memorizing and regurgitating textbooks. Books are bullshit in many cases. Okay, but
Archimedes' principle was part of what we read in textbooks.
Yeah, so Archimedes, yeah, that's why I said some. I didn't say all textbooks, did I?
And again, Archimedes' principle won't work without the force of gravity.
Oh, really? There's no G, right? There's no gravity in Archimedes' principle. No, there was no concept of gravity when he.
Why do you think the water that's down has more pressure than the water that's
Why do you think the water is flat? That's the question. If gravity is real, okay, we can go and test it.
It's flat on a smaller scale, is what I think.
No, it's flat on any scale, as far as we can test. Okay, so I can show you a test right now that shows you that there's hundreds of
a
feet.
Smaller scale. Let's get back to stone first, because I am still not convinced, or I could say I'm still not understanding why the stone is going down.
Yeah, why is down? Okay, so
No,
just a moment ago, I said that there's two primary directions. Okay, you agreed with me. Okay, and then I said nobody knows why down is down and why up is up. Okay, when I drop something, why doesn't it go up? Why doesn't it stay still? Or why does it go down? Okay, nobody knows why there's two primary directions. Okay, down is down for every single person on the earth. Up is up for every single person on the earth, and it's the same direction. Someone in Australia can point up and someone in India can point up. They're both pointing the exact same direction. They're not pointing away from each other like you would be on a globe. Okay, so there's two primary directions. We have up and down. Nobody knows why down is down and why up is up, but we can easily do scientific experiments and show cause and effect relationship, showing that there's a density relationship with the medium and a displacement effect that causes things to rise or sink. That can be demonstrated over and over again. Okay, now what you're suggesting is something that requires the Earth to be a globe. It requires the water to be curving, and it requires a force of gravity.
What's your point
Those-
exactly?
My point is that those things can have been debunked because we've gone out and tested the Earth over and over again over distances where there should be a huge amount of curvature, and there's never any curvature present. If there's no curvature present, the Earth cannot be a globe. That's
Okay,
the one
so
thing.
my internet got disconnected for a second. What were you saying?
Yeah, so if there's no curvature, the Earth can't be a globe. It's very simple.
It could still be a spear.
So what's the
No, you can't. Well, hold on a second. I'll just answer this person's question. Okay, so it cannot be a sphere. If 70% of the surface of the sphere is claimed to be covered in water, and the water is all flat, then you can't have a sphere. If someone wants to try to draw me a picture of a sphere that has 70% of the surface covered in flat water, go ahead. I'd like to see what that artwork looks like. Go ahead, RK.
So if the second principle of Newton's laws of motion is wrong, then what's the correct one?
I'm falsification. No, I'm not even claiming they're entirely wrong. I just claimed how things work. Anyone can test and demonstrate and repeat
But
what
do you
I've claimed
believe that
today.
Newton's laws of motions are right? Newtonian mechanics, is it right or not?
Okay, well, I don't know. Let's put it to the test. Does it mean the water should be curving?
It just
Let me
means
ask
three
you.
simple things.
No, let me ask you. Does it mean the water should be curving? Yeah, most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. So do Newton's laws mean that the water should be curving?
Why are we going back to water is not curving thing again and again?
Well, that's
I'm
what
asking a
this
simple
is.
question.
Okay, so you know what because that's what this argument is about. This is about whether the water is curving or not curving, because that's what's required. Okay, so this is a flat Earth debate.
I understand that, but my
Okay,
question
so
was
you
simple.
believe the Earth's a globe, and that requires the water to be curving. And if you want to claim gravity, then you need to have curving water. Okay, and
You
I can
don't
prove to you.
have curving water.
Can you? I understand that as I said, if I believe what you're saying is true, and I want to believe that, okay, what would cause the stone to fall down is what I'm asking.
I
And
already
you're just
explained it.
going
I already
back
explained it.
to
Yeah, I
the
already.
down is down and up is up.
Yeah, I already explained that it was displaced, and then it's simply sinking by its own what it's made of. Its own density is causing it to sink through the medium, only
And
because
then
you lift it up.
again, that's against the Newton's laws of motion.
Okay, well, if you're claiming that that's going against Newton's laws of motion, then that's wrong, isn't it?
Who says Newton's right?
So
Newton didn't even say Newton was right. Newton said that he was anyone that believes in his theory of gravity
Exactly.
lacks.
So are you saying Newton's laws of motion are
I didn't say
wrong?
anything about Newton. I didn't say anything about Newton. You seem
So
to
if
be
they are not
obsessed
right,
with
if they are
Newton.
not wrong, then what are they?
I don't care.
It's just at the end of the day, it's still a theory.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
not
care care
really.
about Newton or Newton's laws. Okay, we go and test the Earth.
So we don't care about physics anymore.
No, I care about physics. I don't care about Newton's laws right now because we've gone out and tested the Earth and it's not curving. So whatever you think.
Archimedes' principles also uses laws of motion. Do you know that, right?
Okay, that's great. Things move.
Good
The
for
water's
you.
not curving. You don't even want to see the tests. You're not interested in the truth. You're trying to get a little gotcha or something like
No,
that.
I'm just trying to understand it better.
Okay, so if the water is not curving, the Earth is not a globe.
Okay, it's not a globe. It's not a globe, okay? I
Okay.
agree with you there. It's not a globe.
All right. Well, that's it. That we're done here.
No, we're not done. I still want to understand the other phenomena like stone falling downwards or other things.
Yeah, I told you why something falls down. I told you why something falls down. You didn't like the answer.
No, it's like against the basic physics is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
We do believe in physics though, right? Even though
Yeah, like the
I
physics of
agree
water.
that Earth is
The
flat.
physics of like the physics of water, for example, fluid dynamics.
You just mentioned Archimedes' principle is the reason that the ball is going up or down.
No,
in
I
the
told you
water or air.
exactly. I told you exactly what it was. It was because it was displaced because the density is higher than the density of the surrounding medium. That's the reason. You don't like it because you've learned something else.
No.
Okay,
Let me just read it. It's not that I don't like it. Let
it
me
is
just.
because you don't like it. This is your
Let me just say.
You're coping
Let
right
me
now.
just
Is
say.
what you're doing.
No, it's not. Okay.
It is.
So you said that
Yep.
the difference between the density is causing the movement of stone from up to down, right?
Yeah. No, I said the cause is whatever the energy was that displaced or forced the rock out of equilibrium. Okay, and then it's simply going to reseek equilibrium due to the density
Without
of
any
the rock.
force on it.
The
Like there's
force
no
was-
force being applied on it, right?
The force was already applied. Yeah, there was a force applied.
Well, that's against just basic physics. How do I explain
Oh,
that?
okay. Well, your basic physics that you're talking about thinks that the Earth is a globe, right? And that water's bending around a ball that's spinning at millions of miles per hour
for
through outer
real.
space. Cool. So yeah, maybe your textbooks are just information that you've learned how to regurgitate, and you think that that makes you smart because you're able to parrot information that you learned.
Is there a research paper or something that I could read about the
Yeah.
density
Yeah.
difference? That's
Yeah. Go read up on Archimedes' principle.
Archimedes' principle requires Newton's laws of motion, and your
No,
theory
it
is
doesn't.
directly going
It
against.
doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with anything about Newton. Okay, so he's from BC.
Okay.
Archimedes is from BC. Okay, do you think he was writing anything of Newton?
So, do you think that knowledge doesn't carry forward to the future? Okay, let me just. Should I screen share? Can I screen share?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Nobody can screen share.
Oh shit! Okay. The Archimedes principle that explains the buoyancy force, right? Right. The
Yes.
formula of it is force of buoyancy is equals to rho g and v. That's rho is
Oh, yeah,
density
what's
of the
the
fluid.
G? What's the G?
G is acceleration due to gravity.
No, gravity. Okay, that's not in the original Archimedes principle formulas. It's not there. Okay, because this guy was from the BC. He didn't believe in gravity. Newton didn't exist then. Okay, remember Newton discovered gravity when the apple fell on his head or something like that? Right? So it's been modified in modern times to fit the globe narrative. The ball in outer space, which we can debunk very easily. Archimedes' principle didn't have anything to do. Didn't have a G. Go look it up, bro. I gave you the basic, testable, repeatable description of what it is. If you want to go into more detail about it, go and learn about it. I'm not going to teach it to you here right now, and I probably can't even get in to the specifics of the actual formulas that Archimedes used. Okay, but it's simple enough. Okay, that you can test it right now with an egg and a cup of water and a bag of salt, like I explained to you, and you're going to get the same result every time. You could set it up using. Okay, so why anything falls or rises in nature can be easily explained using this principle. And you're not going to be able to give me a single example in nature that goes against it.
Okay,
Okay.
fair enough. Okay, the next question was, as I said, I had a few questions, right?
Mm-hmm.
So first thing was about gravity. Okay, I understood that. Second was seasons and days and nights. How would I explain
Sure.
that as a like flat?
Okay, so we would say that the sun is not 93 million miles away. It's much closer to the Earth. It appears much smaller than the Earth, as does the moon. Okay, and that the sun, we see the sun moving across the sky. Okay, and it moves in particular cycles that reset each year. And that's what creates daytime, nighttime, and the seasons. Okay, so we live within a completely different system than what you're thinking about. Okay, try not to insert the flat Earth inside the globe model, inside the heliocentric model of the universe with a 93 million mile away sun and planets and a big vacuum. Okay, try not to incorporate flat Earth into that system. It's not compatible. It's a completely different way of thinking about this. So we would say the sun is much more local than what we're told. It's much smaller than what we're told. It takes a particular circuit, you could call it, I guess, a particular cycle. Just like all of the other, things in the sky, the moon, the planets, the stars, right? Everything is like a big clock in the sky. It moves in cycles. It's responsible for seasons, daytime, nighttime, all sorts of things.
I think we are denying a lot of, a large part of physics here, especially since we denied the truthfulness of Newton's laws of motion.
No, I didn't deny anything. I just told you that when we go out in reality,
well, they are two contradicting
there's
things.
no curvature.
If one is true,
okay,
then
so
other can't.
Newton's the same person that says the water should be curving, right? Because of gravity. Yeah?
Newton simply said there needs to be a force for things to move. And since I was asking,
Okay, well,
the
Newton
original
also
question
said
was why
Newton also said that the water's curving because of gravity. So obviously, we can't take everything Newton says seriously.
Yeah, because the water's not.
What part of what he said can we take seriously?
Yeah, hold on.
We can't
Eternal was trying to say something. Eternal, what did you want to say?
No, I just wanted to say the water's not curving.
Yeah, the water's not curving. That's correct.
Yeah, so you said that we can't take everything seriously what the Newton says, right? So what part can we actually take serious? Because he's a physicist after all. So if you are actually,
I don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can take
why
seriously
does it not? It does.
No, it doesn't. Because at the end of the day, when we go out and test the Earth, it's not curving. That's what this conversation is about. It's not digging into every single thing that Newton said and trying to work out which is true and which is untrue.
Then I don't think we can explain why the stone is falling down, because there's no force being applied and without contradicting Newton's laws of motion.
Okay, well, you can test what I said, and it's gonna work every single time. What do you think? What do you think's the reason
even with
that
gravity?
So with gravity, the same gravity that would be causing the water to be curved, that's not curved.
I can convince you there. I can't convince on that.
Okay, well, that would debunk gravity, wouldn't it? That would debunk gravity, right?
That would debunk gravity. Then that same thing would debunk the Newton's laws of motion, which is the very basics of physics.
Okay,
and that
well,
would debunk the whole physics then altogether.
Okay, well,
so
I
are we
have
not
empirical
believing in
evidence.
physics anymore?
No. We're believing in measurements and reality. We're not believing in science, pseudoscience. So I have tests, empirical tests that I can show you that the water is not curving, but you don't even want to see them. You don't even want to see them because you're not intellectually honest. No, you haven't.
I was investing my whole
seen-
day since yesterday about this.
Yeah, you've never seen any of
topic.
the tests. You've never seen
I
any
have
of the,
the
tests that I
laser
have.
test you were talking about.
No,
The guys being on a
when
beach
did
and
I
putting
mention
on
a laser test?
You
I
did
didn't say-
that.
I wasn't going
You
to present
did
a
a
laser
while ago. You
test.
did. You did
No, I
mention laser.
didn't.
Okay, thank you. Fair enough.
Okay, I mentioned
argue
laser
about that.
tests. No, I mentioned laser tests. Okay, but I wasn't going to present that. Okay, you haven't seen all the tests. You might have seen one or two tests. And in the test you did see, was there any evidence that the Earth is curving?
Well, I also saw a lot of tests that showed Earth is curving.
Okay, which test showed the Earth is curving?
part of it was the ship sinking down when it crosses the horizon. But
Oh,
you just
okay.
say it's reflection.
What's the horizon?
It's the end point that we can see with naked eyes.
Yeah, due to the curvature of the Earth. Is it a byproduct of the curvature?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, now we're getting somewhere. Now I like the way the conversation's going. So we can calculate the distance.
But then we are...
Yeah, you don't like this because now we're talking about reality.
No, we are going
Right,
on a
not-
bigger scale. I want to
Okay,
start
what
from a smaller
scale?
scale and go there. Okay, continue. You should
No,
continue.
okay. This is the thing now. We're up to talking about horizons and long distance observations.
Mm-hmm.
So you said that the water's curving, and you're saying that the horizon is a byproduct of the Earth curvature.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any evidence to support that claim?
Simple observation that when the ships go towards the horizon, and then when they cross the horizon, the bottom part starts to disappear.
Okay. Do you have an example to present that has the variables taken into account?
An example, how would I present? I could present a video.
Well, you made the
through my
claim.
screen share.
Yeah. Well, you post it in the side chat. You go in the side chat. Control C.
Video
Control
of
V.
it.
Well, you're the one making the claim. Now I'm asking you to support your claim. So we have a side chat where you can post information.
Wait, let me see.
Because we can show things disappearing bottom up on a small scale over a flat surface. Okay, and mainstream optics of light, okay, subject matter experts in optics, okay, they say that things can appear to disappear bottom up. And it's not due to curvature. Okay, it's due to the propagation of light through a medium. This is mainstream.
Okay,
physics
share me
of
the
light that we're
document that I
talking
could read about, because I could understand the thing that you said. I understand the phenomenon that's causing it, but how it's causing
Okay.
it, I don't understand.
How do you understand? Okay, so what's causing it? Tell me if you think you understand it. Tell me what's
I
causing
understand
it
the
and what's the
disproportion.
meaning of it. I think
The
you don't
propagation of light
understand
is
it.
causing it. You
Okay,
just
so
said the
how?
propagation of
How is
light
it?
is causing it. For me to better
Okay.
understand the phenomenon, I
Can you
have
get
to read
into a
about
little more
it.
detail?
And
Okay, so you don't understand it. Just the propagation of light. So now you agree that things can appear to disappear bottom up due to the propagation of light, and it's not physically obstructed. It's just apparently obstructed. So you agree with that now?
Can you repeat yourself again? I was so
Okay, so you said things disappearing bottom up is your evidence that there's Earth curvature. Okay, things that are beyond
It's
the
part of it,
horizon.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now you're agreeing that it can happen due to the propagation of light.
No,
Okay,
I'm not agreeing to that. I'm saying as you
you're
said
not?
that, and I want to read why it's happening or how it's happening
Okay,
due to the
so
propagation of light.
all right.
So
all right.
what can I read about that, and where can I read about that? That's what I was asking.
Okay,
Is there
I'm
a
gonna
resource that I could read?
Yeah, I'm gonna drop some citations with links to the original source in the side chat. We can go over them right now. Okay, so just give me a second. I'll just find it.
But explain exactly how Earth is flat, because look at the professor in chat.
Yeah, you go outside and you pay attention to the surface, of the Earth. You just got to ask yourself one question: that when I go outside and make observations, does the surface of the Earth curve at all? If it curves, then yeah, the Earth is a globe. But if it doesn't curve, then how can the Earth be a globe? If you find no curvature.
I didn't make some observations, and
No, I'm
apparently we don't believe
getting.
in physics anymore.
Yeah, so I'm just getting you some citations. So just give me a second.
Yeah. See, curvature is a big deal to justify the globe. You just got to find the curvature, and the Earth is a globe. If you find no curvature, how can the Earth be a globe? Because curvature is a big deal. You do realize that, yeah? When they show you the globe, it's a ball, it's a sphere, yeah? It's an oblate spheroid. The surface has curvature. Curvature is a big deal. And if there is no curvature, how can the Earth be a globe? It's very simple.
All right, so we have exactly great point, T. Yeah, spot on. Okay, so
I think we are cherry picking the physics at this point.
Yeah. So
we believe
no, we're not denying any
but we then-
physics. We're
You
talking
did,
about the physics. We're talking about light propagation right now. and you wanted some material by the mainstream, okay, that can explain things appearing to disappear bottom up, but not actually being physically obstructed. Okay, so first we have Oxford Dictionary of Weather. Okay, sinking. This is called sinking, which is a type of low-level inferior mirage. Okay, so here's Oxford reference. A refraction effect in which an object normally visible... You listening?
Wait. It requires me to sign in first to read the actual paper.
Yeah, we've got citations right here that cut straight to the point.
Refraction effect is on which an object normally visible object lies in the things beneath it.
Yeah, so I'm going to read them out for you and for the audience that's listening on YouTube and in the channel right now. Okay, so
Live?
sinking.
That's good.
Eternal, you got like background noise. I don't know why would the government or agencies lie? I have no idea. I think most people aren't lying. Most people genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. But Eternal, you got like background noises when you're not talking.
That's not me. That's the art guy, whatever his name is.
No. That's Arcade's trying to read stuff at the moment. But you got like some. You on a headset or something? I guarantee if I'm. It's okay at the moment. Okay, so Oxford reference. Okay, so sinking is a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. Okay, so it's not actually sinking beneath the horizon. Okay, even though it's appearing to be behind the horizon partially, it's not actually. It's just apparently. Okay, and this is an effect which, under the mainstream, is classed as atmospheric refraction. Okay, it's a type of miraging effect. It's like a low-level inferior mirage, where you have a layer of warmer air down lower and cooler air above it. And as the light comes back off the object towards the observer, it's going to deviate upward towards the cooler portion of the medium, because the cooler portion of the medium has a higher refractive index. Okay, and it's going to cause the object in the distance to look like it's sinking. That's why it's called sinking. Okay, and then we have Andrew Thomas Young. Okay, he's like the subject matter expert on optics of the atmosphere. This is from Optics of the Atmosphere Reports in Progress in Physics. Okay, it's got the page numbers there. It says atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. Okay, just like the boats over the horizon claim in some cases. Okay, then we got Perkins, David, and atmospheric refraction in geodetic and astronomical observations, surveys in geophysics. Refraction is caused by temperature gradients near Earth's surface. This causes distant land, sea, or urban features to appear distorted or partially visible when they would otherwise be fully visible in the absence of non-such uniform atmospheric conditions. Okay, you could even go on Google right now and type in what is sinking refraction. It's going to say exactly what Oxford reference said up at the top there. It's going to say things look like they're sinking, but they're not actually hidden behind anything. Okay, other times we can have ocean swells, which are waves out in the ocean that can also make things look like they appear to be disappearing bottom up. We can replicate both of these effects that I just mentioned on a small scale on a flat surface. Over and over again, happens every single time. You put the right conditions there, and this happens every single time. So if someone wants to make a claim that a horizon and something that is beyond the horizon is partially obstructed is because of the curvature of the Earth, they're going to have to take these things into account first, and they're going to have to account for these variables to make sure that these things aren't causing what they're seeing in the distance, and that it is actually the curvature of the Earth.
Okay.
Okay, but if I were to go up to the moon, take a picture of our Earth, would you believe it?
Yeah, sure, but that's not going to happen, unfortunately. Even NASA, when interviewed recently, okay, they were asked, how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon? NASA said, we'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology. And it would be a painful process to build it back.
And I bet that's a lie.
Well, that's what NASA said.
But who's saying they're not working with the government, saying that's, you know?
NASA is the government. In fact, NASA has just been reclassified as a intelligence agency, similar to the CIA or FBI, for example. Right? They can blatantly just lie to people with no
that's
repercussions.
exactly why. Yeah. So then.
So we
like,
can't. All I'm saying is that we can't like go to the moon ourselves and take a picture of the Earth to confirm this. We have to have faith in this intelligence agency called NASA, with the pictures that we're showing us. And then when we see the pictures that they're showing us and we say, hey, look, that water is curving in the picture. Then when we go out and test the water in reality, it's not curving, we have a problem.
We don't know who to believe.
So can I get
the
back
water's
to
not
the
lying.
reflection part?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I just quickly ask one question? Is that okay?
Yeah, of course, bro. Go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah. Many times I heard people say, why are they lying? Why are they lying? Yeah. Why governments and scientists are lying? Look, my point is, yeah, you don't need to question if they're lying or not. You just need to test their claim. That's it. To know if they're lying or not. Do you understand? You don't need to go directly to them and ask them if they're lying. You can test it, whatever they're saying, their claim. You can test it yourself in reality.
Yeah, if I could just back that up. Sorry to cut you off there. Let me just back that up. Once you've discovered that lie, then it's upon you as to what actions you take. Okay? You know, you have to work it out for yourself.
I agree. Government lies about a lot of stuff you don't even know.
Yeah, I know. We agree. We can all agree on that. We can all agree on that. So, RK, did you have a look over the citations that I put in the side chat?
So I understand the diffraction is causing the light of the ray of light to bend upwards.
Correct.
But when I read more about reflection, the light bends because when it moves from a lower density medium to a higher density, to the change in medium, basically.
Well, not really. That would be referring more to Snell's law, which is the law of refraction, which is depends on a specific situation where you have two different mediums and then you have a sharp boundary layer, kind of like that experiment where you can put a pencil into a glass of water and you can see the pencil is refracting. That's called Snell's law. And that requires two separate mediums. That doesn't apply to a single medium, which is the atmosphere. Okay, the atmosphere and Snell's law, right, they don't go together because you only have a single medium with a gradient rather than two separate mediums with a sharp boundary layer. So you get that kind of like it looks like a band kind of thing in the pencil when you put the pencil into the water. So for Snell's law, you need a specific situation where you have two separate isotropic media with a sharp boundary layer, and then you need as the light travels from one medium into the other medium, it's going to deviate towards the medium that's more dense.
But Snell's law can work on a gradient atmosphere as well.
No, you would have to use a differential. You would have to use a differential form.
Using differential.
Yeah, but that does, you're not able to use the differential form of Snell's law in the real world observations because in the real world everything's changing constantly. So you could use the differential form of Snell's law in a lab setting or in a classroom setting or something like that where you had extremely controlled conditions where you have a constant gradient, right, that stays the same. Then you could use the differential form of Snell's law. But that doesn't apply when you're out in nature doing observations because everything's changing. You've got constant shifting of temperatures, pressures, humidity, winds, all sorts of things are taking place. So you're not going to be able to accurately make a calculation using any form of Snell's law through the atmosphere. What you have in the atmosphere. Do you
I
have any
wasn't
problem?
talking about calculations, but actually the direction of the refraction, because since we are on the ocean, above the ocean, the air is actually, it should refract as per the Snell's or gradient Snell's law, using the
No.
You see,
differential
I have a
Snell's law.
question. I do have a question. And the question is this.
Bend
Hang on.
the light way downwards, actually.
Yeah, well, hang on. There's a question that has to be asked here because we're talking about the air. As my colleague has informed you, it's constantly in flux. The gases are in flux. So whilst that's going on, can an object, like in the Black Swan, we have the two oil rigs, can they be lifted from behind a curve up to where I can see them over 10 miles? There's a question there for you already, because that's what you're asking us to accept, that refraction is happening at such a rate and it's continuous that it's able to pick up an oil rig from behind the curve that you're supposed to be living on, that ball, and it's lifting it up so I can sit, and it's keeping it there, and I can stand there for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hours still seeing that same thing. What kind of refraction can do that?
Well, yeah,
You understand that?
hold that thought, Jin, because that's a great point. But at the moment, we're talking about refraction in relation to what this guy was saying is that because sometimes we can see things like boats and things like that, they look like they're hidden bottom up. Okay, and then he said that that's proof that the Earth's a globe because things can appear like their bottom portion of them isn't visible behind the horizon. And I was bringing up some citations showing that there's actually, according to the mainstream, there's effects called sinking that can explain that things that look like they're disappearing bottom up are actually geometrically unobstructed, even according to the mainstream. So you can have like a boat or an oil platform or something like that where you can't see the bottom portion of it behind the horizon. Okay, and even according to the mainstream, that doesn't mean that it's hidden behind the curvature. So then I just shared him some citations where Andrew Thomas Young and Oxford and a bunch of places explain how that works. And then he's looked into that, and now he's trying to wrap his head around
Yeah, yeah. There's another test he can do. There are two, very quickly, short tests. One is when you're on the streets, walking on the pavement, and you're approaching a manhole cover. That cover, when you don't see it, suddenly something oval shape is appearing on the pavement. And as you approach it, that oval changes and changes as the angle to which you're seeing it at is changing. And suddenly, when you're right on it, it's a full circle. When you back off from it, it starts to change, right? And then you'll get to a point where you'll no longer see that manhole cover, and yet you're on the pavement and it's level. And another one is in a basketball court, where you can take your mobile phone and you place it face down under the basketball net, walk to the other side of the court where the other net is, lie down, and you won't see your phone. And you're just lying down. You won't see it because the level surface has obstructed. That's not refraction, is it? That's a level surface obstructing what you put down on the floor. It's not until you create an angle at which you can sit. And when you do create that angle, you're seeing your phone as a slither, just a white sliver on the ground. But then when you walk towards it, that sliver changes eventually to the rectangle when you're right above it 90 degrees. So level surfaces can indeed obstruct, and that would include the ocean. I'll stop there. Very good work you're doing there, by the way. Thank you.
We can still see the height of the phone while lying down on the basketball court.
Just the height of what?
He said I should put my phone at the one end of basketball court, right?
Yes.
And then go back to the other end of the basketball court, lie down with my eyes.
Yeah. You won't see your phone.
In line with the flag. I would see the height of the phone.
No, you will not. You will not see. No, you will not see your phone when you're lying down. You will need to get onto your knees before you see your phone.
I would see my. So you're saying there's no depth in
Have you actually? Hang on. Have you actually conducted that test? Have you done that? No. So go and
do it right now in my room.
I'm wrong. Go and
Yeah, in your room,
Do
it's
it
not going to
and
be
then
long
say I'm
enough.
wrong. Don't tell me. Yeah, that's silly. Go and
It's not
check it
gonna
out.
be. It's not going to be long enough of a distance in your room. So what can happen is that it's very
Okay, so
difficult.
I can use telescope to see my phone at least. Telescope or some kind of magnifying.
Look. What my point I'm trying to raise to you, young man, is that a level surface can obscure what you're looking at, and that's one
No, it's
example.
just
Is wait a minute, don't interrupt me because you're not listening and you're just fighting. Don't fight me. Just listen. When you go to the basketball court, put your phone down under the net. Walk to the other side of the court, lie down, and you will not see your phone. Please do that. You haven't done it yet. So don't be telling me no. Go and do it first. Then come and tell me I'm wrong. Thank you.
yeah. Thank you for your input. And coming back to the reflection part, can we agree that reflection is caused because of difference in the mediums?
Yeah, so it's caused by the change in the refractive index of the medium, which
Yeah,
is
I know that.
primarily controlled by temperature, and the light's going to deviate towards the denser portion of the medium if it's a single medium. Okay, so if you have cooler air down lower, the light's going to bend down towards the cooler air, and if you have cooler air up higher, then the light's going to bend up towards the cooler air. Each one's going to have the opposite effect of each other. This is called looming and sinking.
Exactly. So, when we are talking about the ship sinking, you're saying the higher air is colder, right? For it
No,
to
it depends. It
refract
depends on the.
upwards.
It depends if the heat flux is up or down. So it depends. Sometimes, let's say you have 20-degree ocean water, for example, and you have 10-degree air. Okay, so the warm water of the ocean is going to create a warmer layer of air just above the surface of the water, and then there's going to be a gradient. It's going to get cooler as you go up vertically. Okay, so in that situation, you would have the sinking effect. Okay, and if you had the opposite effect, say you have 20-degree air and 10-degree water, then you're going to have the opposite. You could get a little bit of looming. Okay, and it's only a small difference in the refractive index, a very, very tiny difference, but it's enough to cause these optical effects in the distance. Okay, and we can replicate it on a small scale. We can get a flat floor, right, like in someone's house, and we can manipulate the temperatures, and we can make it look like something disappears behind the horizon on the flat floor. Okay, obviously it's not disappearing behind the curvature. It's just appearing to become obstructed because of the temperature, the pressure, and the humidity.
I see.
Yeah, it's called sinking.
And then in the basketball court, that's called it's an obstruction because of the distance you are and the angle you are trying to look at the object at. This is why it's being obstructed. So what the point we're trying to make to you is that one cannot claim refraction when you're seeing an object at 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. And if you stay there for several hours, it's still there. What kind of refraction is that? That is perfectly set, and it doesn't. We all know that air changes all the time. So there must come a point where I can sit and there's no refraction going on. So you've got to work that out. That's why to claim refraction is really a very poor and weak argument, because the refraction levels are minuscule. They're not able to pick up an object 20 miles away and lift it up so I can see it. So that goes against the laws of nature straight off the bat. So, you're going to have to go out and do some more tests to find out, measure curvature is what you have to do. Measure that curve. And you're not doing that because Earth is measured flat anyway. We know that.
Are you there, RK?
Yeah, I'm reading more into it. Just a sec.
Okay, can you have a look in the side chat? I'll show you a real-world example of what I was talking about with the sinking. Can you see the side chat?
I saw an image that you just shared.
Yeah, there's a boat. Okay, that's a big giant container ship. It's called the Mandarin Arrow. Okay, so that's the ship that's going to be present in this observation. So this guy went to the beach in the morning and he was able to spot that ship. Okay, that ship was anchored out in the ocean, and here is the screenshot from the ship tracking radar. Okay, so it says that it's anchored and it's 12.4 nautical miles out to sea, which is about just over 14 miles away. So he sets his camera up in the morning at the shoreline, and when he zooms in on the ship, it looks like most of the bottom of the ship is hidden behind the horizon. Can you see this next image that I posted?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's an even closer zoom. Okay, so we can only see the little top bit of the ship. We can't. The whole bottom of the ship looks like it's behind the horizon. Okay, this is the kind of thing people are talking about when they say, "Oh, ships disappear bottom up." Okay, because sometimes we see this effect. Now, if you look closely at that image, you can actually see a mirroring effect right where the horizon and the sky meet. And you can actually see sky, what looks like sky, at the base of the ship. Okay, between the ship and the ocean water. Now, what he did was he actually stayed in that location for the next 3 hours. And he kept zooming in on that ship. Now, what happened was over the next 3 hours, more and more of the ship started to become revealed. Even though the ship wasn't moving, it was anchored, the weather conditions started to change. The temperature of the air started to warm up, and the sinking effect started to go away. Now, 3 hours later, he could see the whole ship 14 miles out. Okay, so this here is the same location. Okay, the same day, the same person, just 3 hours later. Okay, so 3 hours later, we can see the whole ship. Right, there's none of the ship missing now. Showing that what was happening in the morning wasn't actually the ship hidden behind the horizon. It was just an effect that was taking place because of the weather conditions. And it makes logical sense because what happens is the air temperature cools down during the night. The water temperature doesn't cool down during the night. It stays pretty much the same. It might cool down a tiny bit, but the air is always going to get much cooler, especially in some locations. It'll get really cold during the night, but the water will still be warm. Okay, so in the morning when he got to the beach, it hasn't heated up yet. Okay, it's still cold. It's still a cold day. So the water's still warm, and it's creating that warmer layer of air down lower, which has a lower refractive index. And then you've got the cooler air above it. It's going to cause the sinking effect to take place. Now, as the air temperature above the layer of warmer air above the water, as the air temperature surpassed the sea temperature, that sinking effect went away. Okay, so 3 hours later, when we have a much warmer temperature, now the sun's out, it's the middle of the day, and now all of a sudden he can zoom in, he can see the entire ship. Okay, this is showing that the ship wasn't actually hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. It was just what you saw in the citations, right? It matches sinking perfectly. It matches the definition of sinking perfectly. So what I'm saying is most often when you think you can see a ship disappearing over the horizon or something like that, or something that's obstructed bottom up, you need to take these things into account. If you want to claim that it's because of the Earth curvature, right, you need to dismiss this possibility, and then also obviously the possibility of ocean swells as well. Because ocean
So
swells.
DJ, it's important to point out that this phenomenon never seems to happen where people think it should if Earth is a globe either.
Oh, yeah, that's a great point, actually. Yes, so the horizon should appear closer than it would be geometrically, right? If you had this essentially like negative refraction coefficient.
Yeah, that's why I was mentioning the black swan and that. And, 10 miles away, you're seeing objects that cannot be lifted up from. It's impossible. That's just not happening. So this is why we call it into question when they keep saying refraction. What type of refraction are they referring to? And then when we're talking about units of miles, one nautical mile or one statute mile, that is a horizontal linear measurement of a distance. It's not curving. You're not measuring curve there. A mile is not 1 mile is not curved. It's a straight linear. Has to be, because as we've said before, Earth is measured flat, and in order for you to determine whether or not Earth is deviating, either convex or concave, you need a horizontal baseline to establish first. This is what we're doing with the miles now. 1 mile straight horizontal, and when you extend it, we find that Earth isn't curving. That's what we flat earthers are finding. We're finding constant horizontality. We're not finding the curvature there. Using the standard statute mile or nautical mile, or if you want to use your kilometers as well. These are linear measurements. They're not curved. Okay? Now you can get a piece of string and wrap it around the ball, but then you're still going to have to lay it down flat to get the actual measurements correctly. We don't have curved miles everywhere, in the sense of measuring, that is. Oh, yeah, well, so T-Dub, you've done a good job there. Oh, no, that's DJ, sorry. Yeah, DJ, you've done a good job there. I thoroughly enjoyed what you were doing. The young man hopefully will have some more food for thought, and so do the listeners now, you know, because refraction's often claimed, you know, 9 times out of 10, they're going to claim refraction. And then they have to determine what refraction is that, and then they're going to have to calculate the air quality, the temperature, density, the gases. They've got to do that to prove to us that's what's going on. It's an impossibility, ladies and gentlemen. It's like your fingerprints. The air is similar, constantly changing. You can't measure that. Sorry.
Great point.
Very, very. Yeah, go ahead.
So when they say refraction is their worst nightmare. As soon as they bring it up, they're done. All of their bottom-up disappearance observations, right? If that wasn't accounted for, that could be what's happening, right? And a refraction effect causing things to appear to sink. Okay, that's an invalid observation now. It's inconclusive, unless they wanted to try to do the impossible and calculate exactly what's going on between point A and point B.
Yeah.
With the refractive index.
It's an impossibility to do that. It's just not.
Well, they could get a rough idea.
And like I've said,
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I, as an ex-military man myself, if I had the opportunity to use a weapon, I say to you, get your target down there, set it up. I will hit it. I don't know where you're going to put the target, but put it up. Then I'll find it and I'll blow it up. And I won't be looking for refraction. I'm just going to point and shoot, ladies and gentlemen. That's all I'm going to do with my weapon. I'm not going to calculate the distance, and I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to aim, line of sight, laser beam. We've lit it up, fire, and that will be gone. So it can't be refraction. That's the test that I'd love to do. So when they say it's refraction, it's refraction, is it? Let me blow it up. Then is that refraction now? Thank you, because it's just very annoying, all these 10 years that they keep bringing it up, and it's impossible for them to calculate that, and the military don't factor that in when they're shooting at firing their weapons of mass destruction at targets in war events, okay? They're not calculating for curvature, maybe wind speed, but not curvature, okay? And definitely not refraction. They don't calculate for that. So just to clarify, I would love to be able to give a test where someone's claiming refraction and we could hit that target, especially on the ocean, where you set it up. And we're now seeing it. They say, well, you can only see that because of refraction. Is that right? And then you fire your weapon, boom, and you blow it up right in front of their face. I didn't take into refraction into consideration. How comes I hit it then? If it's a refracted image, I shouldn't be able to hit it. It should be a mirage. That's what a refracted image is. It's an optical illusion. That means I shouldn't be able to see that then, but I'm seeing it. That if I can see it, I will hit it. Now, if I hit it, it couldn't have been refracted. That's the point where I'm trying to make. And those tests need to be done, I think, just to put his refraction silliness to bed.
Well, what about some of the images that DJ was just posting of the ship?
Yeah, those were beautiful images, and those were clearly refraction, of course. You could tell that's
Right.
the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. That's refraction, of course. Yeah, but I'm sure if I went to aim to hit that, there would be a miss there. If I aimed at that, that would be a miss for sure. Yeah, I'm referring to the images like the black swan, images like that where we're seeing beyond the geometric horizon, and then it would mean that the object has been lifted up from the geometric horizon up to our eyeballs. But that can't be true. If that were the case, then I wouldn't be able to blow it up. But I'm sure I could blow it up. And another point that's overlooked is that how long is this image being refracted for? Because like you can stand at the west coast of California, look at those oil rigs, and you can look at them all day, and they're there. So that's some kind of refraction that keeps it up all day. Conditions don't happen in such a way. Constantly in flux, and as DJ said, as the temperature variation starts to equalize with the ocean, that image starts to disappear. There's natural phenomena going on there. Right. So it cannot be that when I see the oil rigs at 6 miles and 10 miles, that those are refracted images due to atmospheric. No, it's not. Those are the real images. That's what we're actually seeing over that actual distance.
So, RK, most often with the ships, they don't appear like they're sinking. Okay, most often when you see a ship sail out into the ocean, it doesn't disappear bottom up. Most often what happens is the ship will get smaller and smaller and smaller until the optic that you're looking through, whether it be your eyes or a pair of binoculars, can no longer resolve the object due to the angular size of the object becoming too small. Once it gets below 0.02 degrees, the human eye can't resolve it anymore. It's the angular resolution limitation of the human eye. Now, you can't see the boat anymore, but you can still see the horizon because the horizon's giant. So you could think that, oh, wow, I can't see the boat. I could still see the horizon. The boat's gone over the horizon. Well, actually, we can zoom in on that boat and we can bring the entire boat back to view again. Okay, that's on a nice still day where we don't have the effects that we were talking about before, like sinking happening. We don't have the ocean swells. Now, if you introduced some ocean swells, that same boat will look like it's disappearing bottom up, even if there's small ocean swells. Okay, so I would challenge any globe earther to present a single observation where something disappears bottom up, where they've accounted for sinking refraction and they've accounted for physical obstruction, which could be ocean swells / waves. It doesn't exist. There isn't one.
On YouTube, there are distance of 14 miles zoomed in. So you're an individual looking at a ship. It's disappeared from your eyeballs' ability to focus on it. Of course, you can see the horizon because the horizon is much bigger. You're talking of a massive expanse there, bigger than the ship. Remember, the ship is moving away from you, getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Now you can't see the thing. Still there, but you can't see it. So you pick up your binoculars now, take it out of its case, you put it up, focus in, and there's the ship. Now, if it had gone over the curvature, which you think the horizon is, it's the curve there, then I would never be able to see it. It wouldn't be in my view with my binoculars, but there it is. Now, if I keep looking, that ship will disappear from the binoculars' ability to focus on it. Then I would have to take a telescope, which gives me longer range of distance and visibility. And I zoom in there with my telescope, and there it is. I can still see the ship. So when you're working out the time and the distance, there should be X amount of curvature there, but it's not there because the object I'm looking at, although it disappeared from my eyesight, was still able to be visible with my binoculars and then with my telescope. So the question there is, ladies and gentlemen, where is that curvature? Why is it I'm still seeing the ship if we've got curvature going on? Yeah? And 10 miles, 66 feet of curvature should be there, 66.6 feet. It's not there at all. I'm able to see across that 10 miles. I can still see the ship. And then 14 miles, etc., etc. So, there's a lot there people need to take into consideration and digest.
But still, anything that could lead one to think there's Earth curvature is going to be presented as Earth curvature. This includes being able to zoom in at long range on these boats, because the claim is that, well, the Earth is curving, but this is upward looming refraction.
Yeah, and that's why I end up laughing when they say that.
And they'll say that the further down you take your optic, closer to the ground, the further you should be able to see, because the layer of air just above the ground is such that it looms. And so the opposite of what we experience in reality occurs with them. They think the lower that you get, the clearer vantage point you have to distant objects.
Yeah, that goes to show you that they have no idea what they're living on and how Earth works and how nature is operating. They just don't have any idea. We have 14.7 PSI at sea level, mean sea level, ladies and gentlemen, where we all live at. 0 level there. That's where we're at. 14.7 PSI. And then as you go up in elevation, altitude, the air begins to thin out. So clearly, when we're at sea level, we're looking through the most densest part of the air, where all the factories are, all the ships, cars, traffic, smog, and then you have your early morning dew and everything else going on. So there's a lot to obscure the visibility of what you want to look at through the air. The air will be something that can obstruct what you're looking at also, the air itself, especially at sea level, mean sea level, horizontally looking. If you're looking to the sky, well, there's a difference there, because you're looking through the dense, but then you're looking through it as it gets less dense, as you look towards the stars. Okay, but when you're looking horizontally across the Earth, you're looking through the most dense air you could look through, and it will obscure what you want to see over a given distance. Okay, depending on the distance, it'll determine whether or not you're going to have good visibility, and also the weather of that air you're looking through. So if you wanted to look through, let's say, 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles, as some of these globers think you can, why can't I see Paris from New York? Well, the reason you won't be able to see Paris from New York is, one, the distance, and then within that 3,000 miles, you've got to consider the weather systems between New York and Paris. Okay, there's weather systems there. Sunny here, but raining over there, for example. That's going to obscure. So the distance and all that air will turn, it just gets more and more opaque the further you look across. So it's not possible to see that. Impossible.
More importantly, did you just call Paris Paris?
Well, yeah, that's French, gay Paris. Eh?
No, okay, fair enough.
Oh, he's a spy.
Nice one. Happy New Year to you, sir.
Happy New Year, brother. Good to see you.
Yeah, Jedi. The French call it Paris, don't they? They call it gay Paris. They don't say Paris, as we say in England.
It's like, I've noticed this since the Ukraine war. We used to call Kiev, because that's how we say it. But now all of the news announcers from throughout the world, everyone's pronouncing it Kiev. So that means an instance, then we've got to call Paris, Paris, like you just did.
Yeah. But I still call it Kiev. And when I want to eat a chicken, I don't say chicken Kiev. Can I have a chicken Kiev, please? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. We're supposed to go around going New York with the accent all the time. As long as we say place names, we have to say it with the accent. I like it.
Yeah.
But good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. I say good morning. It's actually afternoon. I slept in a little bit today. I hope everybody's doing well. It's raining outside. Winter is so bloody miserable in the UK. But I hope everybody else is experiencing maybe some better weather.
Dude, it's so cold here. It's like negative 12 here, and I went out to start my car and it wouldn't start because the cold drained my battery.
Your car just turned around and you went, fuck off, it's too cold.
Yeah. I held the key, it's like turned. I'm like, it's going to start any second, and then the battery just stopped working.
No.
Yeah.
It's out there buried
So
in snow.
DJ, do you not have a battery charger at home? Do you have
Yeah,
one?
we got a battery charger. Yeah, I got to hook it up to the charger.
Right. So basically, in winter time in particular, you need to do that at least, twice a month. If you're not doing the mileage, then you do that twice a month. So every 2 weeks, just give it a little bit of a charge. Only through, let's say, your cold months. Let's say like maybe December, January, February. Those 3 months in particular, and then that's it. Then you'd be okay with your battery.
Yeah. I guess I learnt the hard way.
Yeah. But yeah, I know that back in the old days, motorbikes wouldn't start in the winter, especially old British bikes. But the way to solve that was to remove the spark plugs, for example, and then put them on the gas cooker. So you heat them up, literally cook them on the cooker, then wrap them up in a cloth so you don't burn your hands. Run back out to the bike, plug one in first, and then put the other one, and then the bike would start because the spark plug had some heat in it.
Oh wow!
See that? Yeah. Yeah, that was only with the British bikes. Japanese bikes never had that problem of starting up in winter. All the cars, they start up all the time. But British bikes, they seem to have a problem with the winter, and it wouldn't start up. But there are times when you just do that, use that method, and yeah, good as gold. Boom, and away you go.
I've got one word for you, DJ. Gold rush.
Oh, I have. Look, I've watched some videos on that before. I need to brush up on that. Well, I have, but I don't remember it very well. Definitely interesting. Yeah. I remember what I saw was interesting. What did you watch?
It had kind of just some kind of reclamation event, as in shit goes down, everyone can't live there, and then they spend like 50 years going back over old ruins and stuff and pulling out all of the ancient technology, melting it down and turning it to gold.
What? Whoa.
So you know the gold rush in America, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So not going into mountains to pan for gold, going into cities to try and pull out the technology that was buried underneath the mud and the rubble. So not panning for gold, reclaiming gold.
Ah, interesting.
I mean, I don't know, do that.
Yeah, because it does surprise me, when they have these seams of gold, veins and seams of gold, and you think, how did Earth make that, but not make the whole rock? Only that little vein. You understand? Because that's what they talk about when they're actually panning for gold or drilling and digging for gold. They're looking at veins all the time. Strange. What happened for that phenomena to happen to make the gold? What happened? Strange.
But yeah, just been coming across a lot of interesting subjects recently that I'd never even considered asking about.
Yeah, it's a trip, isn't it? Yeah, me too. I can't wait to watch some stuff today. Actually, I'm about to log off and watch some stuff while I work. So it'll be all of that old world stuff for sure.
Good shit, dude. I did watch a really interesting one yesterday with regards to the education system in the early 19th century. How it was implemented, what was and what was not taught, for example. Yes. At the same time, the education system changed at the same time that there were lots of children being moved around the earth, so like the orphan trains and so on. So the education system looks like it started as re-indoctrination camps.
Yeah, if you could send me a link to that, Jedi, I would be really thankful. Okay?
Yeah, man. No worries, dude. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, wicked, man. Wicked.
Yeah, man. If you're handing out links to that, I'd definitely take one. It sounds like a good watch. I'll watch that first.
No problem at all. But what's the vibe been like in here today? Anything interesting been going on?
Yeah, I was having a pretty long chat with this guy, RK. Started off with Gravity, and then I sort of switched it over to if gravity were to exist the way he was explaining it, or how it would be explained on a globe, then the water would have to be curving. And then we sort of got into long distance observations and horizons and that kind of thing. And then it was towards the end of that you came in.
Yeah, such a great learning curve that was. Pun intended there, ladies and gentlemen, because you don't get any curve out there in reality. But, you know, as is the year 2026 is the year of the horizontal constant. But that was a great learning curve, what DJ did there. I had a little bit of an input, but 90% and 95% of work was done by DJ earlier. It was good. Oh, yeah, definitely. Good one for the people who are listening. Because, you know, because you're jogging, you're prompting them to question. You see what I mean? That's what's good about it.
You watch that.
So the funny thing is, you know, it's like making a Disney movie, I think.
If you look in the side chat,
you know?
Old Dude has there's a guy
Yeah,
called
yeah,
Old
yeah.
Dude who has posted the documentary
It's
by
like
Bart
Hollywood
Zabel.
movie.
Yeah, they staged it. They staged the footage of the moon landing to have people believe that they went to the moon. So everybody started to believe, of course the Earth is a ball. Of course there is an out of space, because look, they went to the moon. But we can show you footage, like I said, in that documentary. You'll watch that documentary and you will start to see that, you know, they have some very underhand tactics of having you believe something that you can't verify.
Yeah.
Guess what is the worst shape to photograph from a
That
distance?
Flat Earth Society or community underground to, you know, to prove and learn about this stuff. I can't sleep and really think about it.
No, I wouldn't concern yourself with anybody called the Flat Earth Society. The problem is just like
No.
politics.
I'm just new on this topic, and it's quite interesting to me.
Yeah, there is a group called the Flat Earth Society, and they make some claims that cannot be verified. So you'll come across all sorts of flat earthers, you know, some flat earthers who are like us, very empirical, very logical. And then you'll come across some flat earthers who have got their own belief system, you know, and the Flat Earth Society guys, they believe some stuff that cannot be proven, that, you know, I don't think necessarily makes sense. But whether they're genuine or whether they are, I don't know if you know how the some of these grassroots movements works, but you can infiltrate a movement by creating a group that are supposed to represent an idea, but actually they misrepresent the idea and they can throw out some false information. So I personally believe the Flat Earth Society are one of these groups that are an infiltrated group. They are speaking about flat Earth, yes, but they are actually steering people to ideas that cannot be verified and basically replacing one belief with another belief. We personally over here, me personally and the guys over here, we don't really agree that's the right thing to do. We do not know. If we do not know things, we shouldn't really be giving people, you know, alternative cosmologies and ideas that we can't verify. So, you know, for us, the Flat Earth Society is a little bit of misinformation, but, you know, there are lots of different flat earthers, as you can imagine.
Wow. I'm speechless.
We would prefer you.
I'm speechless. I'm just. I don't know what.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot
I
to
should
take in,
say.
but I would just encourage you to just get your critical thinking hat on. You know, forget about beliefs and focus on what we know. What and when I say we, I mean collectively as humans, what can we prove? You know, we know that if we put water on heat on water, Eventually, that at a certain temperature, that water will boil. You don't have to believe that. You can know that to be true. And I'm telling you, with the flat Earth, you can know that there is no drop over distance. There's no curvature to be measured. You can know this to be true. You can know that there's no measurable movement of the Earth or rotation of the Earth. You can know this to be true. Amongst other things that you can know, which will take you to the logical
Yeah,
conclusion that the
yeah,
Earth
I
is
know.
not a
Yeah,
spinning ball in a vacuum of space.
yeah, I
You can
got
know
it.
this.
Yeah. Sometimes the truth is becoming late. Arrive late. I mean, arrive late. I don't know what I'm saying, you know, but it's truth.
Yeah, there's some good there's some good content on that channel that I sent you. Did you get my DM?
Yeah. I see that.
Yep. Flat Earth Discord. Yep. Down the bottom, you can see topics. You can see things like horizon, Earth curve, spin of the
So you
Earth.
guys think about academically in this channel and
Yeah.
discussing?
Yeah.
Wow.
We take it
Wow.
from that
You
perspective.
guys making
Yeah.
progress, you know? You're making progress about this science. Really good job. Really good.
Well, that's it. You know, science is supposed to be the observation and the validation of
Yeah. It should
phenomena.
be.
You
It
know,
should be. It should be.
yeah, it's science shouldn't be about galaxies far, far away. That's science fiction, right? Real science is, like we said, it's tied to knowledge. It's tied to direct observation and experience.
Yeah.
So when it comes to science or the scientific method, knowledge, this is where the flat Earth shines, my friend. This is where you'll really start to know things to be true. You know, you won't like it, but you're going to realize that there's no evidence for a spinning ball Earth. It's just fantasy. It's a story. So do you want to believe stories? Or would you rather know things to be true or not? And the same goes for the flat Earth people who are telling stories.
Yeah. I'm just
You know?
wanna hear the truth, you know?
Yeah. We don't agree with
Yeah.
anybody who wants to tell stories, and if you want to talk about philosophy, great. There's time and a place for that. But you know, when we're talking to new people, we shouldn't be sharing philosophy. We should be sharing the truth, knowledge,
Yeah.
logic, and that's where flat Earth shines, my friend. That's where you'll realize the Earth is not a spinning ball. What is the Earth? Who knows? But it's not a spinning ball.
So what about the globe they told in school? I mean, in the school, they told us about the world in the globe, you know, not in the flat.
Yeah, they taught us a lot of things that we can't verify.
Yeah.
Is it so hard to believe? Is it so hard to believe that the things that we learn in school aren't necessarily true? Would it be so hard to believe that they're misinforming us from a very young age? I think if you apply this approach, there are other subjects you can disprove that you were taught in school. They told me in school that the sea levels would rise by 10 inches by the year 2000. We're in 2025 now, and the sea levels haven't risen. They taught us that we would be in commercial space travel on moon hotels by the year 2020. Yet we're no closer to commercial space travel.
Yeah.
They tell us a lot of things that is not true.
What their mission?
That's a that's a speculative question. This is easier to understand if you've come across this in other subjects. Like I said, there's a multitude of subjects that we just believe to be true, and turns out there's no evidence for it. If you've found things out about the government, found things out about the education system, the health system, that are not true that you believed, then you start to recognize a pattern. And I think when something foundational or fundamental has been lied about, there is then like a web of lies that needs to sort of sit in place. So there's many angles you can take to get to this truth. I think flat Earth is a fundamental truth, but why do they lie? Man, I could sit here and speculate all day on why they would lie. What's more interesting is uncovering how they lied. Because if something is true, then anything that's in the dark will be brought to light eventually, I believe. And I believe that you can just figure this out whether you like it or not, like if you really look into it, you're only going to come to one conclusion. We've been told a story, and the globe is like a religion, and we're in a cult. We call it culture, and there's many lies being told to us from birth. It doesn't have to be a negative either. It can be quite liberating to start uncovering these things and start realizing. Cheers, Josh.
So they start seeing propaganda and brainwash every student in school about that theory. I mean, what their mission? Is that commercial or they are anything about their hiding truth? I mean, hiding the truth.
Well, look at what they've achieved. People think that they evolved from single-celled organisms. People think that they're on a ball spinning in a vacuum of space on the edge of a universe, very insignificant. And look at the state of our religions. Look at the state of our philosophies. People are basically caged.
That's good alternative.
People are basically caged animals now, and it's because of their philosophy. Most people think that human beings are a plague on the earth and that we're contributing to the destruction of the earth just by breathing. If you would like to control a people, there's definitely benefit to having them believe these sort of ideas, right? Can you see the benefits? Never mind the money that we give them for global warming, for NASA, space travel, research. So we pay them and they make us feel like we are a plague on the earth. And most people have no religion anymore. Most people have very little spirituality anymore. Most people have very little integrity anymore. And I think this has come from some of the beliefs that they have. Akshan, do you know of any scientist, geologist who can confirm that they've measured the curve of the Earth?
I read a little bit about Galileo Galilei about the geometric theory. The sun rotating the globe.
Right, and how did Galileo prove that Earth is a ball? How did he know this?
With proof, with the science.
Which science? Which proof? How did Galileo know the Earth was a ball?
I think she do observation, you know. She put the work.
Observation of what?
Observation of her work. You know, I mean,
Of what, sorry?
in the
I misheard
universe.
you. Of the sky?
Yeah.
Yeah, so who is the famous guy with the telescope, right? He observed
Yeah.
the moon. He observed
And then
Venus.
I don't know. And then he died.
Right. So he looked at the
Fuck,
lights
man.
in the
What
sky.
the fuck?
Think about
There's
this.
something wrong with society. I
There
don't
is.
know. There's something wrong with
Think about this,
society.
though. Think about it. Don't panic.
There's something wrong with society.
Don't panic, bro.
No.
Don't panic. Just
No.
think. Just think.
I'm just learning, you know. I'm just learning.
Just think. Don't panic. Just think.
Yeah.
Galileo looked at the stars. He looked at the phases of Venus. He looked at the
fuck?
so-called moons of Jupiter, right? What did he prove by looking at them? What did he
Then in the
prove?
sky, and she observed it, and she
I
do
like.
observe it, and
I
then
like
she
your answer.
calculate,
He proved
and then
that they're in the
do the
sky.
work,
Yep.
and
Yep.
she calculate, and then she observe it,
And then he made an assumption. He looked at the phases. He looked at the phases of the moon. He looked at the phases of Venus. He looked at the wandering stars and decided that proves we live on a ball. He didn't do any science.
Rods, you so made me think about simple question about, but it's hard to answer. You know, I don't know what I'm saying. It's simple question, but hard to tell, hard to answer.
I don't expect you to answer. I just hope that you will, next time you think or you hear of Galileo, I want you to think, what is being said here? Are looking at the phases of Venus proof that we live on a spinning ball? No. Is looking at the moon proof that we live on a spinning ball? No. It's an assumption because they built a model and they say, okay, if we live on a spinning ball, then these things in the sky could make sense if the ball was this size, this diameter, this radius, then yes, we would see this at this time. Great. This is proof we live on a ball. No. You have to assume we live on a ball first and then fit the observations in afterwards. There's no science there. Just assumption.
How do you know? How do you calculate this thing? I mean,
ask yourself, what are they calculating? What was Galileo calculating?
I don't know about anything about Earth. Really? I don't know anything about Earth.
I'll tell you, he was calculating the phases of Venus, right? So when he looked at the phases of Venus, he said, this can only be possible if Venus orbits the sun. So this supports the heliocentric model, right? But the phases of Venus doesn't prove that the heliocentric model is the universe that we live in. It just matches the observation if the Earth is a certain size. Now, how do we know the Earth is a ball and a certain size to begin with? We don't. We don't.
So the answer is we don't know anything about that.
We know we can't measure the Earth being a ball.
So what is conclusion, you know?
The only conclusion I'm making here is that the heliocentric model is a religion. There's no science backing it. It's a religion. You have to believe it. You have to assume it's a ball. And then by looking at the world and nature, you can say, okay, the ball must be this big. The sun must be this far. Venus must be this far. But you've not validated we live on a ball to begin with. You've created a model, and you've backwards engineered that model from what you can see in the sky. This is not science. This is not direct evidence. This is a religion, a belief system. So whether you decide the Earth is a flat or not doesn't bother me. I'm not, that's your prerogative. But you need to know that Galileo didn't measure anything. He did no science. And there has been no science or direct measurement of the Earth being a ball, a rotating ball in a vacuum of space. I hope you look into it, bro. I really do.
Yeah.
It's not a quick, it's not a quick thing. It's going to take you weeks, maybe months to look up this stuff, but I hope you genuinely get an interest in knowledge, in logic, and applying that to the question, do we live on a spinning ball? I really do. And if you do, you'll hopefully come back. I would love to hear some of the research you've been doing. If you find anything you're unsure of, come back. There's some great minds in here, some very smart people who can answer some very technical questions. I'm
Hey
not one of them.
guys. Oh no, don't
But
take
there's some great guys here.
don't take higher expectation to me. I'm here to learn English, and I found this interesting topic, and so I can join, and yeah, it's going to make me think about it.
Well, this is a great way to learn English, right? We're learning about physics. We're learning about logic. We're learning
Yeah.
about truth. And I think there's a lot of new words, that you're learning or will be learning if you hang around.
Yeah, you guys drive me to think, this called rationalism. I think, is that true? Rationalism?
Yeah, rationalism. Through empiricism, you can prove things, right? And I think that's the basis. That's the basis that we work off. And it's the basis of knowledge. Knowledge is to know something.
Yeah. Knowledge is power.
Yeah. Look at the trouble we're in because of belief. Everybody believes this. Everybody believes that. Left wing, right wing. Everybody believes stuff and fights over it. Who really knows stuff, It's only through a method that you can start to know things. And this scientific method, there is a version of that in critical thinking. You can sort of take this approach into critical thinking, and you can apply this method in different areas. It can really sharpen your mind, my friend.
Yeah. People believe socialism, people believe capitalism, and people believe, communism. Yeah, I think, I don't know, I'm just feel human when I know my brother starving in the street. I really can't sleep, Just like that. I mean,
You right, babe?
there's something wrong
Babe, you
in
ringing me?
this society, I'm just really thinking about it.
That's it, bro. That's it. Keep pursuing truth. Keep pursuing truth. Stay rational.
Yes,
follow the knowledge and be skeptical of the belief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank Thanks for the information about this. I really, really appreciate that. What are you saying that makes me think hard about? So people believe what they want truly believe, you know? I don't know. I just want the truth, you know?
Most people follow the crowd, right? Most people follow the majority.
Yeah.
People don't even believe what they want to believe. They believe what they're told. And that's the scary thing. What we're told isn't questioned.
Yeah.
That's a fundamental problem within society.
Yeah.
People don't question what they're told from an authority. They blindly follow authority, and that's why human beings are always compared to sheep. I don't think we should be like that. I don't think we thrive in that mindset. And I think that's why so many people's lights, I say their lights are dim. I hope you know what I mean. Most people don't shine. Most people don't show their personality. Most people are quite, nowadays, I believe, are quite reserved. And I think it's because of this mentality we've been taught. We've been bred to be sheep. You know, we're not explorers anymore. In the mind, in reality, we just believe what we're told. We do as we're told. That's a problem.
Yeah. It's quite literally, you know, when we believe and we, you know, start fighting about our brother about what we all believe. You know, there's so many cases, you know. I don't know. In politicians.
They're fighting about things they don't know to be true.
Yeah.
They don't know. They just believe.
I don't
It's
know.
a waste.
I really
It's a
don't
waste of time. It's a waste of time, brother. Politics is a waste of time.
Hello.
How's it going?
Yeah, going alright. What were you talking about here?
We are talking about the nature of the Earth.
Nature of the Earth. I'm not really familiar with that.
Well, you know how they tell people that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
We're asking if there's any proof for that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because...
Yeah. I thought there were a lot of evidence.
What was that?
I thought there was a lot of evidence.
Yeah, a lot of people thought there was a lot of evidence, but then when you actually look, there's no evidence. There's only claims and images and videos that you can't verify. You see?
Then
like
is there like more evidence for flat?
Oh yeah, there's way more evidence for a flat Earth. Like, for instance,
yeah, I'm interested.
You understand that you experience the Earth to be flat and motionless directly from your perspective.
Yeah.
You know, you've heard them say it's too big to see the curve. Yeah, so this is then what they're actually telling you is you experience a flat Earth. You ever thought about that? So they tell you, oh, it's just because it's such a big ball, but what evidence do you have for that other than, well, they've shown you some images which you can't reproduce or duplicate? You know?
Yeah, so what evidence do you have then?
Well, observable, measurable, practically used reality. So it observes flat and motionless. It measures flat and motionless. The surface, that is, like the ground, the bodies of water. Yeah, like lakes, things like that. Measure flat, not curved.
Then how do you prove the Earth is flat? Like by measuring?
But you can do things like, well, basically, you're wanting to test your line of sight. You know what line of sight is?
I'm not sure. Yeah, no.
Like how far you can see. Like if you were to draw a straight line from your eyeballs forward, right, horizontally, like how far you can see across the surface. Because if you're on a curved surface like a ball, it's going to limit the amount you can see of that surface, yeah, because it's going to curve down and away from you. So we can test the globe model just by using the numbers that they give us. So do you know how big they say the Earth is? The globe?
I'm not sure.
So they say it's got a 3,959 mile radius. So this tells us the size of the ball that we're supposedly living on. So we can use this to work out how much curvature drop over a distance there should be. So let's take an example. So let's say we've got a 10-mile stretch. Let's say we're at a lake that's 10 miles wide. You ever been to a big lake? You know what a lake is? Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever been to a big one?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, the one that you did go to, did it look flat or curved?
It looked flat.
It looks flat, right? That's right. The lake does look flat. All bodies of water to us appear to be flat when at rest. But they're telling us that it's actually curved, right?
Yeah.
So do you know, over that 10 miles, how much curvature do they claim there should be?
I don't know.
Have a guess. Don't worry, I don't expect you to know.
I'm not sure. I have no idea.
Well, what do you think? Like a centimeter, 10 centimeters, a meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, ballpark it. Just an average, just a guess.
10
miles. So how much drop over a distance? If you were to draw a horizontal line from your feet, where over 10 miles, how far away would it have curved from that horizontal line down and away?
10 miles?
Over 10 miles, yep.
Okay.
What do you think? 10 centimeters, 50 centimeters, a meter, 10 meters, more or less?
I'm not sure. 10 meters.
10 meters. Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Usually people say like, oh, a nanometer, less than a centimeter. They think there's no curve at all. But the globe prediction would actually say that there's over 66 feet. Right? So that's like 20 meters of curvature over that distance. But the thing is, when people try and measure this, and they go to a lake that's say 10 miles wide, there is no 66 feet of curvature. Right? You can just see all the way to the other side. You can shoot lasers to the other side, and there's no drop over distance to align with the globe. Whereas if we were on a globe, we would need that curvature. That curvature would have to exist, but it doesn't. Understand? So the lakes are flat. So that water is flat, basically. That's the natural physics of water, yeah? Takes the shape of its container, and the surface will find its level when it rests. Like a cup of water, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a pond, a lake, an ocean, finds its level. You see? So
Well, isn't that because of gravity?
Well, no, gravity, according to the globe, would make it curved, but it's not curved, it's flat.
Yeah, but it's kind of the gravity. As far as I know, gravity pulls everything, even the space.
Yeah, no, that's just a story that we've been told. It's not true.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why the lakes measure flat, because if the story was true, the lakes would measure curve. The water would be curving, but it's not.
Yeah.
The water's flat. You understand?
But like measuring distance doesn't really debunk the theory of the, usually ordinary people say.
Well, it does if over that distance there's supposed to be curvature, but there's none. So a ball has to have a curved surface, yeah? Does not. And
but you just measuring. Are you saying measuring the distance from the other side?
Yeah, from one side of the lake to the other. Yeah. So there's supposed to be a hill of water between you and the other side of that lake. You shouldn't be able to see. So if I was standing on one side of the lake and you were standing at the other side of the lake, we shouldn't be able to see each other because of the curve, right? You're supposed to be hidden by the curve, by like 60 feet of curved water. But when people take a pair of binoculars or a telescope or whatever down to the lake, they do see the other side. They do see their friend at the other side, and he's not hidden by curvature. Which tells us that there is no curvature. So basically, we're seeing too far for the surface to be a curved ball. We're seeing too far. We're shooting lasers too far. There's no curve. So if there's no curve, it can't possibly be a ball, like they're claiming. But it's also, it's not a disc in space, right? The flat Earth is not in space, floating around.
Oh, where is it?
Well, you can't really define the Earth as being embedded in a larger space. For all intents and purposes, as far as we can tell, the Earth is the place. It's the whole place. You could think of it as the floor of the universe, right? The Earth is the floor, and above is the sky with the sun, moon, and stars. That's above. Not all around, doesn't go below your feet, above.
But then what happens if we dig a really deep hole under the ground?
Yeah, the deepest hole they've dug is less than 8 miles. Right.
Yeah, but they I forgot the name, but they did some scientific method to find out what material inside the ground.
Yeah. So when they did this, when they dug this hole, this 8-mile hole, they made predictions about what they would find at certain depths. Right. So at 1 mile we expect to find this type of rock. At 2 miles we expect to find water like this. They were wrong all the way down. Right. So they couldn't predict what was 8 miles below the Earth's surface, but we're supposed to believe that they know what is 4,000 miles down below the Earth's surface. That being the core of a ball Earth. Right. They've got no idea. So less than 8 miles, if you had that on the globe, that would be like you're barely breaking the skin of the apple. And they're going to tell you what's at the core. No, they've got no idea. This is just propaganda. So
then how do you explain the gravity?
Explain what?
Gravity.
What do you think? Well, what do you mean by gravity?
Gravity, if we can drop things on the ground, that means like something consistently put things at, like.
Yeah, we can have things falling to a flat ground.
Yeah.
Like things falling doesn't necessitate the ground being curved or a ball. You know, why would that be the case? So what they've done is they've taken the phenomena of objects falling to the ground, and they've told us that it means we're on a giant spinning ball and we're being pulled to the center of it effectively. But that's not really the case. Things are just rising or falling based on their density relative to the medium. If you look up specific gravity, that basically describes what it is. But there's no globe involved. You see? Just a flat, motionless Earth, like you always experience.
Then what about rotation?
I was going to ask you, so do you think the ground is rotating?
Oh, yes, I think so.
Do you experience the ground to be rotating?
No, I don't.
No, you don't. So why do you think it is?
I mean, that's how it is. It's like, that's why we have day and night.
You just not how it is. Because how it is, according to our perspective, not rotating. It's not moving. Unless you're in an earthquake, then you'll feel the ground moving. So what makes you think the ground is moving? I think I heard you just say it.
When we see our sky or the stars.
Okay. So we see the sun and moon and stars rotating. But why does that mean that the ground is rotating? Why couldn't it just mean that those things are rotating? You thought about
that? But I knew the reason that they have to be rotating, otherwise it doesn't make sense.
Well, what has to be rotating?
Like the sun and stars, like
yeah. You see the sun moving, the sun rotating around or moving around you, so you don't necessarily see it rotating. You see it move through the sky east to west, yeah? And they've told you that even though that's what you observe, that's only because the ground is rotating. But what proof did they show you that it was actually the ground rotating and not just the sun moving like you observed?
Because by watching the orbit of the stars, like suns and moon.
Well, again, you're just seeing them move, though. What proof is there that it's the ground moving and not just those things you're seeing moving?
Because
if you just see the sun move, you just see the sun move. You can say, okay, I see the sun move, so I'm gonna assume that the sun is moving. But if you're going to say no, I'm going to assume that it's the ground that's moving, then you need to provide evidence for that, or someone needs to give you evidence for that, no?
Yeah.
So what evidence did they give you that it's actually the ground spinning and not the sun moving like you observed? Did they give you any evidence?
I mean, they did. I just can't really remember on the spot.
What kind of evidence do you think they gave you? Measurements? Or stories? Claims? Assumptions? What do you think? Because as far as I can tell, it's all just claims and assumptions. There's no evidence. There's no measurements. There's no science. It's just assumptions. They assume that the ground is moving, and that's what's causing the sun to appear to move. But no one's actually measured the ground to be spinning. Have they? Who do you think's measured that?
Oh.
Anyone?
Why do you think people lie about
Ooh, why have they lied to us?
Yeah.
Well, it's not even necessarily the case. I mean, it's a big question because, I mean, most people that you're thinking about, right? Like a teacher who teaches you that the Earth is a globe, they didn't lie to you. They believe it's a globe. And why do they believe it was a globe? Because that's what they were taught. And who taught them that the Earth was a globe? Their teacher. And how did they know it was a globe? Well, they didn't know it was a globe. They were just taught it as well. So it's almost like a tradition, like Santa Claus or something, right? It's passed down and taught, but they didn't see it themselves. They never proved it. They're all just assuming that these organizations like NASA or the Russian government are telling the truth about what they're doing. It is all based on that assumption. So it's not actually like loads of people are lying. Most people just believe it and teach it and, you know, claim it to be true based on their belief. Really, it's a small group of people who would have to actually be lying about it, meaning they know it's not true and they're saying it is the case anyway. So, but your question about why would they lie, those people who maybe have lied about it, well, I mean, I could come up with a whole host of possible reasons, right? Do some people lie for money? Yeah, because NASA, they make about $70 million a day peddling this story. So would some people lie for even a slice of 70 million a day? Possibly. Yeah. Control of the world view, you know, if they have the power to say there's an asteroid coming and it's going to wipe us all out in a year's time, so you all have to come and work for us, give us your tax dollars, whatever it is, right? They could convince the whole nation to do whatever they tell it to do based on fear, basically, right? They control the environment that you think you're in. Yeah? They're the ones with access to space where Earth is. So if they say, hey, this giant rock is coming to wipe us out in 3 years' time, people will believe them. That's a lot of power. You can get people to do a lot of things through fear, right? It's very powerful for controlling society. You could also argue that they are obscuring the nature of our environment, right? Because they've given us a cosmology that says that the Earth essentially appeared by accident, randomly, right? There was a big bang, a random explosion of nothingness, and then everything just appeared. That's all based on a globe story, right? So when you figure out that that's not the case, then it goes all the way back to the creation story.
Then do you have like completely different story of universe? Like you said,
yeah, well, it
there's
has
no
to.
such thing.
It shows that it has to have been intelligently designed.
Intelligently designed.
Intelligently designed, yes. A creator.
Okay,
Yeah.
but that intelligent creator might have made the globe, and
I'm sure he could have done, but he didn't, because we measure it and it measures flat.
Okay.
So
then why do you think why do you think the cause was the intelligent creator?
Well, because the only option we had for no intelligent creator was a Big Bang globe cosmology. Right? But that we don't have that. We don't have a globe. We don't have a Big Bang. So there's not really a creation. There's not an accidental natural creation story for a motionless topographical plane. Also, it's a contained system. So something had to have made the container.
But then who made the intelligent creator?
Well, now you're getting into philosophy and religion. It's not what I'm dealing with.
Is it like not your topic?
It's an infinite regression fallacy. Who created the creator? Who created the creator's creator? Who created the creator's creator? Creator's creator? And on and on and on we go.
Yeah, it just doesn't go anywhere. It would just be speculation.
Yeah, I mean, how do you explain that? If someone asks you, like, just where the creator is from?
I don't make a claim as to. Well, I don't impose my thoughts on the nature of the creator to other people. That's your journey, right? That's up for you.
Yeah. Just I wonder what you are thinking about it.
Well, my view would align generally with what it seems the vast majority of human beings throughout history have held, that there's an intelligent designer that they call God, and he created this environment, this system called the Earth. And the sun, moon, and stars are essentially just like a giant clock above it.
But you also think, so it's like how you think.
Yeah. That's what I think is a logical conclusion to arrive at once you have reviewed the evidence.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like I gotta study a little bit just tease, to understand what you're saying.
Yeah, you should check out our home server. We've got a lot of resources that you can study.
Yeah, do you have a link or something?
Let me check if the bot is in with the right link.
You can just click on my profile, and there's a link in my profile. Broken Eraser. That's my name.
Yeah, right. How to? Sorry, I'm new to this application.
Just click my name, Broken Eraser, and then you'll see discord.gg/flat earth, and then just click that, and it will take you there.
Maybe it's different. I'm using I'm using my phone.
Okay.
Yeah, if you just click on my name, hold your finger down, and it should come up with like my profile.
Oh yeah. With my finger, yeah. And
then you should see a link, like a link to the home server, discord.gg.
Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, so let me direct you to the information just so you know where to look. So you join that server, yeah?
Yeah.
Now you scroll down the channels about 3/4 of the way. And you'll see there's a lot of channels of different topics, like astronauts, NASA, curvature, gravity. Do you see all those? It's alphabetical. Do you see those channels? It's called additional information.
Yeah.
Okay, so now when you want to research, you might say, what about satellites? So you scroll down to S, and you see a channel on satellites. Yeah? And now we save information here that you won't be able to easily find just using Google and YouTube, because they censor the topic. They hide it. So you can research our side of the argument here. Because you need to research both sides of the argument.
Yeah, I will study those.
Good man.
It is like still hard for me just to believe all the ideas of yours.
That's okay. We don't want you to just believe. We want you to figure out.
Yeah. Right? So I might be back with additional knowledge, like not just say, "Oh, I heard that."
You can also listen on YouTube. We are live on YouTube 24/7. You can just type in 247 Flat Earth Discord on YouTube, and you'll find our streams. And if you listen to those conversations, you will learn a lot more about the topic.
That's pretty passionate. 24/7.
24/7, 365 days a year. We're even on Christmas. We don't even take a break for Santa. Okay.
Yeah, 366 years on a leap year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we also make culture and other stuff. We're also making music. We have a Flat Earth radio station on our home server.
Yeah, so take your time, explore all the resources, do some research, think up some questions, and then you can come back and speak to us.
Yeah,
You're
right.
welcome.
Yeah, thank you. It was really interesting.
Yeah, you're welcome to come and talk to us anytime, my friend.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. See you.
Peace.
He's made a natural observation, the sun. We'll go from there.
Okay, so your natural is apparently the sun shining. The next thing a scientist would do is say, what causes the sun to shine? How would you go ahead and conduct an experiment on how that's going to work? What is your presumed cause of the sun shining?
I mean, we could not because it's kind of impossible, right? We could
Exactly.
just
So there's, yeah, and you could say that, and you would probably be incorrect. You want to know why? Because there's no way to test it.
Yeah, but I mean,
so you can't assume that some kind of nuclear fission is going on. That's just you making something up. You don't even know what the sun is. You just see it, and it's shining. It kind of looks like a circle. It feels kind of warm when the sunlight hits you. But guess what? No science.
It's Apollo crossing the sky in his chariot is just as valid.
Exactly.
But
you realize that it's the same evidence. The same evidence for Apollo is the same evidence for nuclear fusion. Not a fucking thing.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm struggling to like analyze it logically. So, what would be the assumption that we use the sun as a kind of observation? Because when we say that we see the sun, actually we see the sun, right? What is the assumption here? That might not be the case.
Parallel rays, the position of the sun, its distance, its size. A lot of things.
No, but the claim is we see the sun, right? I mean, it's not even an assumption. It doesn't even
we see it.
matter.
So, but what can we say about things just by seeing them that are true? You can say, hey, it has an angular size. We can say, hey, it's this bright. Hey, it looks like this. It looks like that. All we're restricted to descriptions, right? We can describe it.
Yeah, I mean,
so what's the moon look like? I mean, if you want to accurately describe the sun and the moon, they look like circles. It's all you can accurately say. You can't even accurately say they look like spheres. Because you have no 3D information, right?
Yeah. But maybe it doesn't even be the case because, like, not forget about the sun. Like my friend, okay? I see my friend at like in Birmingham, in England. So I know that like my friend could not be in like Sydney at the same time. So I could use that as like maybe in my researches. So
What is it going to tell you, though?
cannot if you want, you cannot answer that because I know that I'm being off track. So yeah, I would.
No matter what you claim about the sun, right? It's going to be an inductive inference, right? There's going to be some theory-laden idea of what the sun's relationship is to the geometry of the Earth. Okay? You're going to presuppose there's some relationship between the Earth and the sun. Yes, your friend sees the sun. Yes, you see the sun. What's the relationship between the ground you're walking on and seeing the sun? So that's the thing you can't demonstrate, the actual geometric relationship, other than where it is in the sky over the horizon, where it appears to be. So you can measure the angle over the horizon or the angle down from zenith, but that's all you can say. You can say, where is the sun relative to where it rises on some date, or relative to the magnetic field, or relative to the background stars. Right, you have to use some other spatial reference. That's where you're going to say the sun is. But other than that, you can't say what the relationship is between the sun and the Earth and your friend, all three of you. Right?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, maybe we could observe some of the behaviors of the sun and eliminate some of the models that we could claim for the shape of the Earth. See what I mean?
Yeah, dude. You're presupposing a bunch of shit. Why don't you understand that? How does the sun get to you? Is it a straight line? The ray of light that hits your eye from the sun, when you look at the sun, right? So let me ask you this. If your friend and you look at the sun and suddenly you could fly like Superman, and both of you fly right towards the sun, are you guys going to go in straight lines and intersect at the sun?
Are we going to on a straight
Yeah,
line?
if you guys both fly, you're both got superpowers. You're both Superman now, and you're going to both fly to the sun. You both fly to the sun. Are you going to both meet in the same place and shake hands? Hey, we both flew to the sun. We flew in straight lines right to the sun.
Like, not exactly, because the sun is too big, as the claims, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let me use it. Maybe you're not getting it. Say you guys are both looking at the Empire State Building and you're on different sides of New York, and you call each other on cell phones like, hey, let's meet at the Empire State Building. Can you see it? He's like, yeah, I can see it. Okay, walk toward the Empire State Building. You walk toward the Empire State Building. And then after 15 minutes, you both get there and you say, hey, how you doing? Right? You meet at the Empire State Building. Understand? Now you're going to do this with the sun. Do you think, based upon the available evidence, that you think that would happen? That if you both flew towards the sun, that's where you would meet? Somewhere out there. There's a reason I'm asking you this. It seems stupid, but it's not stupid. It seems like, oh man, we're both looking at an object. We're both looking at the same thing, that our lines of sight intersect somewhere out there in 3D space. But that's actually not the case. That's why you have that's why I said it's theory laden. Didn't you say? So when you look at the sun, they say it's an apparent sun that you're looking at. Why do they say that? Why is it apparent? Why isn't it the real sun? Something gone? Hey, test. You still here, buddy?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So what's going to happen if you fly to the apparent sun?
I apologize. You said apparent sun, like
apparent sun? Yes.
Sun?
They say there's an apparent sun. Now that when you look at the sun, you're not actually looking at it. In fact, they say no one's ever seen a sunset. Because refraction, you mentioned it earlier, remember?
Yeah,
The
yes.
sun's
So you
yeah. So the sun, according to them, is never in its true position. So what are you going to do? Figure out what the shape of the Earth is based upon what they even admit is an optical illusion? See, this is the problem with. So you mentioned refraction. This is the problem with the globe nonsense, is that it's inconsistent. They say, "Hey, dude, all this astronomy stuff works." Okay, here's where it doesn't work. Well, that's an apparent sun. Those are apparent stars. Well, didn't you construct the entire model based upon things not being apparent? Well, yeah. So there's flip-flopping back and forth. If there's evidence that it doesn't work, then it's apparent. If it works, then it's not, then it's direct. See, it's all theory laden. So if you come up with some idea about what the shape of the Earth is based upon the sun, you have a fundamental flaw. You can never prove something by looking at something else. You can't prove what your house is built out of by looking at your neighbor's house. You can't prove what your house is built out of looking at all the houses in your neighborhood. You can only look at your house. So you and your friend can look at the sun all day long. You'll never prove the shape of the Earth that way. It's not even logically possible.
Yeah, I see your point. But my perspective is like, yeah, we have lots of these pre-assumptions, and I think that we first need a model to justify those assumptions based on our model.
No,
This is the.
I mean, why? Like, even if you have a model, how do you know that model's physically real?
Yeah, I'm just putting myself in your.
Because we have, but what I'm asking you, because you're getting in danger of the reification fallacy, right? You have a model that makes predictions, but the model's is not actually physically real. We know this all. These are all over science. It's not even debatable at this point, right? So epicycles,
yeah,
right? You could do epicycles, and you could look at the planets, and they would be in positions, and you could say, "Hey, man, that the planets are doing loop-de-loops around a point that's orbiting the Earth in this geocentric model." But no one thinks that model was physically real. I don't even think they believed it was physically real back then. So we can make models that are basically data fitting, right? But you're making a leap of logic when you say, "Oh, these mathematics in the geometry, I don't actually observe this geometry. I observe some subset of it, and I'm going to say it's actually physically real out there." That's no. Why would we go? What? Let me ask you this. Why are you running away from the obvious thing to do? You're like, "Oh, look at the sun. Look at the planets. Look at the stars. Make models." You don't have to do any of that. The thing that's in question, you're freaking standing on it, brother. You're standing on it. You can just measure fucking what it is. You don't have to do mental gymnastics.
My answer would be that I already did. I have not measured it myself, but I have investigated a lot about the proofs, like the black swan and stuff like that. But like the hard thing about those things is that I cannot gain an answer from the opposite side. So every answer I would be getting from the scientists who believe in globe Earth would be refraction. Okay.
Yeah, but is that a justified answer? No, hold on. Just having an answer doesn't mean it's a justified answer. Is that answer an actual justified answer? Or is it an ad hoc hypothesis created to stop the globe from being falsified? What is the justification?
Yeah,
okay, well, let me ask you, hold on, let me ask you this. What is the evidence for the globe refraction? If they were going to say, yes, we know this globe refraction thing exists, where light bends around the curve of the Earth, what is our evidence for it? What would their evidence be, you think?
Sir, I'm sorry, I couldn't deliver my point to you, or maybe it was kind of your fault to not understand my point. I said that it's hard to investigate at this field because whatever the scientists would give me as an answer would be a magical phenomenon, so-called refraction, that nor me, nor you, nor anyone could justify that magic that is going on. Okay, so me
Yes.
as a minor cannot.
Are you saying they
So
can't
that's why
justify it? Is that what you're saying? That they can't justify it?
it could be justification, of course, because there must be some hidden height applied to those like turbines, but it is not apparently. Okay, so it could be actually a justification.
Okay.
But my thing is the reason why I do not go in that field because I would not get any answer beyond refraction. Okay, so
Yeah,
the
but
easier thing
it's
for me as a minor, and as a person who is not actually so rich, would be like taking other signs who are going to be arguable for me. So yeah.
the only way to. Do you agree that the only way to prove what the shape of the Earth is to measure the Earth directly? I said prove. I didn't mean evidence or inductive or any of those things. I mean actually prove what the shape of the Earth is. Just like if you want to prove your table's square, right? You'd have to take out a tape measure and measure your table, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there's no other way to do it. You can make all sorts of theories about lights and hypotheses about how fucking wood is cut and all sorts of any type of nonsense you can construct in your head. Okay? Those all would be hypotheses about what the table would be. But you'd eventually have to confirm it by measuring the table. And that's the position we're at with the shape of the Earth. They can say all sorts of stuff. Okay? And if they don't have the actual measurements of the stuff they're claiming, and I don't know why then they have nothing, because you need measurements to back it up. But I don't know why you're like, well, I don't want to adjudicate the refraction claim. The reason I asked you that question was very simple. It's easy to adjudicate it, whether what they're saying is justified. You go, okay, what's the evidence for your saying refraction? What's the evidence for it? What do you think their evidence is?
I mean, for that much of a refraction, like
refraction of light existing on Earth the way they say. What is their evidence?
Oh, DJ just like.
Is this really a hard question to answer, dude?
No. I mean, the refraction actually exists, right?
I'm asking what's their evidence. I don't care. I don't want claims. What's the evidence this refraction exists?
I mean, the basic refraction, the idea is that, for example,
that they're claiming exists, right? The refraction they claim exists, right? They say light's being bent around the curve because of the density gradient of the air. What's their evidence for this?
Say seeing too far. Say seeing things that are around the ball.
Oh, you fucking ruined it. You son of a bitch. You couldn't wait for the punchline. Yeah, their evidence is a flat Earth. The evidence for globe refraction is seeing a flat Earth. You know that? That's how their claim is not justified. It's that simple. They look out, they go, man, that looks flat. Must be globe refraction.
Now we can figure out how much refraction there is because we can punch in a globe number and then see it flat and slide the little slider on the screen until it looks flat on the screen, and then we read the refraction number.
They could literally justify any radius. They could say the Earth has a 300-kilometer radius and frickin' extra gravity that bends the frickin' light extra amount to make your 300-kilometer radius Earth look flat. They could literally just say anything because their evidence is the Earth looking flat. Now think about it. My globe proof is that the Earth looks flat. How stupid is that? See, there's no justification for the claim, and it's all post hoc nonsense. And there's another layer of stupidity to it because gravity had to create the condition of a flat-looking globe, dude. You understand? Gravity is what they claim creates the density gradient, and gravity is what bends the light. So gravity creates a flat-looking globe. Gravity does everything. It's an equal opportunity employer.
Well, yeah, I just presented you my perspective that okay, yeah, the reflection required for 8 meters of the turbine to be disappeared would be hilarious. So it could be like very much 100% sure a justification. So you don't need to explain that to me. The whole thing that I was trying to explain was that like as I don't give, yeah, that would be back and forth. Sorry.
Well, you mentioned the black swan. Do you think that our argument is that the oil rig should be hidden?
He thinks the black swan's the John D. Black Swan he's talking about.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's not. Yeah, that's not the argument either. I mean, they should be hidden, but that's not the problem. The problem is that the horizon's way too far. So the horizon, because we typically hear, the horizon's the edge of the globe, right, where ships go over and all that crap. Well, that's never in the right place. It's way off in the John D one. How far is it off in the John D one? How far is it supposed to be away? Like 3 miles or something?
It's beyond 14 miles. Yeah.
Where's it supposed to be though?
2.3.
Yeah, it's pretty far off.
Yes, the first turbine is like 8 miles, 8.3 and 0.3, and the next turbine 8.5, 9, 11, and the ship would be like maybe 13 or something.
Now, do you think if I gave you like $1 million and said you can use anything you want, and I'm going to give you, say, a giant ball that's 2 meters tall, and I want you to make that ball look flat, you can use whatever lens that you can construct. You can use freaking liquid nitrogen. You can use whatever the hell you want. Do you think you can make the edge of that ball like move around and appear flatter than the ball really is? Do you think you can make that ball appear as if it's 20 times larger than it is? Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, this just takes common sense. It doesn't take deep thought, but people get lost in their concepts and think, well, if I can imagine it, then it could happen. No, dude, some things that you can imagine can't happen. Okay? No one ever looked at a curved surface and was like, my God, dude.
They only told you if you can imagine it, it can happen, so that when this case came up in the future, you can justify it in your mind that if you can imagine it, it must be real. So
if you can dream it, it can come true.
Yep. If you can dream it, then anything is possible. Then when you ever hear that shit, that's just brainwashing you. Let me see you walk through a brick wall. What I want to see is you run through a brick wall. You run up to a brick wall so fast that you go through it, nothing happens to you. So I want somebody to start trying that.
What is even a brick wall? Sorry.
Brick wall. You don't know what a brick wall is? You know the three little pigs? You got a house made of sticks, a house made of bricks.
It's a great big one in China.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
You should be able to run fast enough that you can go through it without it hurting you if you go faster than the spin of the atoms.
I mean, Muhammad, what if we run around and like anything inconvenient piece of evidence, we're just like refraction? You'd want us to justify why we were saying that. Oh, what causes eclipses? Oh, that's refraction. You'd demand an explanation of how refraction can actually do that. And then, even if we gave you some cockamamie explanation, you'd want evidence that the explanation is actually true. Now, if you're a globe earther, you says, well, if you had used the logic of a globe earther, you'd say, well, it's obviously true because we see the eclipse. eclipses are caused by refraction. We see an eclipse, there must be refraction. Circular logic reasoning, right? This is how the globe works, right? It's a globe and it looks flat. Well, there must be refraction. How do you know there's refraction? Well, it looks flat.
Yeah, I just want to give my final summary of what is going in my mind and call it a day because I already bore you out of your mind. But the thing is,
No, we're not
I
bored.
understand because I have been in this channel for like maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I don't know, and I really enjoyed that because you guys speak English very awesome. So I understand.
You're not bad either.
Like,
you're pretty good.
Yeah.
You're way better than some people that live here in America that are from here.
Yeah. The thing is,
You think I'm joking?
Exactly.
I know you think I'm joking. Believe me, there's people that were born in America and raised here that you speak English better than. Okay.
Try living in England. I guarantee you can't understand half the things that we say.
I can barely understand you.
Yeah, right. I know.
Anyway, sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. Just want to like give my final conclusion or whatever. The thing is, I understand everything, and it makes so much sense. Like, even if the magical refraction was a thing, I mean, the 8 meter of hidden height would not just disappear or something. Like, it's so much to just ignore. And I understand right now
It's
that,
16.
for example, yeah, I'm sorry. And also,
I don't even know what you're referring to, quite honestly.
to this channel, I kinda struggle to understand the reason behind all the governments to kinda work together and try to hide the flat Earth and stuff like that. But now I understand that how that could be possible. Like, United States could like have lots and lots of $1 million on NASA. Like, India could show other countries and governments that I am powerful too. So yeah, there are enough possible reasons. But my only like conflict in my mind is how how all these phenomenons are having a perfect match to the globe.
No, that's
I
just
know that
your
you
ignorance speaking, Mohammed.
Yeah.
Mohammed, that's just your ignorance
I know.
speaking.
I'm sorry. You just said that it needs a pre-assumption, and you first
No,
need a
that's your
model.
ignorance. You think the data is a perfect match. It's not. You just believe that. I literally just talked. Oh, it looks flat. That's a perfect globe match. How do you know that? Because if the flatter it looks, the more refraction there is. How is that a perfect match?
I mean, like.
Okay, not even. Here's another example. Do you think that they use a globe to predict the sunrise, sunset times? That they use a globe model for this? Or they use a globe model to predict eclipses? They don't. They don't use a globe model for any of that stuff. So I don't know it's a perfect match of. Can you show me actually any model where they actually use a globe to do anything? An actual globe. Not the celestial sphere. An actual globe. A globe Earth, terrestrially.
Like Antarctica, probably.
That's a country or continent. What? Well, you said Antarctica. Maybe you need to say more.
Yeah, I just want to firstly give my.
Yeah, I understand, but you still haven't heard anything. Okay, I think in 2 weeks that you haven't heard that there's the globe claim, but then when you go check, it actually doesn't. Reality doesn't match that. But you're still at the point where you think it does match that.
Yes. But the thing is, even if I don't first assume and make an assumption of the globe, the Earth is globe, so let's go and check Antarctica. Even if I ignore that, and I just consider.
How do you know when you're in Antarctica,
I think,
Mohammed?
Yeah, let me just.
How do you know when you get there? How would you tell when you were there, though, Mohammed?
Oh, there had been so much videos about the Austin witness.
Yeah, but how? Yeah, great. How do you know? Say, listen, we give you a bunch of money. We say, okay, get to Antarctica. How do you know when you got there? How would you know?
Because they have seen the rotating sun above their.
Exactly. So when you see the sun do something, we're going to call this place Antarctica. Cool.
Like
that's what you did. This is it. Now you're getting it, dude. Like maybe you're not getting it, but this is the problem. Is you're not using the Earth as the reference. You're using the sky, and then you're jumping to conclusions that the Earth is the sky.
I mean, it could be anywhere. It could be Antarctica. It could be France. It could be like Sydney.
No, it couldn't be anywhere. It's the place where you see the sun do a certain thing, dude. Like if I say, hey, dude, the place where the freaking Orion is directly over my head on March 25th, I'm going to call that this coordinate. And then you just fucking go find that place where the Orion is directly overhead at that time. You call it that coordinate. That's how we do it.
I mean, the whole point of Antarctica is about the behavior of sun, right? So, I mean, it's not even about the place. It's about the behavior of the sun.
Okay, so that place... Matters. Okay, so hold on. That's fine that the sun, you go to Antarctica and you see the sun do something. How do you know your orientation is upside down relative to, say, Greenland? How do you know you're upside down relative to Greenland based upon seeing the sun and saying this spot is Antarctica? Yeah, so there's the problem in a nutshell. When you use just the sky as a reference, you have to make a leech of logic to reach conclusions about the ground from the sky. And we know that there's a mismatch. We've known this since the 1400s, that the celestial sphere does not match the ground. That's why they have, you probably don't know this, the geoid, right? The geoid, the Earth gravitational model. That is basically a model of how the sky deviates from the ground. Because that tells you the direction of plumb, and if you want your orientation, you set up like a surveying device, right? You find plumb, and oh shit, the stars aren't right over my head, it's the wrong stars. Oh, I'll just say there's a lumpy gravity underneath the Earth pulling my plumb line in such a way that it curves, and it's a whole bunch of nonsense. It's more ad hoc bullshit. You think plumb lines curve, Mohammed? Do you know what plumb line is?
I actually haven't been following you much, to be honest.
Oh. You know what a plumb line is?
Yeah. No, I don't.
Okay. So in building, right, they take a weight and they tie it to a string. That's called a plumb line. So that you can build a building vertical. You understand?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's the same way a level works, to level like so you can find level, a nice level flat floor, and you're supposed to use gravity, right? Well, in the globe model, to make it work, they say that plumb lines are curved, meaning they curve. They don't go straight down towards the center of the Earth. They curve around. Now, you probably didn't know this, but this is another one of these things where you're like, oh, the globe model's perfect. No, it's not. There's Band-Aids everywhere. Everywhere you look, you can't find a single thing that actually works, that they didn't stick some Band-Aid on. I don't know if you know what Band-Aids are. Bandage, let's say that. They're everywhere. People just don't know about them. It's like it's not like they advertise. They don't go, oh yeah, here's the list of shit that works. Here's the list of stuff that doesn't work. They just go, oh, everything just works perfectly. Like they're selling you a really crappy car. But they don't tell you the bad stuff, man. So you guys just don't really, I don't know, internalize it or don't get it that what you've heard before you enter this chat is the best, right? It's with all the problems left out. And then we talk to you and we say, hey, here are the problems. And you guys are like, well, I didn't hear it from a scientist, so maybe it's really not a problem. Even the people we talk to that are scientists, they don't know about it. It's very particularized to specific fields of research, right? But the fundamental problem is there's no globe out there. It only exists in your mind. If you try to do any experiment, any test, and go out there into the physical world and find the Earth to be a globe, you won't find it. You'll find yourself staring at the stars and daydreaming, because that's where the globe exists. Daydreaming in your imagination, staring at the sky. Some frickin' crackpot mathematical wizard stared at the sky and came up with this idea. The globe wasn't invented because they discovered it. They didn't discover the globe. They literally just invented it in their head.
I mean, I, as a investigator and as a researcher, would have a very easier path in my researches if I had answer for one simple question. So, do the stars and the sun and the phenomenons we see above our head are unconsiderable in the shape of the Earth, like curvature or non-curvature, because we cannot demolish their true identity, or
This is what you know, dude. You just don't you're not getting. I don't want to look. I can keep giving you more and more information, but it doesn't seem like you're even taking the other stuff. There is no globe model that actually works, is what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know why you don't understand that. Let me ask you, where does the globe model actually work? And where does it work? Other than in feeding your imagination, where does it actually work in reality?
Maybe like, if I could give you an example, like flights. Maybe you have already thought about this.
No.
I just posted your airplane going around a spinning globe. How do you land that airplane?
I mean, you already said that, because you said that we are
It would be impossible to land an
going
airplane.
that we are going in a straight line. That we are not actually going in a straight line, because
Glover made that anyway. By the way, not a flat earther.
That's funny.
It's going to depend if you're making flights, flying around. I mean, what coordinate and navigation system are you using? What's that? If you're using longitude and latitude, we're back to the celestial sphere, because longitude and latitude are in the sky. So that's the celestial sphere. So don't be surprised that works, because that's what it's designed to do, get you from one place to another. But that's not the Earth being a sphere, that's the sphere in the sky.
Yeah, you already have thought, speak about this. But the thing is, I really wish that I really had a very big amount of budget, and I could just follow my nose without any compass or any map or anything, and just see that if I could.
You can do that. The most accurate sailing method was called Portland charts, where you would just take a heading out of a port, and then you'd smack into the other port as long as you maintain the heading.
I didn't understand it.
A heading, right? So say you were in, they particularly used it in the Mediterranean, right? So say you're in Barcelona, or I don't know, something on the coast. Say you're in
Italy.
Yeah, let's just go. You're at the Straits of Gibraltar. Okay. So you know that there's a heading that you can take where you're going to smash into Cyprus. Okay. And all you have to do is take that heading, point your ship in that direction. And as long as you maintain that heading within a degree, within some, I don't mean literally a degree, but with some degree of accuracy, you're gonna at least see Cyprus at some point, because you can probably see it from freaking 80 miles away. You see what I'm saying? It's like this method of navigation was used by the Spanish and the Portuguese. In fact, if you go to our main server in the map channel, Miguel, who's Portuguese, posted tons and tons of maps from Portugal of how they navigated using this method. They didn't use any globe. They didn't use anything like that, and they were considered the most accurate way of travel. Now, when you get out in the open ocean, there's a lot of currents, so it's really hard to maintain a heading when you have a frickin' 50 mile per hour frickin' ocean current pushing you in a direction. So they had to invent other methods. Compass is useful to a point, you know what I mean? So they use the stars, and then the stars are also useful to a point because you have cloudy days. There's errors, right? We've developed systems of navigation over time, right? And they're all fraught with their own errors, but they don't match a globe. So, for instance, celestial navigation, they're only doing observations within a narrow range of the sky. They can't observe anything below 30 degrees, and they can't observe anything 30 degrees above it, because then you'll be pointing your sextant straight up, right? So it's a very narrow range of the sky, and they have to take reading after reading after reading over the course of a day to get within 15 nautical miles of where they think they are. That's how accurate that is. So it doesn't work the way it doesn't work the way it's sold and the way people imagine it works. It's way different than that. That's just what I mean. I think you've probably been here when I said it. We're just here to tell you, that there's problems with this globe idea that you were not told. Now you can say, hey, there's enough problems where I think it's bullshit, or nah, those are superficial problems that I can just ignore and continue believing the globe. That is up to you. I do not care which one you take. But if you want to live in a reality, you want to live in a worldview where you think that reality is a giant optical illusion and that you can just brush all the problems under the rug and continue along your day. I mean, you're the one who has to live with yourself. You religious, Mohammed?
Yes, I could say.
Do you think God would create a world that's an optical illusion?
It's a navigational illusion.
An optical illusion.
Optical illusion.
Yeah, it looks flat, but it's actually a ball. That optical illusion.
Oh, I mean, why not?
So God's
Why not?
God's a great deceiver. Congratulations, you're a Satanist.
I mean, I really appreciate, but I'm afraid I'm starting to follow because my head is already full of data.
That's fine. I understand, dude. This is a thick topic, dude. This is like a crash course. So I understand. We all understand that it can be, it's like a rich food. You know what I mean? You can only eat so much.
I just want to add something off track, completely off track, not related about this topic. The thing is, would you guys even consider taking your next step, maybe talking with the government or stuff like that, or no? Because the only answer you would get would be refraction gravity.
Who in the government will we talk to, Mohammed?
Hey, Mohammed, the government already responded. They asked YouTube and Google to take us down, so it makes it hard to find our stuff.
Who would we ask in the government, Mohammed? Should I write Trump?
Yeah.
Hey, President Trump, is the Earth flat? What the hell does Trump know?
Yeah, right, your congressman.
What that? They know even less.
Exactly.
They're like, please, thank you, kind sir. Next time you ask me a question, attach the check so I can answer it in whatever way you'd like.
Yeah, you're not going to ask political people because political people have got political agendas. They say what the backing tells them to say. All right, this is obvious. This is why we have different political parties. So we're not going to be asking politicians yet.
Why do you sieve your knowledge through the government? Like it's not true unless you need the government seal of approval. Oh, the government said it's true. I can believe in this now.
Maybe he's from one of those countries where they draw the big giant heads on sides of buildings.
But seriously, I'm really curious about one thing. How
Well,
do you guys?
the way you think about it is messed up, though, Muhammad. The way you think about it, you said hide the flat Earth. How would they do that?
Yeah, I mean, I said it kind of would be impossible because the only answer
it's not
would be
possible.
like refraction and gravity.
No,
Because I
no,
have
no,
also
no, 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 no,
suggested
no, no,
right-
no, no. Actually, physically hide the flat Earth outside because the flat Earth is outside. That's where it is. Like it's the Earth itself. How are they going to hide that?
And yeah, you make sense. Okay, but I'm really having a curiosity about something. I wanted to ask this for so long. I don't know who is from United States in this channel, but how do you guys allow like your taxes to be put in so much quantity into NASA?
Holy shit!
I mean, even
how old are you, man?
I mean, even like I'm 25.
Okay. Taxes are collected at the end of a barrel of a gun. Okay? There's no volunteering here. What are you talking about? Bro, don't pay your taxes. They're going to come, men with guns are going to come to your house and take your shit. It's that simple.
I mean, I have seen lots of protests about like about anything, almost
good.
anything, but not have seen anybody to protest.
What are
about
we going
that.
to
Okay, we don't.
Oh, that must have been on television where you saw that or social media.
What are we going to protest? What are we going to do? Go in front of the Atlantic Ocean with signs? Earth is flat. This water's not curved.
This water
Just
is not
look at it. Like my son will say, refraction's fake. Just look at it.
Water doesn't lie. Water doesn't lie. And just walk down the street saying that.
Sir, there had been a misunderstanding. It's actually completely off topic. I'm just saying that regardless of the shape of the Earth, flat or like curved or anything, I mean that amount of money, being given to NASA to like just investigate the outer space.
Our government prints money.
Nonsense.
Oh, okay. Do you know how our government gives money to people? It looks at the keyboard and it's like, oh, what's the shortcut for print? Oh, Control P. And fucking dollar bills fly out of a printer somewhere. They're not spending any money. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh, I have heard that like millions of dollars had been spending on NASA for.
They print the money, Mohammed. What aren't you understanding? They print the money.
They just tell you they're spending that much money. So when money goes somewhere, they say it went to NASA and it's on some guy's boat, dude.
But creating money will influence on the like financial situation, or am I right?
Yeah, you mean like the inflation we got now, the skyrocketing inflation? Yeah, we know.
So the trillions and trillions and trillions of never going to pay back again debt. Yeah.
Look, if you want to think about it from that viewpoint, have you thought about it from this viewpoint? Is that space as a human endeavor will never make money. So why are they doing it?
Of course. Yeah, of course, exactly.
So what else do we do? Can you name one thing that we just pour money into we're never going to get a return on that money? Anything that human beings do. We just pour the money in, we never get anything back.
Yeah, exactly. The only justification, I don't know much about the
Don't you think that that's a sign something's wrong?
No. I don't know much about the tax system, but the only justification.
I'm not even talking about the taxes, buddy. I'm just talking about like say like deep sea exploration. Hey, yeah, because we think we're going to get oil, or we think we're going to get gold, or we think we're going to find a sunken Spanish ship, right? we think we're going to profit from it. There's no profit even imaginable from outer space. Why are we still doing it? I think probably since the 1960s, how many trillions of dollars have been spent? Think about what they spent. Think about how much they made. They've made zero, but they've spent trillions. What else do human beings do that actually would do that? Other than like military equipment, because there's no return on investment for military equipment. Other than,
Yeah, I just said
individuals.
That. I just said that regardless of the shape of the Earth, okay, I find it's kind of absurd to spend millions of dollars for just investigating to see what is in the space. See what I mean? I think it would be a waste of money. Like,
Yeah, that's why NASA's not doing that, and that's why they're a spy and disinformation organisation, right? You know this.
Oh yeah,
now.
I forgot about that. Oops.
Yeah.
Did you know that now, Mohammed, is that NASA's now a spy organization?
Spy organization?
Yeah. Trump signed an executive order. Yeah, a couple months ago, Trump signed an executive order. It's on the White House's website, turning the primary purpose of NASA into national security matters. Intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security is their primary objective. Yeah, that was a few months ago.
Intelligence and counterintelligence. That doesn't sound like space exploration to me.
Well, propaganda was too obvious, so.
Yeah.
Counterintelligence is really the main idea. They want to counter your intelligence.
Yeah, so the history of this, I think everybody in here agrees it kind of started with the Nikon P900 and people posting their photos on Reddit. I mean, I remember coming across this before I took Flat Earth seriously too, back in like 2014. So, yeah, the Nikon P900 revolutionized consumer-grade digital optics, where you could grab a digital camera with an 80x real-life optical zoom and zoom in on things that you never could zoom in on before. I think Nikon's entire marketing promotion was to shoot the moon. Yeah, their design spec required them to allow the user to take close-up images of the moon's surface. And this is something that's been very difficult to do, but the Nikon P900 does it and does it well. So people started buying these, right? And they started taking them on vacation and started zooming in on the horizon at the beach, right? Hey, let's go watch those ships go over the horizon. Only they were watching ships way beyond where the globe horizon should be. And people posting like, is this for real? Like, what the hell's going on? And then people took other images too, zooming in on shorelines across bays, across large bodies of water, downriver. I mean, it got people really asking. So that's kind of the genesis of this, was people noticing that we can see beyond where the globe limits lie. And it got people digging further, like, okay, let's go test how big the globe should be. And let's figure out what the globe claims to be, not to anthropomorphize the globe, but the globe has a 59 mile radius. So you can do some quick trigonometry and derive the distance to the horizon for any observer height, which comes out to 1.22 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the geometric, in a vacuum, perfect environment, distance to the horizon where it should be on a globe. It's a great rule of thumb. I mean, you can almost do the mental math yourself, particularly for observations like 1 foot off the ground, as is the case with the oil rigs. We used to call it the Black Swan, probably not a good title for it anymore, but we've got these observations of oil rigs that serve as distance markers that are well before the horizon, way, way beyond the oil rigs. And that's the whole point of the oil rigs, is to serve as distant markers so that the camera's height from 1 foot off the ground can zoom in on the horizon past the oil rigs and see flat Earth. I mean, it's just remarkable. Oil rigs being 6 to 9 miles plus. There are 2 of them individually. So if the observer is 1 foot off the ground, where should the curvature begin? At 1.2 miles. That's it. So how is it you can see a continuous surface, not only from the shore of the ocean, but going all along up to the bottom of the oil rigs and beyond the last oil rig, way off to the horizon? How is it you can see it's got to be easily 20, 30 miles plus from 1 foot off the ground? It's remarkable. And more observations started to pile in. People start to claim, oh, there's refraction. And usually they don't know what they're talking about, because most people who study what refraction is don't even know what the hell refraction is. It's very complicated, very, very green field area physics, particularly involving meteorology, not necessarily laboratory conditions. So people started modifying their P900s to take care of that. You know what they do? They modify the sensor, they pop on an infrared lens, and now they can see infrared super zoom, long distance. And oh man, it just gets worse for the globe, because you'd expect to see the horizon of the globe to pop out at you. Like, let's say you're, a 5 to 6 foot observation height holding your infrared converted Nikon P900. You should be able to zoom in on the curvature of the Earth that's 3 miles away. And people can see far, far beyond that. And at some point, some flat earther said, what if I were to take this up in an airplane? What if I were to take high-end infrared converted optics up in an airplane to 35,000 feet? What can I see? So you got folks like Jay Tolan Media One. He's got this YouTube channel, been around for, 8 to 10 years now. He just flies all over the world, taking long-distance, high-altitude infrared imagery of the beautiful flat Earth. And the best part is he's an actual RF engineer, and he knows what he's doing when it comes to photogrammetry. That's using the geometry of images in the camera in order to ascertain distances and sizes of objects in the image. I mean, he's zooming in on mountain ranges that should be 100,000, 150,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth. But you could freaking see the mountains in the base of the mountains that they're on. Like, what is going on, folks? I mean, it's almost with this technology, like taking a spy satellite and aiming the damn camera sideways at the horizon instead of straight down to look at newspaper print and zooming way in on it. It's freaking trippy as shit to see such a flat Earth. And then got people questioning, well, what about radio? VHF operates line of sight. People install microwave links, which is point-to-point antenna links to get high-speed communications going. People started examining what they were doing as jobs. You got microwave tech installers now saying, holy shit, I think Earth is flat, because we're able to propagate distances well beyond any curvature, well beyond even the claimed globe of globe terrestrial refraction of microwave, which is 4/3R. I mean, there are now like Wi-Fi claims, low power Wi-Fi claims going out hundreds of miles over the ocean. So it just gets crazier and crazier. And over time, we've now built up this huge library of long distance observations, not just in, visually, but beyond the visual spectrum, into infrared and into microwave. And Earth just behaves flat in this manner. We try to measure curvature and can't find it anywhere. And then we decided to go examine, well, why do people believe in the globe in the first instance? How was this created? Well, we figured that out too. And now we're wondering how the hell we got here as a civilization. Why is it 2025 and we still believe that Earth is a ball? It's harder to believe that the world has gone mad with this globe delusion than it is to accept that the world is as flat as it measures and is observed to be. I tell you, folks, it's crazy. I don't know, how much more bait can we dangle out there, like gyroscopes? We could talk about gyroscopes. We could talk about maps. We could talk about surveying, navigation, cartography, the geometry of maps itself, relating to differential geometry and topology and manifolds. I mean, really, what I like about this topic, even if you aren't a flat earther, if you can't even get on board with that for whatever reason, I get it. There's mental blocks. I had a huge one for a long time. This topic gets you researching things that you probably either long forgot, things that you studied in school perhaps once. Maybe you dropped out of a physics program in college 30 years ago, and now you're like, holy crap, do I still have my textbook in the basement somewhere? Let me dust it off and take a peek. I mean, maybe you studied some geometry at a higher level in high school or something, and now you're like, holy crap, I need to figure this out again. I need to study geometry and trigonometry again. Let me go study that. Let me go study some chemistry. I might need to know how the air freaking works, and I need to know a little bit about fluid dynamics. Maybe I need to learn about static pressure of water and containers and stuff. Maybe I need to dig into that too. This topic, Flat Earth, takes you everywhere, and you will study more. If you are totally going to engage this, you will study more than you ever did when you were a full-time student, on top of your full-time job and whatever commitments you have going on. And honestly, it can lead to some imbalances in life. You got to be sure to not neglect your relationships and make sure that you take this topic in stride. And by that, I mean, it is absolutely important as a topic itself, but your real life relationships matter more than this, I would say, especially your relationship with God if you have a deep spiritual life. This topic, I think, is ancillary and may be incorporated into some of that, but for the love of God, literally, don't neglect your relationships.
Any chance of a little rant about how the spherical coordinate system that was originated from the sky was basically hijacked into a terrestrial coordinate system and called the globe?
Yeah, briefly. I kind of think it came out of the age of sail. It came out of navigation. A need to have some kind of way to conceptualize, to construct the stars, I call it a star field, into a geometrical object that sort of works. So there's a pragmatic utility in this. When they constructed the sky and the stars into a celestial sphere, this started happening actually with the Greeks, but it really took on its formation with the astronomical and nautical almanacs that became popular during the age of sail. So we're talking 15, 16, 1700s is when this really kicked off. And they realized as they had to use sky geometry in a spherical manner, that they were having topological mismatches with the flat Earth below their boat and sailing. So in order to get arc lengths in the sky that they'd measure with angles and to get a distance relationship to correspond to the ground, they had to form arcs out of the surface on the ground, and that became nautical miles. And they did this in order to retain symmetry, retain a scalability between the sky and the Earth. And the reason for this is if you were to project three-dimensional ball geometry from the sky onto a flat surface on the ground, you're going to have problems with planar sailing, with planar surveying and triangulation. You're not going to be able to form triangles whose corners meet and whose sides are straight, and your geometry is going to be all fucked up on a flat Earth. So in order to be consistent, they mathematically contorted the ground into a ball too, and that became a globe. And then so what they're doing is they're basically printing flat Earth like wallpaper into the interior of a globe that's the sky ball. And then they're imagining their ships and their people that are walking around on the top side of it. That's your globe. The globe is just a convenient way to conceptualize navigation with the celestial sphere. And it kind of reified itself into existence in reality. The entire coordinate system we use, latitude and longitude, which we think of today as being ground coordinates, exist first as sky coordinates, a way to look at the relationship of stars and their motion over time in the sky. Again, using a celestial sphere construction, man-made construction, even though the sky doesn't exactly behave like a sphere. So latitude comes from what's called declination, which is your distance from the celestial equator. That's right, the equator too is a conceptual line, an arc in the sky. It's above what people consider today's the equator of the globe. And your declination is your distance from that. And 90 degrees puts you under Polaris in the north, puts you under a similar point in the south. Orthogonal to that, something called right ascension, which is where we get longitude from. And to figure that out, you kind of need clocks. And this is looking at stars as they move east to west in the sky. Stars have different angular displacement depending on how far away they are from the celestial equator. So as they move towards what we call the poles in the sky, they don't exhibit much of any angular displacement over time, with Polaris being relatively fixed. So those coordinates were mapped into the surface in order to retain the sky geometry and to make a topological match. It doesn't mean that the distances are indeed accurate, but if you have a coordinate system and you can calculate it and use it internally consistently, you can apply this to any topology, whether Earth is flat or not. And I gotta go. I'll be listening later on. Take care, guys.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for letting me monologue for a bit.
So you think it's a globe? What would be the best way for me to understand a method that I can know that the Earth is a globe? Give me like a method I could test.
I'm not here to prove nothing. I'm just listening.
Oh man, come on, bro.
It's all
Hey,
right.
I'm just listening,
We don't
man.
bite.
Go-Cat, honestly, don't even try. These are just mental retards. Don't even.
Oh, come on. No. We're here actually demonstrating that nobody can prove it, and nobody ever has.
Shut up.
So it's all fun and games, right? You think we're joking? It's all fun and games until like you hear talk to satellite engineers and surveyors, and they can't prove it either.
This is my point of view, is even if flat earthers are correct, that it doesn't really matter, because it's like, well, everybody agrees otherwise, and so if I start saying flat earth stuff, then people are going to think I'm a fucking quacko.
Yeah, okay, so guess what? That's what makes this so much fun.
So, yeah, I don't like being a quacko. I like being like part of
Well,
society.
no, I mean, you're not quack, you're correct, right? I mean, there's a difference.
Plus, I love NASA as a kid, so fuck that. You know,
I still love NASA, okay? I love NASA as a flat earther.
I can name the solar system from heart. You know, I love NASA.
Yeah, you still believe in Santa too? The fact we're flat earthers because we study the globe more than you do.
I'm sure.
Right.
All right, so like me just telling you that, and you just deferred to like, well, there's no way that you can prove it. So doesn't that show you that most people are like you? They just believe that it's a globe. And well, like you're saying,
what it tells me is that this is like a topic that you like obviously talk about over and over. Receives like some prepared arguments and stuff. And for me, this is something where if I put an equal amount of preparation into, I absolutely could prove my position. I guarantee it to you.
Well,
But
I like that to be the case.
It's just me going from voice chat to voice chat, casually listening. You know, so it's like
But check this out, man. I like that you're actually saying that. So like you say, we have something prepared. Well, we do. But the other side of it too is like we're telling you, and I am, is that people don't know that the Earth is a globe. We've spoken to the people whom you might think know, and even those guys defer to other people. So nobody actually knows. We just get
for
like
example, imagine we had like an like a 24/7 no oxygen channel, right? Where they're saying that when you breathe, like hear me out on this. When you breathe, there's no such thing as oxygen. You're just breathing like something else. I don't know. Let's say there was pretend that's a thing. And I join the channel, and I'm like a person who thinks, okay, when we breathe, one of the things we breathe in is oxygen, along with nitrogen and other things. But so I'm a person who thinks that, and I join the channel. I'm just listening. I don't have like a scientific dissertation prepared in my head to explain that. Oh, we breathe oxygen. That's what I've been taught.
Bro, we just need a measurement.
Shit,
Yeah, but the surface of the earth is something that you encounter every day of your life. And not only that, you have the same experience that we do when we talk about the earth. So it's not unlike you to say, well, I'm not an academic, so I can't speak of the matter, because you experience the same earth that we do. So we're not. Let's put it this way, Bill Cat. Bill Cat, hold on. What I'm saying is, yeah, I get your point, right? You can't deep dive into it like, the quantification of the like math or whatever. I get it. But what I am saying is that you can, like, what we say, what we see, our experience, and what we observe is the same thing that you would. It's not any different. So it's not like we're talking about two different kinds of Earths, if that makes any sense. We're not doing that. We're just saying what we see.
What I'm trying to tell you is, if we're going off of just purely our firsthand observations, right? I have flown several times.
No, we're not.
And in the course of flying, well, he just said experiences. So he's telling me what we.
That's the foundation, dude.
So can I get a sense out? Like, you're asking me questions, you want a response, you have to allow the other person to respond like a mature adult.
But you're mischaracterizing what we're claiming.
You have to let the other person respond if you want to have a mature conversation.
I'm going to stop you from mischaracterizing what we're saying, though.
Yeah.
What is being mischaracterized? Please.
Yeah, our experience is the foundation only. What we've come to the conclusion of flat Earth based off of measurements. Okay, this goes beyond just looking at it. This goes beyond just what's in your visual space.
So what I'm responding to is the person who was previously talking, not you, but the one before them. I didn't say I flown many times. I've flown a couple times. So I'm specifically.
Okay, so
you said, okay.
Hey, previous person, do you agree with what I said or no?
What is the point of having a conversation here if you're just going to talk over me every time?
Well, if you're just going to mischaracterize what our position is, right?
What are you, like,
what's the point of a conversation?
What are you, a collective consciousness, our position? I'm responding to one person's statement, not yours, and I don't even remember.
Well, you're mischaracterizing what that person said. Now, maybe the previous person would like to weigh in.
What did that person say? And who was it?
Well, I couldn't finish because you jumped right in after I finished saying that we observed the Earth.
You for 5 minutes talking.
You're doing now, like you just did.
Go ahead.
All right, so when we make our observation, the common human experience is that we see a flat Earth. So that's what we're all seeing, a horizontal plane. But then when we start to actually take it to the next step, which is the point of measurement, we're going to do tests to actually verify that it's not just that what we see, but we can also measure across the surface of it, like in the case of measuring over large bodies of water, which is going to give us the information needed to make the statement that the Earth is not just observably flat, but it's also measurably flat. And we're going to take distances that are going to equal to above and beyond the expected amount of Earth curvature that should obstruct the line of sight distance, or a targeting distance, which would be like laser targeting or mirror flash targeting. Anything that we use from point of observation to a target distance, and we can say over a safe distance, right, 15, maybe 20 miles, we're going to be able to tell you that it's not just observed as that, but it's also measured as such. So it's far beyond that too. We navigate across the surface of the Earth as if we're traveling over a horizontal plane. So there's a lot to it, man. Like, and for us to get into it, you're going to have to allow it for the conversation to unfold and not mischaracterize us like the gentleman was saying.
I don't even know what point you're arguing at this point, because truthfully, you just, I don't know, it's gone on so long and long. I understand. Yeah, you believe I've mischaracterized you. I'm not trying to mischaracterize you. Yes, you believe you have measurements. That's very interesting. The only point I was making is you had mentioned that oh well, yeah, you're not an academic and I'm not an academic, and I don't have to have some academic thing prepared, and you're happy that I'm honest about that, and you were honest about that, etc. And my point was that, okay, well, if you want to talk about like a firsthand experience, I've flown like 3 times in my life, right? I don't know why this guy's like yapping inside chat and lying and saying I've flown many times. Never said that. Said I've flown a few times. I've flown 3 times in my life, and of those times I flew, 2 times I had a window seat, and you could see curvature of the Earth, right? That pretty much cemented it in my brain. You could see the curved outline of the Earth. So.
Okay, I didn't want to interrupt you. Did anybody else want to jump in before I start? Okay.
No, take it away. Thanks.
So basically, you made an observation, is what you're saying, right? What you were telling me, you were actually mischaracterizing, or you were starting to, but then Yoder jumped in, and now I made my point clear. So the very thing that you said, you didn't want to, or you were saying that you were going to mischaracterize my position for just making an observation, is exactly what you've done. And so you're saying you saw the Earth looking curved, so therefore it is curved. Is that what you're saying? Just based on an observation?
Saying I, from a first-hand observation, have seen the curvature of the Earth.
Right, that's fine. Would you make the declaration that would solidify that the Earth is a globe based on that observation?
I would say that I have made the observation the Earth is curved, and from that I can conclude that if it continues to curve and curve, it would be circular and then globular because we're in a 3D reality. So.
Okay, so based on your observation, though, right?
Yeah, based off just seeing the curvature.
Okay, see, the thing that you were trying to tell me, because I see a flat Earth, then I'm declaring that it's flat. You were saying that's just incorrect. You can't do that. So now you're doing it. You're basically a hypocrite. You're now doing the thing that you said that I was doing.
Dude, you got to be like a little more cohesive on what you're actually trying to say, because I'm not tracking here. I'm listening very carefully.
So you're looking outside of your airplane window, and you see the Earth looking like a globe, right? It's curvature.
I see the curvature of it, yeah.
Right. So now you're making the declaration that I see this curvature, and I've been told all my life that it is a globe. Therefore, now I know it's a globe because I've seen it with my own eyes. Right?
Yeah, I can Google that, yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty
all right.
sound.
Well, it's not. So we're going to have to actually figure out, okay, so you saw the curve of the Earth from an airplane window. But I'm here on the ground, and I'm saying it looks flat to me, man. I'm making my observation, and it looks flat. So we're going to now compare. How do we know who's right? You saw curvature up there. I'm seeing a flat Earth down here. And even some people, listen to this. Now listen to this. Even some people next to you on their plane could say they see a flat Earth. I don't see a curve. I see a flat Earth out there. And you're like, no, I see a curve. Look, it's right there. And they're like, I don't see a curve. I see flat Earth. So how would we find the deciding factor?
You just kind of created this hypothetical.
Yeah, we just wait until I'm done, and then you'll just wait till I'm done. You're very rude by interrupting me. Wait till I'm done.
You've done several times.
Wait till I'm done.
You had Master Yoda cut me off when he was mischaracterized.
Yeah, but wait till I'm done.
Your position according to you, and you cut me off during that.
Oh, because I wasn't done yet.
I'm going to cut you off right now and say you're mischaracterizing. I don't know what this is right now.
No, I'm not mischaracterizing you. I'm not mischaracterizing you. I'm not mischaracterizing you.
Well, what if your fellow passenger said the Earth was flat? It never happened though. So what do you?
Yeah, it does, because there's people in this room that have flown in a plane.
It didn't happen on the flight that I was on. So what are you talking about?
It doesn't matter. People have flown in planes and said that the Earth looks flat. All right, so people have done that. There's people that exist, and they're in this room right now that have flown in a plane and said that the Earth is flat. That has happened. So okay, let me just tell you this. I want to get to my point. So if you're saying that the Earth looks curved from an airplane window, and somebody says it looks flat, what would be the deciding factor that gets us to understand whether it's one way or the other? How would we know?
I'm not going to engage in a hypothetical, which hasn't happened.
No, this isn't a hypothetical. People actually fly every single day.
I was in an airplane. Nobody on the flight said it. You said, "What if your fellow
matter, dude? Listen,
passenger said it?"
You're not the only person. Listen, brother, you're not the only person who's ever flown in a plane. So you can't just make it like only you and the passengers in your plane. Because anybody who's flown in a plane at the altitude that you've been at, they could see the Earth for themselves, and they can make the declaration like you did, whether it's a globe or flat based on what they see. And there's a lot of people that say that the Earth is flat from an airplane window. I know that because I've heard of it. People always say it.
When have I ever said they can't do that?
Well, right now you said, well, not in my plane. Well, it doesn't. I'm not talking about just your plane.
You said your quote, exact quote, my fellow passengers. Exact words.
So if your fellow passenger, one person would be arguing with you, would be like, dude, how would you find? It doesn't matter. What I'm saying,
they're not my fellow. Just say other people.
Listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. It's a hypothetical and it's practical because you didn't ask every passenger either. You didn't do that either, so you don't know. So what I'm saying is, though, if somebody was to say that to you, how would you find out what the real meaning of what you see is? How would you be able to know whether or not it's curved? So you'd have to be able to measure it, wouldn't you? Go back down to the ground and see if you can measure the curve. Because if you've seen it, it's there. Therefore, when you go back down to the ground, it would still be there. It wouldn't go away. It would still be there. And so the guy who thinks he saw the Earth as flat in the airplane window would be proven or disproven based upon a measurement on the surface. Then at the surface level, you could say, okay, let's do this. Let's test to see if we have this drop over distance because we have a curving surface. The surface of the Earth being a geometric shape like a globe, it would have the property of the surface having that curved path, along the line of sight. So if you have a line of sight and you say, okay, at a far distance away, we can't see anymore, and that's because the Earth is cutting it off because it's dropping away. We can't see further past the curve. That's fine. If you're able to prove that, then the guy who's sitting next to you, hypothetically, like I said, would be able to say, okay, you've proved your case. The Earth is curved because you measured it. There's at a certain distance away, it's predictable to say that we can't see anything farther past that because the Earth's curve would be in the way. So therefore, you would be able to prove to him that not only did you see it up there when you were in a high altitude, but you proved it because it was measured as such on the surface.
Such as this, for example, right here. Here you go.
Such as what?
You said you wanted measurements on the ground.
You gotta be kidding me. The Netflix special?
All right. Yeah, but dude, they didn't measure the surface of the Earth to be curving. Okay, so if that's your evidence that
you're disagreeing with their methodology,
no, I'm disagreeing that the fact that you use somebody from the internet, like a YouTube video, instead of pulling from academia. I'm disappointed that you didn't pull from academia and you actually pulled from YouTube video of some guy. You said,
funny because earlier you said you were giving me you mischaracterized me again. I'm going to talk over you for a moment.
No, I'm gonna have to hold you to this, dude. You're using a guy who's a no. And who said he was a flat earther? Yeah, dude, no one's going to be able to hear us because you're just over talking me.
I think we need a different tact with this, guys. I think our friend
talking down to me.
I think our friend should. Bill Cat, why don't you walk us through the details of what they did?
What do you mean?
Please walk us through the details of what they did in the link you provided. Okay, the audience wants to hear you explain it, especially for those listening.
So what they did, right, is they had two different people at like two different positions, and they had them like talking on radios and shit, right? And they had one person like really fucking far this direction, and then one person really fucking far the other direction, right? Far enough where if there was no curvature of the Earth, they would be able to point a laser through a hole, and it would be able to go straight and then reach the other people, right? It would be able to reach the other piece of, like, I guess they're using like a piece of wood or something like that, and you'd be able to see the laser, right? But because of the way they do it, and when they do the curvature of the Earth, and they try to adjust for it, you can still see the laser, even though you shouldn't be able to see it.
Just quickly, just a question, because you keep saying laser. Would a flashlight count as a laser, do you think?
I don't think that's concentrated enough, is it?
Like a regular flashlight, would you call that a laser? Like, would that be comparable to a laser, do you think?
Close enough, yeah. Like, for the purpose of the experiment.
You did a lot of things incorrect. Like, you didn't state for the audience what the distance was away. You were very ambiguous. It's too far. It was far away, far enough. That's not an actual numeric value. You have to give a known distance to actually get an
explanation. You just asked for like a general what's going on in the video.
Yeah.
Well, they have this.
Yeah, how they determine how high up they were? How high up from what?
I gave you like a layman's explanation of it.
Yeah, okay, so how'd they determine how high up they were? And how high up from what?
I don't remember. I just had a layman's explanation of it. They just had like one.
So you don't know how they measured their own heights?
Dude, you got to calm down. I'm just having a
No, I'm just pointing out that you have no idea what you're fucking talking about because I know you didn't watch it. Want to know how I know you know? I know that you didn't watch it. It's because they didn't use a fucking laser. That's how I know you don't. You never watched it.
English not my first language.
Obviously not. So why are you presenting something beyond your ability to? Why are you presenting something beyond your ability to detail for the audience?
You're criticizing me now because it's not my first language. Like what are you, dude?
Well, hold on. The other guy, DJ, just asked if you knew the difference between a laser and a flashlight. You clearly did.
Beyond my comprehension.
So now you're lying.
Now you're just making shit up.
No, you're fucking lying.
Now you're just making shit up.
No, it's because the previous guy, DJ, basically had you clarify the difference between a flashlight and a laser, and now you're telling us that you didn't really know the difference between a flashlight and a laser.
What is the difference?
So you don't even know the difference between a flashlight and a laser? It sounded like I thought from DJ you told him you knew the difference.
I don't know this language. Well, tell him, clarify for me.
Sorry, I mean I'm not going to teach you the difference.
I'm not either.
You know it all. Can't explain very basic thing to me.
Collimated light. All right, now go Google that shit.
Column made of light? Can you be more specific?
Collimated. Yeah, there's a collimator. Do you know what a collimator is?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, you don't know anything about the claim that you presented to us as proof of a globe.
Huh?
So you're going to have to go back to the fishing hole and find something else because we threw this fish back in the water. It was fucking lame.
What are you talking about, man? I just posted some YouTube video and I was like, hey, here's like a layman's explanation of it.
And you didn't know, you don't know anything about it, dude. It's not a layman's explanation. A layman would be able to tell it in some kind of way, make sense of it. You couldn't even do that.
Yeah, that's what layman's are good
You
for.
asked for like a layman's explanation. I just gave you like
Yeah,
a
layman should be able to break it down in clear terms for the average man.
Yeah, they have like
You're not doing a layman's explanation, dude. I'm sorry, but you're not doing a layman's explanation. You're not doing that.
Yeah, you were bullshitting, dude. That's what you were doing.
You're bullshitting. That's
a
what
layman's
you're doing.
explanation, man. I don't know what.
No, you're not.
What
It's
am I
not
bullshitting
layman's.
about? What am I bullshitting about?
You don't know anything about this.
We should rename Bill Cat Bullshit.
Yeah, you don't know anything about this.
Why
You
are you
presented
talking
something. You presented something confidently, like you knew what you were going to do, and then at the end, you had know
I
nothing
didn't
about
present
it.
anything confidently. I just presented a clip, and you said we need measurements on the ground. I'm like, well, here's a measurement on the ground.
What's your native language, Bill
I'm
Cat?
very unhappy, bro. I understand why. I just posted a
What's
video.
your native language?
And that was it.
Yeah. What's your native language, Bill Cat?
Hey, I'm not doxing myself. Fuck that.
Doxing yourself? What? You speak a language of what? Like, I'm the only one who speaks Klingon.
Only 55,000 speak this language. Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Or whatever. All right. So we found out that you don't even know anything about what you just presented. Not even a layman's explanation, as you said. You didn't even do it as a layman.
I just gave like a layman's.
No, you didn't. Absolutely not. No, you didn't. That's an absolute lie. You're bullshitting your way through something you thought was evidence.
I just
of the
gave
Earth
like a
being a globe.
explanation of it, man. That's all I did.
It's bullshit, dude. Admit it. You're just bullshitting your way through. You're not giving a layman's explanation. That's a bunch of shit.
You just asked for some measurements on the ground, so I'm like,
And you didn't prove it. You did not prove it.
Did I make any claim to prove? I just said,
Yeah, you said I got here are the measurements right here. Here's a video. There's a video. There's a
I
measurement.
think you're assigning a lot of like emotional, like ego language to this that didn't really happen. You know, I just like
Emotional
make the
ego
video in
language.
the side chat. You know,
Yeah, which you didn't know anything about. That was clear.
I gave a pretty good layman's explanation.
No, you didn't. You're bullshitting your way through. Thought you were going to get away with it, but then now we're pointing the fact that you didn't know anything about it is showing you're just bullshitting your way through
I
it.
think I gave a pretty good layman's explanation of it.
No, yeah, in your own head, But what we listened to was somebody bullshitting their way through something.
Please calm down. Take a breather. Whatever
Shut up, dude.
whatever
Shut
disagreement
up.
we're having here, we can talk about civilly. Okay. We can talk
Yeah,
about
with civilly. What we're talking about civilly is your inability to be able to articulate any point that you have to offer.
in the side chat for you. Okay, I think this is going to help you out here. Let me take a look at that. What do you think of that, man? Can you give me like your explanation on that generation lead right there? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, so you're not going to talk about the subject matter at hand. You're going to talk about something else.
Well, for a
Yeah,
while,
tell us you eat
I've
paint
been ranting
chips.
about
Why
my
don't you? Tell us how many
language and
paint
where
chips
I'm
you like
from
to eat.
and things like that. I mean, Yoder was going
We
on.
really don't. We really don't. He was trying to ask you to be honest, but we really don't give a shit what language you speak, dude. Honestly, I don't give a fuck.
Why would you? I'm just some guy on the internet.
Yeah, who's randomly coming in here thinking he knows what he's talking about, and he doesn't. Just like every other Glober that comes in.
Dude, I literally came in here to be quiet. What are you talking about? You engaged me over and over and over. I just sat here and I was like listening quietly for like a good 30 minutes, just quietly.
Your accent's so unique, I can hardly place it.
But it's very clear
I
you don't
just
know.
feel like every time you try
It's
to
very
like
clear.
add some emotional language, I just kind of push it back. I
Yeah,
don't think you're
whatever, dude. It doesn't matter. Like right now,
Whatever.
all we need to
Doesn't
know
matter.
is if you're able to tell us how you know the Earth is a globe or not, and just admit, hey, I don't know. I'm just a belief.
I just
And
went
that's
up in the plane and I saw
fine.
it out the fucking. I fucking saw the curvature of the Earth. That's like my solid.
Yeah,
cement.
you
Beyond that is
somebody
like,
listen, brother.
Listen, you asked me how I knew from personally me, right? I don't know the scientific explanation for it. I just looked out the window and I saw it, and I was like, okay, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah,
as
what's
shit.
funny? What's funny is you were ragging on me when I was telling you I observed the Earth is flat. Oh, you observe the Earth is flat. How do you know it's flat? Is you seeing it's flat?
Well, I said,
You
why
were
don't you
telling
go
me a lot of shit,
man?
dude, and
Why
then
don't you
you
go
go and do an observation, and it's just
Maybe,
fucking
why
hunky
don't you?
dory.
If you don't like airplanes, you can go up in a hot air balloon.
No. We're talking about an observation. You make an observation, and it's the bee's knees. But when I make my observation of flat Earth, you're like, oh, well, it can't be. It's no flat Earth. Like,
Please calm down again. Calm down. I've tried to extend the olive branch.
Dude.
I've tried to extend the olive branch to you several times and said maybe we just have different perspectives, literally in physical reality, based off.
So how can we determine that the Earth is one way or the other? Is what I was getting you to realize. What's the determining factor?
You started talking about measurements on the ground. I said, "Well, I think
that's how you determine.
You just
That's
shoot
exactly
a satellite straight up into the air. Well, we'd be able to get like a perfect perspective of everything.
No. Listen, brother. Listen to me when I say this. You don't leave the Earth to measure the Earth. You don't leave it. You stay on it. You're on the Earth. The Earth's surface. Listen to me when I say this to you, man. The Earth's surface should follow a curvilinear path because it's curving. It's a globe.
A lot of scientific mumbo jumbo, but let me tell you,
no, it's not, dude. You're being a dumbass right now. No, it's not.
Did you ever go hunting before? Let me answer that. You ever go hunting?
No. You're not answering my question, brother.
Ever in your life have you?
I'm not going to answer your bullshit question right now.
If you can't engage with a simple hypothetical, then you
dude, listen to me. Listen to me.
Take a breather and look at yourself.
Shut up.
I'm just trying to engage you calmly.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're being a weasel. You're being a weasel. Nope.
Anyone here gone hunting before? Anyone at all gone hunting?
I'm going to count to 3, dude. You better let me finish what I'm saying.
You're going to count.
What you need to do. Shut up, dude. Shut up. What you need to do is measure the surface of the Earth to determine whether or not what it is. You're not going to be able to do it, but you're not going to be able to do it going farther away from the surface like you want to with your satellite. You can't do it with that. You have to do it on the surface.
Baseless assertion that you have to measure in the particular way you demand.
It's the way that the surface would be conforming to if you're on it.
I'm trying to engage with you, right, in a conversation, but you just continue to insist that
you're...
Did you just say a satellite measures the Earth?
Yeah, he's trying to get away from the surface. I'm like,
oh, great. Can you provide the deets?
This is a lot of emotional and angry conversation. I'm just trying to engage with you all, honestly. This is like
shut your dumb ass up, dude, with your bullshit ass. I'm just calm. You're not calm. Shut up.
This is the lead brain aggression is what happens with these older Gen Xers, probably about 40 years old, is the amount
of... Skip the meta, and get to the meta.
The lead aggression. Very bad.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
So basically, Bowcat, you're accusing people in here of eating lead chips. And meanwhile, you're the one that is presenting evidence for a globe and basically stepping on garden rakes and smacking yourself in the face every which way you go.
Were alive during that time period. You were Gen X and you were in a car.
Yeah. So can you generalize and paint with a broad brush your prejudices anymore?
Prejudices towards Gen Xers.
Yeah.
The lead brain.
Yeah, you seem to have an axe to grind against Gen Xers. Not that I'm one, but maybe I am. Maybe some of the others are. Who knows? But you have no idea who we are.
I don't mind millennials when they're not so lead brained. Some of them are like we're living.
Yeah. Well, okay. So you just believe that you can see curvature of the Earth from an airplane.
Yeah.
Which is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. That's how I also know you're a liar.
I personally saw it on 2 flights that I was on.
Okay. So how much curvature should you see if Earth is a globe from an airplane?
I don't fucking know, dude. A couple.
Yeah. So what makes you think you're seeing curvature then? Fucking retard.
I fucking saw it with my eyeballs. Like what?
Idiot. You're an idiot, bro.
Like
I know how much you should see. Honestly, I did the math to test it.
Let me give you an example. You could very honestly engage and say, well, hey, actually, no, that's not what you saw. You saw this, or there's an explanation, or it's an optical illusion, or this. But instead, you're
How about this? Check the side chat.
Instead of
the construction of airplane windows are curved.
That is one argument. That's one argument. But instead of just saying that to me, you're both...
Dude, shut your yapper, man. He's telling you something. Shut up.
The structure of airplane windows are curved, number one. Number two, let's do a geometric test. I'll pop open the details.
Let me cite what I said to you. I said if the window is making it curved, then why in the original photo of the outside of plane that you sent, and other people have sent several others, is it flat? If it's the windows, and why is that? Like you can't, if it's always the window.
Well, I'll tell you why you can't see curve. It's because from even like 31,000 feet, you should be seeing 0.07% of the Earth's surface. And you think you're seeing curvature. Yeah, bullshit. It looks flat. Even if it's a globe, it looks flat from up there.
You can just look out and you can see it. Like, I don't understand why. Like, you're just telling me my eyes are wrong, but you're basically just lying.
This guy.
Yeah, so I'll go further. Want to see an infrared hyperzoom of the horizon?
I can just look at a satellite picture.
I can give you a method that you can actually test for yourself.
I can just go to the ISS live feed right now if I want.
Oh yeah, I can go to CloudSat and I can show you a flat horizon from CloudSat. Why is that?
Just go to the ISS feed. I don't know.
Yeah, did you know that CloudSat actually has a camera that faces sideways and looks at the horizon of Earth? It's fucking flat.
But all I have to
Can you
do is
post that? I want to see that, Master.
Oh, okay, yeah, hold on. Let me go dig that up.
Let me get you a link. Sure.
No, you don't need to show me the ISS footage, okay? Because from the ISS, it shouldn't look curved either. Geometrically.
I don't think you really have any idea what you're talking about.
Oh no, I've done the math, okay, and I've tested it. You haven't. You just accept that what you're seeing is globe curvature. When if that's the case, then you must think Earth is a very tiny ball.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, and you got to rewind. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. It doesn't hold up to the geometric constraints of what the globe ought to be.
You just said I went to go to the live feed and it's been down for an hour. It's got to go back up. But I guess they do that every day for me.
All right, let me post CloudSat.
I just don't understand why you're so upset about me saying I went in the plane, I saw a couple degrees of curvature. I was like, wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, because you wouldn't see a couple degrees of curvature. Nobody has, and nobody can.
And in commercial flights, you can Google right now, can you see the curvature of the Earth on commercial flights? Yes, you can. You literally
it violates physics.
Right, you can Google it.
Even from your own side, right? Astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson, who hates flat earthers, by the way. Okay, even he said from 10 times the height of a plane, which would be the height of the Richard Branson Virgin Galactic flight, he said that he did the calculations and you wouldn't even see the curvature of the Earth from that height.
That's an argument of authority. That's all that is. Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
No, that's someone from your own side who's an astrophysicist.
I have no side. I don't know what side
The globe side. You're on the globe Earth
That's
side.
reality, bro. I don't have a side.
No. The reality is that you wouldn't see a couple of degrees of curvature from the height of a plane. You would only see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth from that height. Even if it was a globe, you wouldn't see it.
From the perspective of an airplane, you can literally Google it right now, look it up, see the curvature. Like, it's not that hard.
All right, I'm about to post some electro-optical infrared and LiDAR scans of the horizon from CloudSat.
This again for you. Here we are in the plane, looking over.
Oh, okay,
Here's
I'll post
1,120
from my
kilometers. Here's 1,120 kilometers of a swath of the horizon taken from CloudSat using LiDAR.
We can settle this debate very interestingly by just getting the highest perspective, the most we can of the Earth. So that's the simplest explanation we should do.
I'm posting
the highest perspective we possibly
satellite images of a flat horizon, Billcat.
Why would we? What possible loss could we have then, if that's the case? Why don't we just send a satellite up and see?
He's muted everybody. He's on a platform on his own.
I haven't muted anybody at all. I'm sitting right here.
All right, then listen to what he's saying when he's talking. You overtalk him.
What I'm telling him is I'm telling him.
You're overtalking me now.
Satellite up. Okay. I can't even say a word edgewise. It's sad.
Yeah, well, why are you getting upset, bro? Relax. Calm down.
No one's upset, man.
You are. Just relax, dude. Just calm down.
Hear you with your bag of chips, man.
Yeah, just calm down, bro. Just relax. Just calm down. Relax.
It's okay.
It's gonna be all right.
So the active infrared of CloudSat's really cool because you can actually see condensation and evaporation lines from the surface to form clouds, and from the clouds when they condense and start to rain. So in some of these images that you see in the hyperspectral colors, you can see that the evaporation and condensation lines are parallel to each other and perpendicular to the flat ground. Again, this viewing angle presents about a 1,100 kilometer swath.
So why don't
There's
we
no
just
curvature.
send something up into the sky to look down to see the curvature of the Earth if it is there or not, like a satellite, for example?
Well, that's what I'm presenting. I'm presenting what's called a limb view. It's a sideways view, looking out at the horizon, not straight down like you might be accustomed to.
Why aren't you just directly answering my question?
I am, actually. I'm presenting you exactly what you claim to have evidence of, and it contradicts your claim.
Posit the Earth is flat. Okay. So why don't we just send a satellite straight up? And see
this is a satellite.
Not like why don't you send a satellite? No, what? Send me what you're looking at.
This is called CloudSat, okay? And this is from the Calypso
I'm actually curious
platform.
now.
using what's called the Calliope sensor. And I've got all the documentation you could ever dig into if you want to verify this claim.
I mean, give me a link to what you're looking at, please. I just like charts.
Okay, hold on. I'll give you a link to the whole library of images from the website run by the National Oceanographic and Aeronautic Administration.
Curious to new information. This is something I'm interested in. You see.
Yoder out here doing God's work.
All right, here are multiple daily scans of the horizon flat going back for years.
So standard part of a training satellite. Well, let's take a look here. This is very interesting stuff. You see. Let's look at the 30th.
Oh, it gets even more interesting because CloudSat is actually claimed to be a self-orbiting satellite. You can read about the launch using a Delta Heavy rocket to lift everything into orbit. But here's the funny thing. Let me post you an image I found from a slide deck.
Let me take a look here. I'm looking at the Calypso satellite. It's interesting. You see.
All right, here's where it gets interesting. Next image. All right, so this next image shows in red is the track of the satellite as it goes back and forth between, it looks like Palestine, Texas, and parts of North Africa and Europe. You know what's in Palestine, Texas? It's called the Columbia Scientific Ballooning Facility.
So the Calypso mission, Cloud Aerosol LiDAR, and Infrared Pathfinder satellite observations represents a collaboration between NASA and the French space agency CNES. Launched on April 28, 2006, the satellite was conceived to enhance the understanding of the role clouds and aerosols play in Earth's climate system and air quality. Aerosols, tiny particles. Like, yeah, I'm not going to read the whole thing out loud, but I'm going to read it. I don't want to, unless you want me to, but I'm just going to.
No, it's okay. I know what it is already. But what I'm presenting to you now in chat is from their own slide deck showing in red. Those are balloon tracks. Why is this a balloon track when this is also supposed to be a satellite orbit?
So please, hear me. So before I can respond to specific things, I'm trying to get some context here, right? Just like some basic information on what the satellite is, what it does, how it scans things. So that's what I I have to figure that stuff out before I can answer why is it doing this or that. Well, I don't know. I have to figure out like how this works. So please give me a moment.
Okay. Well, happy reading. Also interesting that they're using a projection of Earth that puts the latitude and longitude at equidistant of each other. So that's equidistant meridians. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
So how fast is this thing moving?
Well, I mean, if it's in orbit where they say it is, it's supposed to be going like 18,000 miles per hour.
So that's apparently how it works right there. So it measures a vertical line of clouds and aerosolized particles completing a near polar sun-synchronous orbit.
That's not true. That depiction isn't true.
Completing approximately 14.
I've got the schematics. It's sideways.
Orbit ensures consistent daylight conditions for measurements, enabling global data collection. This is just that's what you're looking at.
Your artistic rendition, whoever was the artist that drew that, is wrong. That's not the satellite's looking sideways.
I'm just looking at what like NASA.
Yeah, and I've also presented you
is NASA like
countervailing data.
How their satellite works, or I'm just trying to get like a basic understanding of this here. It seems to me very confusing to use data from a satellite that you're claiming that they're lying about. Like, I don't understand. I'm just looking at the basic explanation.
Well, there's a point. It's called invoking a hostile witness if this is a courtroom. It's because basically the other side, your side, actually provides information that contradicts your own side. And we're just calling that out. Like, so this is basically a blow to your credibility.
It says Calypso uses let me read the full paragraph. The combination of these advanced instruments allows Calypso to provide detailed vertical profiles, capturing not just the horizontal spread, but also the height and aerosols of aerosols and clouds. So the point of it isn't to measure what you're claiming. It's not measuring that axis that you're claiming it is. It's measuring this line because it's trying to measure, like if you're
It's
looking
showing
at side slice, think
horizontal.
of like it's not true.
Showing the horizon, and it's showing evaporation lines that are parallel to each other. That's a geometric Euclidean reality that you can't escape.
This just simply does not do what you're claiming it does. Like,
what did I claim that you said it's not doing?
It doesn't measure the horizon.
I'm showing you that it shows you the horizon.
No, you've taken charts here, right? And you're just simply misunderstanding what it's showing you.
Oh, where's the curvature of the Earth then?
It's in the fucking graph. Do you not understand what it's measuring?
I do understand what it's measuring.
So think of like a human body, right? When it's like
it's measuring condensation and evaporation.
Okay, what does that mean?
Rain and evaporation. So you know, like when the oceans get warm and all the little water molecules start to jump around and get excited, and they go wee, and they go straight up into the air.
What do you call those?
It's showing that. And you know when the clouds get really cold and start to shiver and they shake all the water and the water condenses and falls back down to Earth as rain? That's what it's also showing. And it's got such a wide view, it can actually show you polar stratospheric clouds. What is a polar stratospheric cloud? Like, holy shit, what's the altitude of that thing?
That was a layman's explanation right there. You got to learn what a layman's explanation is. Okay, that was one.
See,
right, so what it shows is these evaporation and condensation lines, like I said for the 50th time, are parallel to each other and perpendicular to the surface.
Right, so what you're not understanding, once again, I'm trying to explain this to you, is it is not measuring the horizon of the Earth.
On a globe, those are going to be radial with a common barycenter, a common center of mass. Because you think gravity is pulling everything inward like spokes on a bicycle wheel. Which means the spokes can't be parallel to each other on a bicycle wheel, right? Just like the condensation evaporation lines can't be parallel to each other on a globe.
Ask you a simple question. Is a spoke on a bicycle wheel curved or straight?
They're straight and they're not parallel to each other.
They're straight.
Just jumping around now.
No fucking shit, they're straight.
So then why would this fucking satellite...
Actually, hold on a second. If we want to take this to a higher technical level, you don't have straight plums. It's called deflection of the vertical in surveying.
Point. The reason this fucking satellite's not going to show you the curvature of the Earth is the same reason that if you have the bicycle spoke is straight from one spot to the other, even though a bicycle wheel is circular, the fucking spoke is straight, because from the perspective of it, from where it's going, it's straight down. That's why.
It's a sideways camera view of the horizon, okay? Why is there no curve?
It's literally a vertical camera.
No, it's not.
It fucking...
I told you that your artist depiction is wrong, and I can present to you... let me just show you. Okay, I'm going to go dig through the schematic.
So NASA is lying then. It's fucking a vertical camera.
No, they're not. I don't know what fucking source you're reading from when I pulled the actual design documents of this thing that are public. Let me go retrieve them. It'll be a minute.
CalOp has a high vertical resolution of 30 meters in the low troposphere and 60 meters above that.
Yeah, vertical. It's looking sideways so it can scan vertically.
You said vertical and you disagreed with it. You said
you tried to present this as vertical, like looking straight down, dumbass. It's looking sideways to get the vertical datum. Yeah, I'm still here. So for the audience wondering what it's called the Microwave Limb Sounder. It's part of the CloudSat constellation flying behind some of the main platforms, and its job is to look sideways.
Let me size this here for you. Here you go.
You realize CloudSat's not one platform, right? It's a program involving multiple platforms, multiple satellites with multiple capabilities.
Honestly, I just find it very amusing that you...
And they find a constellation they call an A-train configuration.
I just personally find it very amusing. You like cite NASA, but then when I'm like just sitting there reading about this like thing from NASA, you're like, nope, that's
okay.
Hostile witness.
It's because you're trying to mischaracterize what it is. Like you've been trying to mischaracterize everything everybody here's been saying since you first started yapping.
Hostile witness.
Yeah, you are.
No, you said that NASA was a hostile witness.
Oh, you're a hostile witness to NASA.
I'm a hostile witness to NASA.
Yeah, NASA's providing evidence of a flat horizon. And you're contradicting that.
I think you're just like a little bit incorrect, and I think I've
No, I'm actually precisely correct.
You can't autocorrect this, Zoomer. You can't autocorrect this. It's just the way it is.
Well, I'm pretty sure I.
Would you like to play again?
Vertical resolution. So, what are you arguing?
Insert coin to continue.
He wants to get closer to his mic as if you didn't hear him. I'm telling you, as a child, he got so ignored. He got so ignored that he had to do with like interrupt people, and his parents were talking, and they probably gave him negative attention. They probably did. Go back to your room, Tommy. And he's just like, dude, I'm telling you. Every time someone speaks, you like to interrupt. That's what you do. That's your deal.
I think maybe because it makes you a little unhappy.
I don't care what it makes me. It just shows that you're an idiot.
I don't care what it makes me. Oh, you don't?
No, I don't. Yeah, he crashed out. He's just waiting to respond to you, Yoder. Even though you showed him that he's using some information he can't even tell you how he understands it to be true. You showed him this is what NASA's actually showing us, the flat horizon.
Yep, and he's confirming what we're saying is true and trying to mischaracterize it as if it disagrees with what we're saying. So, yeah, I mean, he's actually now the hostile witness to NASA's claim. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
I mean, NASA's also a hostile witness to NASA, which is also funny.
And I like the fact that he's triggered and he gets close to his mic and doing the thing that's antithetical to the thing he said he was trying to do onto me, calm me down. He's all uptight about it. Bro, relax. You're not right. Oh, you're muted because you don't know how to like let other people speak, bro. You're like a squirrel on crack. I said that earlier. You're just like bouncing all over the place. What do you think you guys' generation is called? Zoomers. Duh. The ADHD generation, brother. Yeah, but funny enough, you're on this platform not speaking and you're listening to me. How ironic is that? Yeah, that's all you have in your brain are those memes. A layman's explanation. That's funny, dude.
Like, what's funny is I find in this this presentation deck these red ground tracks going from Palestine, Texas, quite clearly out to the east, and then actually looping and coming back. So, like southern jet stream or northern jet stream, southern jet stream, I guess. And it's a ton of squiggly lines going around. Like, this is not a satellite orbit in the traditional sense of a globe. So what I was saying earlier is you can read about like the launch of CloudSat satellite, multiple launches, big heavy rockets to boost these things really high up into orbit. And it's like, okay, if these things are doing the loop-de-loop around a ball, how come we see this loop-de-loop back and forth between America and Europe? Doing like a hard U-turn, hairpin turn around Texas and another hairpin turn around Greece. I find that fascinating. Not sure what's going on or how they're controlling that. I've got some ideas, though. Oh, maybe we should believe that they're augmenting the orbiting space junk with scientific balloons for the same program, the CloudSat program. Maybe that's it, guys. They totally have self-orbiting satellites, but they also use the balloons.
All the orbital pods are meant to be natural.
Oh, thanks, Morvis Palestine. Yeah. Well, I mean, AV pretty much exposed this guy. Like, he was telling us his debate bro tactic to try and just remain calm because it only works when one of the other party is spurting out of control.
Yeah.
Like, that's all he was here for. Just tossing shit at the wall. Here's Jaren's freaking laser test. Didn't know a thing about. I see curvature from airplanes. Didn't know a thing about that. Well, satellites prove the Earth is curved. ISS footage. I mean, this is just basic, like, tier 1, level 1 Glober shit.
Yeah, bless his heart. He tried. Well, I mean, tried in his own way. Not that he met any standard of, like, actually accomplishing his goal. Yeah, you were like, I'm your Huckleberry. That's just my game. You took him to NASA, and he's like, he lost his shit. Oh, you're showing me NASA. You can't show me NASA. You guys don't like NASA. I'm like, well, gonna use this as a hostile witness.
Yep. Oh, dude, I already had the next step ready. Like, oh, you like satellites, bitch? All right. Let's go to the Goddard Space Flight Center, satellite tracking query. Go read that magnetic flux tube of force thing and go explain that to me.
I was telling in the text chat, I was like, Yoder's the soy whisperer.
I saw that.
That shit was funny.
Yeah.
Cause, bro, they come in here nothing but gimmicks, man. Like, I'm tired of that shit. Like, I can at least attempt to listen to what the person say. He was like not even listening, bro. It's like, oh man.
Oh, like, you crave substantive conversations.
Yeah,
you might
dude.
be lucky if you get one a week.
Fucking something, bro. Like, I would give it to him if he just at least repeated back or what you're like something, dude. Just give me something to work with.
Yeah, like honesty.
Ugh.
I mean, there's something to be said for our tenacity in this space. Like the staying power we have, the duration we have, we can outlast and attrit any troll that comes in here. We've been forged through the fires and flames of the worst ridicule, the craziest targeting. I mean, it's pretty insane what this topic does to people and the kind of abuse you endure over it. It's only made us better at what we do.
Yeah, I like it. Yep. And then we got the homies to share it with, like Anti-Globalist, Necros, 20 Cups.
Shout out.
I appreciate you guys. Sometimes you do just want to sit back and listen to somebody else take it, you know? You love frustrating the plans of the wicked, though, don't you, Yoder?
Yeah, that's my main shtick, if you're gonna call it that. I love that. I love to frustrate their plans.
Oh my goodness.
You know, you got to kind of match their energy and tone. You give them a chance or two.
Good luck matching that tone.
Yeah. And when you can't do it, that's when you turn on the juice, you know?
That was comedic timing on that, though, Globalist. Yeah, because he's a soy boy, right? So it's like, how are you going to match that tone? Unless he becomes soy-like.
Yeah, you got to kind of lead them on so that they unknowingly strap themselves to their own electric chair.
Hey,
And
Matthew,
then
are
give
you
you
there?
the honors.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm here. So,
Hey, do you think if a flat earther came in here and made a really ridiculous argument, we'd call them out?
yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Did you notice that when the last globe earther came in here and made a bunch of ridiculous arguments, you didn't call him out?
Right, because this is your forum, not mine.
Okay. Just wanted to point that out.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, got to close your links, huh?
Appreciate the admission. Thank you, Matthew. Matthew agrees his arguments were bogus.
Yeah, stronger together, right?
But I didn't hear all of his arguments. But in general, I don't think you can prove that the Earth is a globe.
A torch and a laser are the same thing. You can see the curvature from an airplane.
Why did we? I don't know. Imagine taking elevation scans, but you're looking straight down.
Yeah, like if that's straight down, like what's that horizontal line supposed to even be? If it's not the horizon. All right. Any more globe earthers in here? Who's next? I think they're all done.
Hey, yeah, insert coin to continue.
So you meant like the vibe of the room? Sorry.
No, what he meant was stop talking about politics and the actual surface of the Earth, and just talk about the sky and the stars.
No, I'm saying when you go into flat Earth, stop saying that the Earth is flat and be like, dude, how does a fucking Coke can work? And they go, oh, it's two pressure differentials. And I go, oh, there's a barrier between it. Yeah. So what happens if there's no barrier between a system and you've got two pressure differentials? One's like at fucking negatives, one's at 700 torr and the other's at like 1 atmosphere. What's going to happen? What do we get here, fellas?
Well, do you
You
know
get
how
a
they address
distribution
that?
of the pressure over the system. So why isn't it sucking like a motherfucking vacuum?
Well, I'll
Oh,
tell you,
because of the size of the
I'll be
globe
double that.
and the gravity and the liquid and the pressure differentials. It's like, nah, man, that's the freaky thing. You guys should be talking about that more, not the fucking.
No. But that's the
Earth is
problem, though,
flat.
brother.
Because
Brother,
when
check
you
this out.
say
Hold on.
that, that puts
Yeah, hold
people
on,
off
brother.
so much, man. I'm telling you,
No,
bro.
hold
That
on,
puts
dude.
people off so
You're
much,
on
man.
one. You're on one, bro. Just
Give him
relax.
a fucking something. Get him a
Yeah, so listen, man. Like, if you're gonna propose that, then you'd have to at least come from a premise that you know what's up there, because you're giving them a pressure differential. And I'm gonna ask you, where did you come up with the information that you solidified that that's actually true? That the pressure
There's
differential
a
that you
pressure
just mentioned,
differential.
yeah, that you just mentioned, in the place where they think things are, like satellites. How do you know that's true? I want you to establish the premise, or at least give information that we can all look at, that makes the information absolutely true. A method by which people can know that some device is taking a measurement to give the pressure differential that you require. Yeah, to make the argument. You want to make the argument solid.
It's a big assumption. It is a big assumption. Like, obviously, they've never been up there. Yeah. So we'll work with that now.
Yeah, so we can't do that then. It's a bad argument, wouldn't you say? To make an assumption based on an argument?
Yeah, you're giving them a freebie, bro.
Right.
Dude. Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, and he's not just whistling Dixie. He talked to a meteorologist, and they actually can't measure the pressure above a certain level because the height can go where the balloon is so high, right? And after that, it's like a rocket. But the rocket's in transit; it can't actually measure the pressure differential because of motion. So they don't actually have a measurement
pressurize the space station, don't they?
Well, but it's in motion. How would they measure the pressure? They would have to be still.
Yep. Stationary. All right, so we have a problem, right? So that hasn't been addressed by the argument that people say that there's a pressure differential. That just bolsters the fact that people can prove something here on the surface, not up there. So what's in contention is what's up there versus what's down here. So if we have the two compared, we have to find out the pressure down here, which we know, and the one up there. Do we know that? That's the question, sir. If you want to make that argument stick, you're going to have both of those. Otherwise, it's going to be an I don't know to that.
Yeah, like how did they measure the pressure outside the ISS?
They sent a balloon up.
To the ISS?
I'm joking. Sorry.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt they'd say that. They'll say anything. They do claim they orbited a balloon at freaking, I think it was 1,800 miles or something. It was called the Project Echo. It was a big Mylar balloon that they said that they orbited. So they did say they orbited a balloon. They'll say fucking anything. No one even questions it. But the point is that if it's going 17,000 miles per hour, then that value alone is going to create a kinetic energy for the gas. And like, how are they going to get their pressure reading? They don't know. They couldn't even get it even if they wanted to. There's no method from which they could take it.
You really cornered me there, man. Hey, I didn't even think of that. Like, how did we measure the pressure up there?
Yeah, a lot of people don't think about that. So that's why I bring it up. And it kind of gives you at least a foundation to work with. So if it's going to be a good argument, you have to start with a premise that's true. You can't just assume things. Does that make sense?
Especially with Globers. Fucking can't assume anything they say is actually factual, because a lot of stuff they say starts with imagine. If it starts with imagine, then, you know, it's probably bullshit. But a lot of other things they think are true. I was talking to Josh about it, right? Gravity forms things into spheres. Has anyone ever observed that? That's a big fat fucking no. Well, they imagine that to be true, but they don't know it to be true. Just like the pressure 10 to the negative 7 torr, or whatever they claim is at 255 miles up. They don't know that to be true. Maybe they have a model which predicts that, but they would need the actual pressure reading to confirm that the model is actually true in the first place, which they can't do. And like, you got surprised, or AV surprised me with this shit freaking couple months ago. He's like, I talked to this meteorologist and nobody knows the pressure in the exosphere. I'm like, oh yeah, I guess they don't.
Yeah, so what it does, it renders that argument moot. because you can't provide evidence that what you're saying is true. Neither can the glober thinking that that's actually true. You get it? So it's null and void. You just throw that one in the bin, or at least put it on the side until you find out the actual pressure up there.
Yeah, same with the temperature. Temperature goes in that bin too. Any pressure temperature claim is just horseshit. And they don't dare claim a volume.
Yeah, but 1 second, dude. That's common knowledge, okay? That now you've really cornered me. You really cornered me there, brother. I'll admit that. But come on, man. Isn't it common knowledge that space is void and vacuum?
Well, that's the common
No,
concept.
it's a common. It's like an idea of what they think it is.
Super vacuums and shit like that, right? Like, how can they even? Okay, because you got me there, man. You actually did. I'm gonna try to figure out how they got that pressure value.
Yeah, go for it.
Of
But
7
just think
negative
about this.
700 or whatever.
If you find it, man, come back and let me know, huh?
What's your name, brother?
It's AV.
AV, sorry, because I'm on my phone. I can't see you guys' name.
Yeah, and this is Indio. So think about this. We can't even recreate that pressure on Earth.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, how
We can
much
get
fucking
close,
pressure
but
that
we
is. It's
can't-
crazy, man.
And you know what the weird thing is? I'm going to tell you the strange thing. They've been allegedly sending things into that environment for what? 30, 40 years?
70? Are we
So-
at 80?
More than that, probably.
Don't
That's
they-
what's even
don't they
gonna.
claim
That's
to
what's
have-
gonna. That's what's gonna bake your noodle, man. When you find out how long they've been sending things into that environment and they still don't have a pressure reading, you're gonna be like, "No, this is bullshit."
Well, they claim that they claim that on satellites, there's on some that they can install a device. I think it electrically charges particles, like causing plasma, and then it detects the plasma produced. I think look, don't quote me on this, and then the sensors calculate right based on the area that it was examining how many particles were present. So that therefore it must have this particular pressure.
Yeah,
Right,
there's been
but
calculations
so
on different
motion.
devices.
But they would be in
uh,
motion, right?
Yeah,
Don't they
and
gotta
that is
add the
just yes.
motion to the kinetic velocity of the particles? And plasma is not a gas either.
Right. Yeah, all that's probably guessed, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, and I was talking to Brandon, which is up to date with like the current technologies of what they're using to send and test, weather up in the troposphere or the highest levels of the troposphere, and that's where they're really concerned with getting weather information because that's where weather happens. So anything above that, it's to them, it's like inconsequential. Not that they don't need to know, but it's just they don't use it for their daily work. So. Yeah, and by the way, he says, yeah, there's nothing that can go up there beyond the stratosphere. That's where the highest balloons can go, because balloons can't go farther past the altitude of a stratosphere. Then past that, the mesosphere, which is nobody knows. That's just an extrapolation of what they can gather from the stratosphere, and so on and so forth. You just extrapolate out. You use a lot of inference and calculations, and Bob's your uncle. So what do we got here? Well, a big question mark in the sky. How about that? So you can argue with a glober till the cows come home about pressure differentials and how rockets work in a vacuum, yada, yada, on and on. But neither party has substantiated the claim that space is a vacuum or that what people consider space is actually there in the sense of saying that it is what they're mainstream.
Okay, brothers. So they said that apparently when they went to the fucking Rosetta, when they went to like a comet or something, they took a bunch of like cold cathodes and pressure differential sensors and they put them on the aircraft or whatever it was. And they flew it up to the comet and they got it there.
Okay.
That's what they're saying.
If you buy
that
that
happened in
story,
2014 to 2016.
Yeah, if you buy that story, then I don't know, man. God help you.
Yeah, I don't buy that story. I'm just telling you what I found. And so this is the only experiment that they did on pressure, which is interesting. 2014 to 16. That's bullshit. You guys are fucking crazy. I mean, no, this world is fucking crazy, dude. Fuck that. How can they state such? Oh my god, I have to find this. Anyways, you guys should all be Christians because the first flat earthers are the Bible bashers, man. Look at Job. Oh, like a clay seal, my brothers.
Yeah.
What?
Well, the creator was telling Job, so it wasn't Job telling the creator.
Yeah, I know.
But
it's the book of Job, so.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff within these arguments that you've been around. I don't know how long you've been around these arguments, but a lot of people make a lot of assumptions on both sides. So we're here to at least kind of keep the record, clear and straight as much as we can. So.
Yeah, well, I reckon when you pick the topic or pitch the topic to someone and you say the earth is flat, that blows their mind so much that I think you should start with the pressure differentials or something like, use the stars and say, well, look at our planet, look at our star. Okay,
Yeah,
that's 8 light minutes. Make it 80 light minutes. Make it 800 light minutes. Now it's the size of one of the other stars.
I mean, I hear you, man.
In itself tell you? Like,
no, you're trying to make
it narrows them down in a little corner, and then you can kind of say, well, if the Earth is flat, then how flat is it and how big is it? Because in the Rig Veda, it says that it's 9 billion kilometers flat planar.
Bro, here's the thing. You're trying to make it relatable to them in the sense of like their idea of the Earth being a globe, but we're not trying to do that. We're trying to get them to think about how they understand the Earth to be a globe. In what way has it been tested, verified, measured, falsified, in any way that they can prove to themselves? Because if it's not that they're trying to get their own self to see if it actually stands as a real thing in reality, then what use is it of us to even bring it up? Like if they're not going to test and verify, you know what I mean? That's what we want. We want people to be inquisitive about the topic, not just give them, factoids. Yeah, I don't care if somebody walks away from here and they're like, oh, I'm still a glober. Yeah, but you didn't prove that what you thought was there was really there. At the end of the day, you just have a belief, which is, that's fine. People believe in a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah, I almost can't imagine that how they would have gotten pressure values until like recently. Yeah, I can't get over that, dude. I really can't get over that.
Yeah.
Well, that was like a huge assumption in my own. I'm like, yeah, Boetes is this and that. Dude, it could all be positive pressure. Who knows?
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be freaking creamy and biscuits. Who fucking knows, man?
Gas doesn't coalesce in a fucking vacuum. I don't care how much gas you got. Oh, but it was the size of our solar system amount of gas just farting around and like a huge haystack in the middle of some farm somewhere. You know how the center gets really hot? Well, the gas got really hot and it made a star. I don't think so. That's fucking crazy, dude. You know how much gas
inside nebulas,
and all it would do is just make slightly couple of different temperature differences, like a 1 or 2 degrees. That's about it. You'd start getting maybe 10.
Well, think about what they're saying, though. Have you really thought about what they're saying? The haystack analogy was good, right? So what they're saying is there's this thing called gravity, and gravity can cause the change of phase of matter. If it's really hot, there's a lot of gravity, it turns it into a liquid. If there's even more, it'll turn it into a plasma, and then it'll turn into fusion reaction in a fucking star, right? They're saying gravity causes all this shit.
Dude.
Yeah, think
about how much I
want to see you make ice with gravity.
Well, I want to see you make liquid with gas. Do you know how much gas you'd have to just literally make liquid oceans within the gas?
These phase changes are happening with gravity, dude. That's what they're saying. Like you're having a change of phase of matter going from a gas to a solid or a liquid because of a whole bunch of gravity. Okay, if this was true, that an acceleration could cause a change of phase of matter, why not just get a fucking centrifuge, right? And I'll take some fucking steam, whip it around in the centrifuge, and all of a sudden it'll turn into fucking water at the bottom of the centrifuge. And then if I spin it even faster, it turns into ice. That's horse shit. It ain't never happened. It ain't never gonna happen. But that's what they're saying. An acceleration of gravity causes phases of change of matter. Horse shit on its face.
Oh man, now you've got me thinking like, maybe that could happen in like turbutanol or something like that. Like something that's got a ridiculous boiling point. But I can't see that happening in clouds of liquid helium or hydrogen. Like something weird like turbutanol with like fucking negative 20 degrees boiling point or something like that. And you put it in a centrifuge and it just went, but that would be heat. That wouldn't be like acceleration due to gravity.
Yeah, that's what causes
heat.
that's what causes phase changes, right? Pressure and heat, right? That causes phase changes of matter. It's what makes liquid water into ice. It's you lower the temperature, right? So you should be able to spin ice fast enough that it turns into water. In a centrifuge. Nonsense. So, but what they are saying is to bring it full circle to what you're saying, what you originally started with. What they're saying is that vacuum, which we know if you take a cup of water in a vacuum, it turns to steam. On Earth, that don't happen. That the gravity, if there was less gravity, then it would turn to steam. But it wouldn't be the vacuum that turns it to steam. It would be the lessening of the gravity. But there's enough gravity so that it stays water. It doesn't turn the steam against the vacuum. The whole story is just a fucking immense pile of fucking dinosaur shit. Just like the Jeff Goldblum fucking meme, dude. Well, that's a lot of shit. The whole story is horse shit. It doesn't make sense. It's contrary to any experiment anybody can do on Earth, and it's just a fantasy story. Like I said, I'm going to reiterate it for the room or anybody on YouTube that didn't hear that right. We know if we put water and we lower the pressure and put it inside of a vacuum, it turns to gas. It will change phase. But what they're saying is there's so much gravity on Earth that the water doesn't change phase to a gas against the vacuum. It keeps it water. That means that if there was less gravity, then it would turn to gas. It wouldn't be the vacuum that turned it to gas. It would be the lessening of the gravity that turns it to gas. That is utter fucking horseshit. There's no physicist on Earth that could back that shit up. Bring them on here. I want to hear you make that argument with a straight face that gravity changes phases of fucking matter. Dude, think of how ridiculous, dude. You could literally just get a centrifuge. Oh, what's your heat? Oh, I want to boil fucking water. Oh, what do I do? Oh, I don't fucking put it over a goddamn, freaking electric oven or a gas stove. I just spin it in a goddamn circle. And it gets really hot in my centrifuge. And I made soup that way. I spun it at fucking 70,000 RPMs. And I made soup. Centrifugal soup. Yummy. You ever had centrifugal soup? Fucking make chicken that way all the time.
119.
What, brother?
Nothing.
Why are you repeating yourself? Is there echo in here? Echo.
What?
What? Sorry,
How old are you, bro?
Old enough to know better. But I don't. How old are you? What brings you to the channel, brother?
They really like people who think there's a flat Earth?
Yeah. Why wouldn't we?
Bro, do you believe in the flat Earth?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I? Why would I believe it's not flat?
Are you dumb, bro?
That's not an answer.
Seriously, bro.
Yeah, that's not an answer. Well, if it's so dumb, then you can easily answer my question. Why would I not believe it's flat?
Because we have proof, bro.
Because we have proof, bro. That's also not a specific reason.
Do you think the NASA's lying? Do you have
I don't
like
have to think. Do you think they're telling the truth?
Of course, bro. Why they
Why?
should lie?
No, that's not a reason for them to be telling the truth, dude.
Okay,
Incredulity is actually not an argument.
So the moon is
Incredulity
also
means
flat?
you just believe anything anybody says.
So
Exactly.
you think the moon is also flat?
No, the moon has
Bro.
nothing to do with the Earth.
So the
You still
moon
haven't
is
told me
No,
why I would
don't
think
deflect, bro. Don't
Yeah, well,
deflect.
so the
yeah,
moon is not flat, but the Earth
Yeah,
is
the moon
flat.
has nothing to do with the Earth. The Earth and the moon aren't the same thing.
And the moon is a setup.
The
sun
moon
also.
and the Earth are not the same thing. They don't share properties. There's no reason they should be the same. There's no reason you should think they would be the same.
What are you talking about, bro?
Why would you think they would be the same?
It's not the same, but
Why would you
bro,
think that they'd be the same, like each other in any way?
bro, you really
Why
need
can't you
to.
answer simple questions which are so obvious that you called me dumb? But these are easy. You should be able to answer these super easy.
What? Again.
What?
Again.
Yeah,
Ask
again.
the question again. I
The
didn't
question.
listen. I didn't listen. Sorry.
Oh, you didn't listen? Yeah, I've never played this game before. Oh, I'm gonna pretend I didn't listen. To try
No,
and
bro. Real
frustrate
talk,
him.
bro.
I'll just
Real
play
talk,
this
bro.
game. Like I've never done this before. Bro, you're a low tier troll. You're not even entertaining.
What?
What? You gonna play stupid?
I don't get it how dumb you
You're
are, bro.
somebody who thinks
I'm
this
still
is a
waiting
dumb
for an
idea,
argument, dude.
right? You're someone who thinks this is a dumb idea, yet know nothing about why you think it is.
So you also believe in the flat
Can you
Earth,
tell us
right?
why you think that? Yeah, everybody in here. So why do you
What?
think it's a dumb idea?
Bro, guys, hey. You escaped the
Hey,
matrix,
Indo, can I
bro.
tell you something real quick?
Guys, you escaped the matrix, bro. You did it, guys.
No, we didn't escape. You're in the Matrix. You haven't escaped.
Oh fuck. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So tell me, if nobody told you that the Earth was a globe,
No,
would you
no,
have
no. Wait,
figured-
wait,
No,
wait.
no, no,
Please.
no. Listen to my words, bro. If nobody told you, would you have figured it out all by yourself?
No.
No. So why are we
Okay.
dumb?
Then convince me, okay? Convince me that the Earth
What,
is flat.
tell me what they did to convince you, and we'll see if I can match that.
Bro, we have
They
many.
showed you movies on the screen, right? That's what convinced you. TV show. Images on
No,
screen.
there's proof, bro. There's proof.
Okay, yeah. What was the proof that they showed you that convinced you?
What's the proof that the
No,
Earth is
shut
flat,
up,
bro?
dude. What was the
No,
proof
bro.
that they
Please,
showed you?
please.
Said
I
there's
want to hear,
proof,
bro.
name
Please, I want to hear, bro. Please, I want
Name
to
it.
hear.
No, asking a question.
No.
Answering a question with a question is rude. So, really simply, what was the proof that they showed you that convinced you?
I don't know, bro. I need to.
Yeah, exactly. You don't
research.
know.
I need
You're
to
just a blind
research.
believer.
I need to research.
Crazy.
You need to research what you already believe already?
I got a proof if you don't mind me interrupting.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
can I
let's
say
hear
it?
your proof. This should be interesting.
Wow, that was super exposure, man. Guy's
So-
blinded by the light now.
Can we hear this proof?
So the Earth isn't a circle, neither a flat. The Earth is squared,
Yeah.
according to Minecraft.
Yeah, no one gives a fuck what you think.
Why?
What's your evidence?
It's
that-
truth.
No, listen. We have evidence the Earth is flat. We want to know what your evidence the Earth is a square. Go.
Minecraft.
Yeah, that's a video game. The evidence would lie in the physical and natural world. So where do we see that the Earth is a square?
Minecraft says.
Yeah, that's in a video game. Once again, are you bricked? We're talking about the physical and natural world.
Dude.
Outside, the place you're not allowed to go without a tether to your mother.
To me.
The place outside
I
your
theory
door
that your
you're scared
brain is a
of.
square. Lord, I have a theory
He's
that your brain
playing
is a
victim,
square.
bro. I'm just going to mute him. Yeah, oh, no, someone got him. Cool.
I got him. Where's the other clown? Oh, he ran away? That's what the plan was.
Indigo. So I had to look at something then because you're starting to dismantle a few of my presuppositions, which is getting to me. But one of them, you said earlier about the spinning gas, the acceleration onto gravity changing phase matter. So this is a good one. That's a good one. Because if you had a container, what would happen is, yes, you would actually get phase change due to acceleration of gravity. But if you had no container, then you wouldn't. Because I was asking the AI just then, like, if I had like a solution, would I be able to spin it fast enough for it to heat up? And apparently yes, but it's a ridiculous speed. And it has to be a solution that has like a weak bond already. So I picked, terbutanol, which is a freaking very sensitive alcohol. But like I said, if you had helium or if you had hydrogen, the bonds between that are a lot stronger. So you're not going to get acceleration due to gravity. Changing its matter, because that would take a lot more energy to do that. That's why I picked terbutanol. But it requires the container, because what it's doing is it's smashing the molecules up against the surface of the container. If there's no smashing of the molecules, then there's no heating up, you see. And so what they'll tell you is that those molecules are smashing against each other.
Yeah.
And thus they're acting like a container to each other. But that's fucking more nonsense because, again, in the...
because then the problem is the outer layer of molecules. What are they smashing against?
Would radiate out. Yes, they'll just irradiate out. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so
vapor pressure, man.
You'd have to thermodynamically do work on yourself, right? Pull yourself up by your own bootstraps and raise your own temperature. How the fuck would you do that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy, man. I don't know.
So here's the funny thing: so if gravity condenses matter or heats it up, so I should be able to take, like, say, natural gas, right? Shoot it off in a rocket, and then the further it gets away from the solar system, where the gravity is like decreasing, it should slowly turn into liquid natural gas, right? Because the gravity is less, right? So when the gravity is less, the temperature goes down. When the temperature goes down, it should turn into liquefied natural gas. It leads to absurdities. That's the point. It's like it leads to like completely absurd shit. Like you can change the phase of matter with gravity. All you need if you had a gravity dial, right? You can turn your gravity dial and boil stuff, turn it to liquid, turn it to ice. Like it's absurd.
The interesting thing I find is that I got to this from a completely different field. I don't know what field or what area you guys come from that originally got you down this rabbit hole, so to speak. But the last thing I was looking at was the shape of the Earth. Stuff I was looking at is like particle interactions, like how they're assuming all of this stuff and how they're assuming other parts. And it's even in science. If you look at how, you got stuff like Curie emissivity, Joule absorptions, all these kinds of different things like that. They don't even know how that works, man. Let alone pressure. Like pressure is PV equals nRT. That entire law is a fucking joke. It's made of 5 other laws. It's Gay-Lussiak, Dalton's law, Boyle's law, Charles' law.
Yeah,
and when you find that
in the
law,
R, dude, they're hiding a
in a small
volume.
window.
So that's the funny thing. In the R number, they're hiding volume inside of that, right?
Bro, R got me,
there
man.
actually is a volume on both sides
really
of the equation. Yeah, if you expand it all out, there'll be a volume on both sides of the equation. that would cancel out, right? But their volume on one
Dude.
side is infinity. So
Do you know
you have
what?
an infinity on the other side, so you would have P times infinity times T.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
P times infinity, right? So, like, what would you get? You'd get infinite pressure.
Bro, R is the worst thing in the fucking world, man. I couldn't believe it. And I was just like, don't worry about it. It's the constant. And you're like, okay. And then they screw with you. It's like you don't know which R to use. You know, if it's like, because there's so many units of R, you know, you can make R equal 0.8, you can make R equal like fucking 96 or whatever, depending on what units you're using. But
it's
when
always
I
in
figured
reference to
out
a
what
volume,
R
though.
was,
Yeah, but it's
I
always in
was
reference to a
"That's
volume, right?
fucking-" Yeah, it is. It's a volume constant. But
Yeah.
but it relies on the Raoult's law, which in itself will assume like a pipe. It assumes which is a container. You see what I mean? So
Oh, of course,
it's talking
yeah, yeah.
about like sizes of the pipe, as in like if you narrow the pipe, the gas can come out like. Yeah, so that they based R off Raoult's law, and I just couldn't believe that that's how the science worked. That they basically just shove in an invariable constant, and that's how it works. Don't worry about it, bro. And it works like that for everything, literally. Like literally. And then I was like, okay, well, how did they come up with gravity? And then the same kind of like fucking shenanigans is going on. And I'm like, nah, bro, that's not science right there. And I went almost crazy for a bit, going like, we don't understand even the very fundamentals of particle interactions. How can we say that black holes or this or that or this or that? You know, let alone like when you start looking back on it, we don't know anything, man. We're basically still in the 18th century. Like, even further back than that, we're still where Plato is, pretty much.
Well, when it comes to the human mind, I 100% agree with that.
Well, Plato said that if you throw a ball on the ground, the reason why it stops is because it becomes lazy. You know? And so that's a derivative of what Newton said. Or Newton is a derivative of of that. You know, they all had apples. Newton had his apple, so did Plato, so did Einstein. And so, you know, Plato's apple is interesting. You know, if I asked you Plato's apple, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be able to answer it because no one after Plato even could answer it. Plato said, if I had an apple and if Jupiter gave me a special knife that allowed me to cut the apple perfectly, I cut it in half. I cut that half in half, the half in half, and I further all the way down to n. When does the apple go from material to immaterial? Fuck knows.
Yeah.
Define those
yeah,
two
there's a
concepts. We
variation of
still
Zeno's
can't.
paradox, too.
Yeah, that was Plato.
Galileo and Archimedes. They had apples too.
All of them do, man, because they're occult weirdos.
Well, dude, this is ironic because we were just talking about the Garden of Eden, right? The eating the apple, the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Yeah, it's what the apple signifies. Eve eating apple records. Apples has a lot of symbolism. But just to answer your earlier query, I came from research. I got into flat Earth. I was researching propagation of electromagnetic radiation, different anomalies within that, such as superluminal tunneling of light, metamaterials, longitudinal electromagnetic waves, things like that. And I just happened, because some of the search terms I was using line up to flat Earth, I ended up seeing a video about the Chicago skyline and it being viewed from 52 miles away, and the dumbass meteorologist saying it was a fucking mirage, which automatically, just because of knowing when I was researching that claim was horseshit. And I wondered, like, why would this guy say that when he's a meteorologist, when he should know that that's wrong? It's not a mirage. It doesn't look like anything like a mirage in any way. So he should know that was actually wrong. Why would he say that? And then I found out why he would say that. Because then if it's not a mirage, then Earth's not a globe. Oh, he had to say that. I'm convinced that everybody has a flat Earth observation that they've seen, and they've never realized that hey, this falsifies the globe, because we're all told no matter what we see, it fits the globe mathematics. So if I see Chicago from 52 miles away, the Earth is so big that's normal. I should see that because the Earth is gigantic. But if you do the actual math, no, I shouldn't see that. I should only see the top of Willis Tower, which is the tallest building in America. Was the tallest building in the world for a long time. I should only see the top of the 10 stories of the top of Willis Tower in the antenna and no other building. But that's not what we see. See the Chicago skyline. And there's multiple images of this. People have been seeing it for freaking nearly 100 years. So, across Lake Michigan, from one side to the other. And for him to say it's a mirage, that's what drew me in to look further into it. People go, oh, you saw a Flat Earth video. Yeah, I saw a Flat Earth video about a television broadcast. Not Eric Dubay, not Mark Sargent, not fucking whoever, Jaronism or fucking Bob Nodell or whoever the fuck you guys think of. It was the mainstream media that was doing nothing about Flat Earth, that just simply showed a photograph that somebody took.
Well, let me ask you this. If I stuck that shovel in the ground and I dug out a hole and I put the dirt on the outside of the hole and it was mounded in the shape like, some kind of curved hump mound, could I measure that? Or would I have to go all the way into space to be able to measure it? I'm confused. Because, a lot of Globers, especially ones who are interested in things to do about space, they always seem to have a hard time providing direct measurements of the hump of Earth ground that they claim to live on. And somehow they always appeal to the sky to be able to measure it. So I just want to know, if I dig a hole with this shovel and I create a mound of dirt, is it possible I could measure it?
Oh, 100%, because the ratio of your observation distance to the size of the object is within acceptable ranges.
All right, so it's all about tolerances. So that means that if we use a sufficiently tolerated measuring device, we could effectively measure the alleged curve of the Earth or disprove the alleged curve of the Earth, right?
What measuring device are you referring to?
I don't know. Let's use an effective methodology that's used all over the place. How about laser transit? How about that? Let's use that. It's used all the time on construction sites, and especially leveling foundations and large plots.
No, that makes sense.
So let's just use that.
Locally level?
Yeah, let's use that. Sense. Well, yeah, but let's use that over a sufficient sample size. Let's say 25 miles over the surface of water, which is the Earth is a globe that you claim it is, right? It has to have a certain hump in between point A and point B because the water's equipotential is going to follow the equipotential surface of the gravitational mumbo jumbo that you claim exists. And so it's either going to be curved in that manner or it's not. And according to the way the physics of water works, it's going to express itself that way, and it can't do otherwise, right? Unless it's in a certain type of solid state or something, like an ice cube. Like you could have an ice cube of any shape, right? But just regular water under its own physics, it's gonna flow if it's tilted, right? And it's gonna seek equilibrium if it's not. So we shoot a laser across 25 miles, set up the laser leveled 6 feet above the surface of the water. Set the target 6 feet above the surface of the water on the other side, shoot the laser, and that actually, with all things being accounted for, debunks the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. And 2 orders of magnitude with this methodology is more than sufficient to disprove your geometry. So the Earth is flat.
I don't think waves moving through a medium. I don't think that we can claim that they move in purely Euclidean space or Cartesian.
Oh yeah, really? Oh yeah, really. Except when you claim that you're using those to communicate with alleged quote-unquote satellites, right? Then all of a sudden they're 100% accurate, right?
No, they're not 100% accurate. The beam width for the
right. So right, bro. Right.
Tenths of a degree, right? So it doesn't have to be perfectly Bohr-Stite.
Right. So again, one more time, you just defeated yourself because you just said I don't trust it, but I know that it can be within a tolerance that's more than accurate for the task. So we got a problem
But
here.
I'm
You're
not.
double speaking.
I'm not trying to make it. I'm not trying to prove that it's level, though, right? Like if you're trying to say.
No, the problem is that I'm telling you, dude. Level. See, you don't even understand what's going on here. It's not about level per se. It's about whether level is curved or not. I mean, we all agree level, right?
Yeah,
Level's the
I'm
standard.
getting gangbanged in the side chat here. God damn.
Dude, man, this is a family show.
Pause. Big pause. Big pause.
Like everybody's getting their turn over here. God damn.
Well, I mean, to be fair, if it's coming out both sides of your mouth, it wouldn't be unreasonable for someone to assume it's going in both sides of your mouth.
Ow!
Hey, you can't have your cake and eat it too, brother. You can't say that lasers can't be trusted. Okay, that's fair, but you can't say that lasers are untrustworthy except when I use them. I mean, good grief, dude.
Dude, AI, that was one hell of a zinger. I just got to, dude. Flipcord, where you at, man?
Hey. Second
Dude, that was one hell of a.
Come on.
That was one hell of a zinger. Oh, like, golly. That's akin to getting slapped upside your head, dude. It's about the same.
As long as he respects the safe word, I'm on board.
Pause, nigga.
Dude, but see, I can't see your safe word. Your safe word is only accurate in certain environments. In other environments, you just can't trust it.
Oh shit! It depends on my reference frame. I'm fucked.
Yep. Yeah. So if lasers can be trusted in certain applications and with certain scrutiny, just give me the parameters of that scrutiny, and then we'll use those parameters and apply it to the surface of the Earth and get the measurement. Then we don't have to worry about it only works when I do it nonsense.
No. I'm just saying we'd have to establish like what are the tolerance for claiming that it's flat, right? Right. Like you're not gonna get 0. You're gonna get either negative 0.002 or positive 0.004.
Okay, fair enough. Hey, fair enough, brother. I agree with you that in order to say what you just said, you had to concede that we already disproved it's the globe you believe in, and now we're just trying to decide how flat it is. Good job, brother.
If that was the case, right?
Yeah, I agree with you, 100%, dude. Like there is some some variable tolerance that you could imagine a super complex gigantoid sphere within that margin of error, which defeats your sphere that you claim you live on by 2 orders of magnitude. So either way, we've debunked what you believe in, and now you're back at the drawing board.
The light's still moving through a medium, right? So we'd have to correct for that somewhere.
No, dude. We already conceded. We already both conceded that there's a certain tolerance, and we're going to do it within the tolerance. And the tolerance is going to be a measurement difference of 2 orders of magnitude. So it exceeds the tolerance by so much that it's not possible that the conclusion can be otherwise, dude. It's like going in to measure your floor. Okay, if the variance in your floor is greater than the height of your building, something's wrong, right?
No, I'm saying that if for it to be flat, there's going to be some range around 0, and for it to be a globe, there's going to be some range around, what the predicted value would be. But I'm saying like using.
But bro, you don't understand, bro. I understand you. I got you. The problem is you don't realize how much of a ramification this has on your world. If you want to appeal to a 250,000 mile circumference globe or 250,000 mile radius globe, you've debunked everything about quote unquote stellar motion, quote unquote where they are relative to the Earth, quote unquote where the sun is going over, all of those things. Like there's a cascading effect that destroys it all. And so all of your presuppositions that you've been using to believe you live on a globe are toast. So now you have to come back with us with the only thing which could prove you're on a globe in the first place, which is direct measurements of surface curvature. So why don't you go ahead and give us some of those, and then we can all go to sleep at night.
I'm good.
Yeah, I know.
A, because I don't have any personally, and B, because I understand that there's no, it's a futile argument.
Correct. You trying to prove direct surface curvature is a futile argument. I agree. We're buddies now.
Hey guys, I'm working on the receding hairline. You can stop calling me out for it. Come on.
What? So if you had a receding
in the chat,
hairline
they're
and you
talking.
put a
They're talking about my
caliper,
hair.
yeah, fair enough. But if you put a caliper on your cranium, could you tell me how much curvature was in your cranium?
Yeah.
Okay, so how,
Do you
yeah,
have a
so
planet?
if you
Do you have
had
a
the Earth,
planet-sized caliper?
oh, I get it now. See, so you just admitted that you don't have a planet-sized caliper, so you can't tell us the Earth is curved. I agree. Good job.
Oh, you can have a planet-sized caliper if you're doing laser ranging from orbit, right? You go up. You
No,
zoom out
because we
far enough,
can't
right?
trust. No, because we can't. No, because we can't trust lasers. Remember?
Laser ranging. That's distance. That's distance between 2
No,
points.
can't
Not
trust
the
it. Doesn't
vector
matter, dude.
between those two.
There's mediums. There's mediums, bro. I can't trust it. Oh man,
Not
mediums.
fake,
Can't trust it.
man. Not negligible
Yeah.
medium.
Oh, really? So what measurement do you have of the medium in space? Go ahead.
I already put it's in my bio. There's an external pressure sensor on the ISS.
Ooh, people were asking about that earlier. They wanted
Yeah,
to
there's an
know. Why
external
don't you tell
pressure
them about
sensor.
it?
They use it to find leaks, to patch them. So there's a whole
Really?
thing in my bio on the ambient pressure of low Earth orbit.
What's the pressure value up there? Anyway,
It's like E negative 7-ish. I'd have to look at the graphs again.
directly measured in that location where it's at.
Yes.
All right, go ahead and post that information,
Yeah,
please.
it's in my bio. You can click on it.
In your bio.
Yeah, if you click on my username. There's three links there. There's one that says external pressure
Oh,
sensor.
all right. So you're just in it for the clicks.
What? Yeah. Actually, I got to get my what is the YouTube metric for thousands of dollars or dollars per 1,000 views?
No, it's like 7 cents per 1,000 views or something.
Yeah,
What
I was
does
gonna
it
say
say?
I'll send you a
Josh,
Venmo
where does it
request
say
after you click on my profile.
specifically? Where does it say in this 14-page little PDF that you have?
There's a couple graphs like halfway through on some external sensor readings, but it's the overview of the device that they use to try and find leaks on the outside of the ISS.
I want to know. I want to know where they measured that pressure. If you can point me to that page, that'd be great. Instead of me having to read the whole thing, I'm going to read it all anyway.
No, you just look for the graphs. Like, I mean, then you can
All
go
right.
back and read in more depth. But if you just flip through, just the graphs, pressure graphs. Dude, y'all are quick with the IMG flip memes. That's good stuff. Y'all are quick with it. I commend it.
Oh man.
Bill, I'm in here all the time just listening. Either hear Earth Awakenings or debate Flat Earth and more. I just really enjoy AI and AV, so whenever I'm in here, I talk a little bit more. Indio and Jen are cool too.
Or else you're going to get such high quality insults that you can withstand.
Damn fucking straight. Y'all are creative as hell.
Now, if we could just get you to stop whining about being interrupted, you'd be a real man.
Damn. What could
You're
be?
a work in progress. You're a work in progress.
Yeah,
We love
what could
you.
be, man? I don't know. That might be a Herculean task. I'll put it on my vision board for my therapist.
What if your therapist asks you what's going on and you tell him like this is happening at a flat Earth forum, and then he starts asking you flat Earth
talk about you all
questions,
the
and then you
time.
find out. Yeah, but what if you find out he's a flat earther? Would you fire him?
No, I like, and it's a she. Casey's great. I've been working with her for, I don't know, like 4 or 5 years. We could have even more fun conversations.
Well, like I told you earlier, supposedly we got people with psychological degrees doing workups on the flat Earth sociological phenomenon, and they come hang out here to head shrink us.
At what point in your childhood were you dropped on your head? You know, if your parents were on Snap, you probably could have eaten better growing up. What was the name of that guy though? The guy doing sociological research? Somebody mentioned it a couple days ago.
Pat Mackey and numerous others have claimed they were.
Bill, I wish I was paid to be here. That'd be sick. I could buy a house even faster.
Also, Allison tried pulling that crap on us.
Yeah, that was the name.
Well, so, listen, some of them do it because they're trying to create this veil of why they're here that gives them a justified reason and then also gives them a reason to dismiss us or take us seriously. Right? So it's a protection mechanism for themselves to be able to enter the space without letting the stain of our ideas get into them. In other words, they can still declassify us, you know? So some people are not legit. They're just lying about their credentials and their purposes here because they can't handle the fact that flat earthers exist. I know, but you get what I'm saying. It's like some people can't handle the fact that flat earthers exist. They find it so repugnant, but it's so attractive at the same time. So they want to wear like a whole mind condom when they enter in. All right, I'm going to coin it right here. They want to wear an ideological condom. There you go.
Love it. Wonder how little gas you could put into a condom in a vacuum for it still to maintain its shape without popping.
Well, yeah, then when you spin it around, when does it turn into ice?
Wait, Professor Dave's the guy who like debates Witsit and other folks like that, right?
If that's what you want to call it.
I don't know. I don't appreciate the people that debate like professional, like the folks that hop on podcasts and argue. Like I would, you know, I don't know. It seems a bit weird to base your entire like content creation strategy on putting up some sort of flat Earth clip and then just like, you know, taking the piss on it. Like what are we doing here? These are people.
Sort of. I mean, in some people's views, we don't deserve those types of accommodations, right? So it's okay in that social climate to make fun of us.
I was gonna say I said that the other night that I you know actively like you know try to stop people in my social circle that hold those beliefs. I think that made what's her name, Miss Dandelion, angry the other night that I would make that claim. I was like, no, they're just everybody's people. You got to treat people with respect.
All right, man. No worries. Man, I almost got my leaves raked.
Wait, you're actually raking leaves? I thought that was a euphemism for smoking pot.
Bro. Well, okay, bro. So like, people actually have to do real chores in real life, you know?
No, that's what you pay the maid for and the landscaping crew. Come on, AI. You get the nanny and the maid and the landscaper.
Well, normally I force my mom to do it at the end of a whip, but she's currently in the mines getting some lithium so I can have a new cell phone.
Good shit. Although you probably could increase your value per minute if you switch over to cobalt. You just got to go to sub-Saharan Africa for that.
Interesting.
Now, are these dry leaves or wet leaves? Like, what are we working with here?
Wet. Well, they're getting wet as we speak.
I was gonna say I'm doing a 50-mile endurance hike over the weekend for Veterans Day for a charity, and I'm looking at the weather and it's supposed to start raining, and I'm just like, I'm cold now.
Okay, fair enough. So if you go 50 miles, let's just assume you're going 50 miles and you're on a relatively even topography. You're not really going up.
In my curve.
You're not really going up in elevation or down in elevation topographically. So if you start at one end and end up on the other, let's just assume you're going back and forth. You're not just going all the way to the end because that would kind of then you have to drive. So let's go. You go 25 miles. How much raw curvature drop would there be if the Earth was a globe of the size you claim?
Was it 8 inches per mile squared, or is it 8 feet? I'm not sure. I don't remember what the 8 inches. The parabolic parametric function.
Yeah, that's accurate to 0.1% out to past 1,000 miles. Yeah, that one. Super accurate approximation.
Or so it'd be what, 2/3.
I just real quick.
So.
I just had to put that PSA in there for the slow, retarded Globers in the back that think telling us it's a parabola, not a circle, makes any difference. All right, go ahead.
No, I get it. It's just it works for small distances.
No, it works for all distances for the atmospheric extinction.
Well, it's a good approximation for the first, like, I think 1,000 or so, 1,500 miles, and after that,
that's not a small distance. That's not a small distance, Holmes.
No, I'm just saying relative to the purported circumference, right? But yeah, no, agreed. What would it be, like 16 2/3 miles? So
no, 25 miles. 25 miles
times
is
2/3.
how far you're going, and then you got to square.
Oh,
yeah, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, you're good. No. It would be.
So they believe
like
basically that
60.
they tell you this to make you feel like insignificant. Oh yeah. So that you think you're just a small speck, meaningless speck flying through fucking space on a giant water ball. Huh. Well, they can suck it.
Really? Do tell. Tell us more.
Big fan of the little speck.
I know you appreciate a woman that's a fan of the little speck. Don't give me that.
Dude, positive.
So what was the number? Bro, what was the number?
It would like 16 feet, 16 2/3 feet.
Dude, holy crap, dude. Can you please do the math correctly for the love of God?
Wait, 8 inches per mile, right? So eight times
8 inches per
25.
mile. No, bro. 8 inches per mile would be a linear
Mile
slope,
squared.
Holmes,
So
not a curve.
400
Yeah.
times 8. No, you're right. Sorry. It's been a long day. So 400 divided by 800 divided by 3 in feet. So back to 267 feet.
Now we're getting somewhere. Holy crap.
Sorry, it's been a long day. Mental math is.
All right, so if it's 267 feet, right, of raw drop over 25 miles.
In Cartesian
is there
space.
is there any technology that we have that could measure something of that, like within that tolerance?
Nothing I can see that like would stick through the medium. I mean, you could have me like carry a gyro that's actively spinning, right?
Oh, I like it because well, look, lasers are more than sufficient, by the way. But if you want to go over to gyros, I'm happy for a gyro. I'm happy for a multi-system gyro to go across and show you how much it's rotating or not rotating, right? So how do you got any of that? That would be great.
Well, I'm not. No, the issue is my walk this weekend is it's not
Okay.
straight line.
Yeah, but also like it's going to be hard to do. I get you. But let's just say, for example, that we took a gyro this much. Let's say we took the gyro 3,500 miles. So the gyro would be displaced by 50 degrees. But yet the gyro doesn't do that. Would you then concede the Earth is flat?
Well, the gyro would be held in inertial space, so we already see the 15 degrees per hour shift that we already get.
No. Don't care about that.
So.
Don't care about that, dude. A gyro just standing still, okay, not moving over the surface, isn't measuring curvature of the surface. At best, you're describing something that would be a rotation of the body.
It's going to take me time to walk. It's going to take me time to walk, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but see, the point I'm trying to make, dude, is if the gyro isn't displaced in the curvature degrees that it's supposed to be, then that means that curvature that you claim is there isn't there. It's that simple.
But the point I'm trying to make is that if I was going to, try to trace that supposed path, figure out if it was curved or not with a gyro, it would take some time, right? And we observe with high precision gyros a shift of about 15 degrees per hour.
Doesn't matter. Okay, let's say you do. So you just zero that out. So you go back and forth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So we'd have to zero that out, and then we move on.
Right. So you'd end up with raw rotational displacement that's either present or not present, and that must be for 3,500 miles of the surface of the alleged Earth to be claimed. That would be 50 degrees displacement. So if you arrive at your destination and there's no 50 degrees displacement, then there's no curvy globey.
Well, I don't think it would be 50 on the dot. Once again, it gets back to the tolerances of what is our expected outcome and what is our percent error, right? So if it comes out to like 56 or 44, like we have to set a hypothesis and do a statistical analysis to figure out if we can reject the null or not. So we can't just say if 50 then globe, if not 50 not globe. It's a little bit more complicated.
Oh yeah, but you could say if 15 then globe. Yeah, cool. I see how it works.
No, I don't.
It's only good when you do it.
You got to set up some actual boundaries.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Because
right. We'd have to find sufficient p-values.
Yeah, fair enough. But we've been living with that for years with ignorant globers who never did any research whatsoever. They think that Bob Nodell proved the Earth was a spinning globe because he saw 15 on a readout.
Well, some people just think it's sociologically beneath them to even attempt it, right? Even the pursuit of research shows that they're, seeding that there might be something there, and there's tribal rejection that comes with that concession.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. That a lot of them, because they don't actually care about the truth, they just care about rejecting an alternative from what they've already established as accepted.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, for example, guys like Matthew Learns, he said a million times he's not willing to touch the Earth to see if it's a globe. He already believes it's a globe, and he doesn't see it as a worthwhile pursuit.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of people like that. That'd be interesting, though. I have the means to buy a nice gyro. We could do some shenanigans.
Well, I'm working on a test. We're going to send a multi-system gyro from east to west on the United States and from north to south. And we're going to have a multi-system, so some of them are only there to zero out the glober claims, and other ones are there just to get raw measurements with no software whatsoever, doing any mumbo jumbo. And then the other ones with the retarded software. And so they're all going to zero each other out. And then they're going to go east to west, west to east, and north to south, south to north. So they're going to go back on the exact course they took, right? Which you'll be able to get all of the data zeroed that way. And then it's going to show that there's either a rotation commensurate with traveling in an arced path or not. And since it's going crisscross on the face of the Earth, it's also going to deal with the stupid rotation claims and a whole bunch of claims simultaneously.
I'd be more than happy to help you with that. Yeah, that'd be cool as hell. And I mean, maybe you'd have to go there and back again, right? We turn it into like I don't know how you're going to transport it, but
Yeah, you go on a course and then you go backwards on the exact same course. Or not backwards, but return on the same course.
okay, I got to build a Foucault's pendulum apparently, according to chat.
Well, let me ask you this: if it came back, all things being equal, and the error margin was essentially functionally a zero or a null, that there's no arc path that's traveling on.
Yeah, if it was
By your
null,
logic,
that leads to a lot more questions.
Well, wouldn't it just lead to the conclusion the Earth isn't curved?
Well, I mean, yeah, it would mean that I would have to go, figure out what the fuck's actually going on, right? Right. I would change my
yeah, but what about if it's just what if it's just not curved? How about that? Would that be fair?
Yeah, I would say if it came back, it would cause it would sort of flip flop, right? Like from right now, I'm a Glober who's interested in y'all's perspectives and figuring things out from your perspective. It would most likely end up flipping me to the other side, right? Where my baseline is okay based off this first person data. I see, this statistical analysis that I set up, and I would put together a paper and ask people to poke holes in it, and extend the conversation. And if it comes out that like what we did actually, came out with the data that it came out with and the results that we saw, it would flip me over to like, okay, now I need to, baseline is there is no curve, and then you go kick your tires on all these claims that folks are making, trying to see if they're true or not.
Fair enough, but shouldn't that have been the baseline in the first place? Because we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. Like that's our natural experience.
Like I said, for first-person observations of using space systems, designing, operating them, right? So I'd have to go back and kick the tire. Oh man, y'all are gonna hear a big PR blurb from my program tomorrow in the news. It'll be fun. They call together this big town hall meeting, and there's a bunch of social posts that are supposed to go out. I'm hopping on mute for like 20, 30 minutes. Gonna take care of some stuff around the house. Appreciate it.
I'm listening. They're rude. See you later.
Man, you remember that Insane Clown Posse song where he goes, "Magnets, how do they work?" We need to add that up to a meme with Josh with Insane Clown Posse makeup going, "Lasers, how do they work?"
He doesn't know? I missed that. I was away for a minute. He was baffled by lasers?
No, I was like, we could use lasers to measure the Earth to see if that curvature is actually there. And he was like, "Oh, lasers are untrustworthy."
What the fuck?
And I was like, and then I was like, "Well, how do you
talk to each other? What the frick?
No, but see, that's that's laser range finding and pulse communication. That's not laser transit measurements. It's only untrustworthy when it's measuring the curvature of the surface of the Earth directly. That's what it's untrustworthy. So I told him, well, if you guys are using it, then why don't you give us the accurate methodology to understand the variables and the application so that we can use the accurate method to measure the surface of the Earth and get it over with. Has anything happened with Dr. Shiva? Any progress or
Oh shit! I was talking on mute. Oh, I don't know if anyone is following up on that. I think Stone, Man of Stone. I don't know if you know who that is. He's a flat earther. He's mostly on X and hangs with Shane and Posse. Oh my god.
Oh, 'cause I was talking to Josh about Shiva earlier, and in the sense of what kind of things can people that have connections do if they're interested in the flat earth topic, to fund or help organize that might do an event that might be like a test or a measurement or something. That's kind of like what Shiva's talking about. I was telling him, like, dude, this is who we got to deal with. We got to deal with guys like Dr. Shiva who think they're coming into our space to do us a favor, to provide their expertise, right, to take our quote unquote message to the world. And his help is going to be overseeing something that's scientific. And I'm like, these idiots don't even realize that the scientific method isn't applied to just measuring something. That's what kind of morons we got to deal with. That's who we get.
Dr. Shiva's Twitter feed hasn't had any updates at all in the past few weeks about this. I think he wants it to go away.
He hasn't said anything about it, huh? When was the date they set?
November 8th.
Dude, that's like 5 days away.
Yep, so isn't it going to be ironic if the organizer himself backs out?
Oh, he'll say something stupid. I got more important things to do, or who knows. But I was on mute talking by accident. AI. So, a high-end laser unit has a working range of up to 2,500 feet or more, with an accuracy of 1/16 of an inch over 100 feet, in a quarter of an inch at 200 feet. So I'm assuming it's a linear error, or linear uncertainty, or linear precision. Don't actually match the globe, but rotary laser outdoor working range of 3,600 feet. So that's what, 3/4 of a mile, or 2/3 of a mile.
Frickin' laser beam.
So if we can extrapolate out that error, we can get like, okay, what's the error at 25 miles? That would be, maybe 5 feet or something.
Yeah, but even those are they're not like the rotary lasers. They're in a small unit, so they don't have like a big collimator or anything. because they don't need to be accurate out super duper far.
Well, what they have is a detector that detects that wavelength. It says range of 2,500 feet or more when using a laser detector. So it's not eyeballing it, right? They have a detector that's, calibrated or manufactured to detect that particular wavelength of light. A lot of the theodolite, the total stations, they're infrared in the first place, and they have infrared detectors on them.
I wonder if it'd be like the Lake Idsilt test. I wonder if it'd be cool to do a three-way test, to where there's also a receiver on each of the locations, a sender and a receiver on each of the locations. So not only are they getting the up and down at the target, but they're also getting a range finder. That seemed to be Josh's hang-up. He thinks that lasers are only accurate doing the range finding. They're not accurate doing leveling.
Yeah, what's interesting too is that he submitted that line that he told me that on his bio, I can find out that the pressure's been measured with this contraption that's on the ISS. I've been looking into it. Meanwhile, you guys were having a discussion, and I found out that there is no baseline that device called the REL has measured the ambient environment that's outside. It's using these gas vent spikes that it uses from the ISS to detect what the change in the environment is, but it's not telling the any numeric value of what its baseline is for the ambient.
Right. Okay. So it's only measuring a rapid pressure change, not the initial settings.
Yep. That's what it's doing. Exactly that. And so it doesn't.
Imagine my shock.
No, but he was saying that it was, and what it's claiming on its face, like the paper's claiming on its face to do is have the temperature measured, like it's a measurement based on a gauge that it has on this device on the arm that's on the ISS, but nowhere does it have a baseline as to what the ambient pressure is out there. So there,
Dude, it's just like the gyros.
And it says that they're claiming there is a baseline, but there's no. I use Manus AI to actually scour the internet for it, and it says that there's no paper that it can detect a numeric value to what that baseline is.
The baseline is national security. Ooh.
There you go. So what he has there on his bio is not anything indicating that they've measured the pressure value at that altitude. Sorry. It's a no-go.
You ever notice there's a trend of guys trying to present evidence like that, where they don't just give the citation from their reference that says, we measure the exterior pressure 2B by this methodology, which includes this instrument ABXYZ 0.211, 2B, 1 to the negative 20th hydropascals, or whatever it is. Like, they can never just cite that. It's always some ambiguity. Oh, just check out my reference. Where is it in here? Well, you just read it.
Yeah, and I did. And I also put it through AI to kind of confirm any other sources that I need to find the baseline, and there isn't any. So as far as anything that we can see, if there is a baseline value, then good luck trying to find it.
It's the same shit over and over.
Yep, it is. So there's really nothing there in his little link that you want to actually. I got the paper and I was looking through it. Didn't see anything. It just kept saying that we measured it. Of course it's measuring it. But then I put it through Manus, and it says it's measuring the differential from the gas spikes of the vent that it has on the ISS. That it's silly, dude, to be honest. I'm just like, if they measured it, drop the bomb on me already. Just show me where and how, and it'll be good. But nope. It says, well, we can provide that calculation for this. I don't want that.
I really hope in the future that they do it justice. Our entire civilization has been for the past however many hundreds of years. You know, taking perfectly good measurements and fucking them up with models.
Like a curse. They can't stop doing it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is starting these ideas of this model freaking lunacy, dude. It's permeating into mainstream science that they've freaking lost their way. I mean, I watch a lot of mainstream shit, man. You'd
Yeah.
probably be surprised all the mainstream crap I actually watch. You'd probably think I was a Goby. I watch so much, but it's permeated. They're all bitching about it, all of them. The only ones that don't bitch about it are like the fucking Lawrence Krauses, the Neil deGrasse Tyson's, the people who their grift is based upon scientific certainty. That's the whole entertainment value, is that they're basically the modern day storytellers, right? They get up on the stage and they tell the story of the universe, the story of creation, right? And that's what they are. But actual working scientists in academia, more and more are starting to like revolt. Check out the Demystify podcast. There's hundreds of videos on there. And most of the people on there, working scientists, they work in academia, they got PhDs, and there's fucking got to be 100 or more that are like, this is bullshit. So it's not just us. It's just like, we found out first, and everybody else is catching up.
That's
And one
funny
thing
and
you're not
true.
gonna
I like
do-
that podcast, by the way.
One thing you're not going to do in this chat, though, is bullshit your way through and act like people are just going to accept it. Oh, that's good information. Like, it's so silly, man. At this late in the game, dude, they should come with something better than that. I mean, if you have
You know, on a
anything
curious
global,
note, I don't know if
you
Josh
better be
is here.
locked. Yeah, he's here. He said he was listening.
I might
only.
be a bit lax, so I'm sorry. All right. Well, some time ago, I was watching a Starlink deployment. Not like the rocket launch, but I saw the train come by, and I think it was from a fairly recent deployment. And I noticed how all the satellites in the train were slinking along, like they would appear to accelerate and decelerate relative to each other. I'm like, wow, that's pretty fascinating. Given their velocity, 17,000 miles per hour, and their claimed altitude, what is it, starting off at like 350 miles? I'm kind of like thinking about the Krypton ion thrusters that only provide thrust on the order of centimeters per second squared. And I'm looking at the angular velocity in the sky, and I'm trying to, napkin the math. They're not using the Hall effect ion thrusters to do this. What the hell is it?
Was it right after
Because
they
whatever-
deployed, or how long after deployment was this spacing? Is this ground based or space
Within a few days.
Okay. Yeah. So within the first few days, they're doing checkouts. They don't turn on the ion thrusters until they do orbit raising. And what they actually do at the low altitude they drop them off at, they use ballistic drag, like differential drag, to space them out. So some of them they'll use the reaction wheels to make them have the entire, basically they're like a flat panel. So like if they have the flat panel perpendicular to the flight direction, it increases the drag, which causes them to to space out. They don't turn on the ion thrusters until they do all their system checkouts, which is after they do the spacing maneuver.
What kind of G's are they pulling?
Like very, very little. Like it's more than centimeters per second squared of acceleration, but nothing close to even 1 G.
Sounds
like
more
to
like
find
they're
out.
tethered.
Yeah, you know what it's like? It's like watching a bunch of kindergartners on a rope as they're being led to like onto the science museum. And they're all slinking along back and forth and stuff, collapsing and expanding. But I mean, are they just initiating drag? Is what you're saying, Josh? Is there's no acceleration? It's only deceleration.
Yeah, exactly.
And I
But
guess it's not in order. Okay.
and AV, just a heads up, my paper you didn't cover the fact that they had spikes in 3 directions on the pressure sensor, and the other 3 were controls. So if you know,
Yeah,
it does show the ambient, but
No,
it does
no,
show
it
the
doesn't.
ambient.
There's
but
not.
it's-
There's not a baseline. There's not a base. The device doesn't show a baseline for the pressure that's outside of the ISS.
yes, it does. It's the other
No,
3
it
directions that
doesn't,
are
dude.
not.
Listen, and not only
What?
did I look
What are you
for
talking about?
when I was looking to I'm telling you what I'm saying. I ran it through Manus AI as well. It didn't have a baseline. Specifically what I'm asking for, it can't provide. It says, in a way, it says that it's behind some other information that it can't give because it didn't search for, or excuse me, it didn't find any information based on the information that would be the actual baseline for the ambient pressure in that
You fed it
environment.
into an LLM that can only understand words. It can't understand
No,
graphs. It's
I know
figure
it's
8.
not about understanding the graphs. It's searching for the information that would be what my question was asking. And so it says that specifically the numeric value that I'm looking for, it is something that says that it has been taken, but they can't present it. They search for NASA's websites, and it says it can't present the information because it's not able to, because there's no way they can pull it up. It didn't find anything. So it's either they have the information. It pointed me to some resource that I can look into myself if I really want to find out the baseline, but it didn't provide it, nor did that paper.
Figure 8, the 3 curves in figure 8 on the document are exactly the information you're looking for.
No, dude, it's not providing the baseline for the dude. I'm telling you that it's not doing that. You think that it is because it's showing you this pressure readings from the spikes that it's giving off the vent, but it's not doing so in the manner that I would say I want to know what the pressure is in that region where they say they are, the thermosphere.
There's
not giving that value.
No, there's 6 lines on the graph in figure 8.
What's
Three
the
of them,
right?
three
What's
of
the
them
value? Now I'm
experience
gonna
the
ask you
spike.
straight up.
The other 3
Then I'm
don't.
gonna ask, since you read the paper, what is the pressure value at that region at 400 kilometers? What is it? Go ahead.
It's saying E-7. I'm just looking at the graph.
Yeah, I know that, but what device is taking that pressure reading, and is it stable enough to
REL.
say that that's what it
Yes.
is? I know that saying REL, dude. I read the same thing you did. But what I'm asking you is that if that is the ambient pressure that's outside, then that's what it should be stated at, right? Like everybody's gonna know that it's 10 to negative 7.
Yes.
And
it's in the
that,
paper.
yeah, I know you keep saying that. But once again, like it's not measuring, like it's saying that it's not measuring it like as a what I'm asking for, which is the pressure reading at the altitude at 400 kilometers. It's not doing that.
It's at 400 kilometers and it's measuring pressure. Like I don't understand.
No, it's measuring a variance of pressure from.
No, the three of the sensors are controls, and the other 3 are experiencing the wake. Like the first 3 lines, the yellow lines on figure 8, are the control lines. They don't see a spike at all.
So it doesn't have a baseline. It's not what it's providing. It's not providing like the
That is the
baseline for.
baseline.
No, it's not, bro. Hold on. I'm
Can I ask something here just to clarify this? Like,
I'm driving right now.
Is it measuring a rate of change? Is it like a sampling rate, measuring a rate of change, and then deriving via calculation what the pressure is, and not measuring it in absolute sense?
No, it's measuring in an absolute sense, but it's
not.
it's 6 degrees of freedom. There's 6 panels, and 3 of them move through a plume of gas being ejected from a leak on the ISS, and the other 3 are on the opposite side of the device that don't experience that pressure spike. So you can see in figure 8 of the paper that's linked to my profile that you can see a curve. Like, it's not, obviously there's some noise in there, but it hovers right around E-7.
Hovers right around.
Yeah, there's noise. It's a pressure transducer.
That's a lot of ambiguity.
Holy shit! Have you gone to engineering school?
What I'm asking for right now is the actual measurement, and you're saying that it has this noise that's causing a variance, right?
Every sensor has noise. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So what is the variance with that noise?
I can get the RMS data if you want. Like, every sensor has noise. Like this is like undergrad engineering.
Yeah. So what I'm saying though is, if something that's red could be stated as whatever pressure is, then we would say that at 400 kilometers up, it would be this specific pressure reading, and that would be it. It would be the gold standard.
Yeah, I mean, we can go. Oh, geez. Okay, we can go corroborate that against other data sources. But I'm saying this is data that's. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Oh yeah,
you asked for data. I gave you data.
Yeah, data.
Yeah,
that's
I'll
not
go look right
supporting
now.
what I'm asking, dude. Hey, don't get in a tiff about like the reason why you got to look for this stuff, dude. I'm not the one that's saying that the pressure is what it's supposed to be at that region of the thermosphere. So,
I mean, they shouldn't need that plume of gas expelling. Like, if there's a gauge that's just measuring the ambient pressure, then that's the ambient pressure. Like, why do you need a comparison? Just measure the fucking pressure.
That's not the primary purpose of the device. The primary purpose of the device is to detect leaks in the ISS.
Yeah,
so they have control sensors. They have control sensors on one side that just measure ambient, and then they have the sensors on the other side that will measure the spikes, so you can get the delta, so that they can figure out where shit's leaking. I understand you are. But I invite folks to actually look at figure 8 in the paper, because your representation of it is disingenuous.
Really?
I mean, hell, it's from ntrs.nasa.gov. You can just say NASA lies and shirk it off. Like,
but we're not doing that. Yeah, we're not doing that, because that would be easy for you, huh? If we would just say
I'm just saying I'm not trying to. Yeah, I'm not trying to convince anybody. Like, I got to ask for data.
No, we're not asking to be convinced, or like, what we want is data that supports the claim. And if it's something that has been done with
go look at it.
Yeah, we're looking at it, and that's what I'm saying. Even the claim that the baseline for the measurement of the ambient pressure in that region is not given. The Manus was also like pointing me to places where I could look for if I wanted that information. Yeah. So I'm not looking at you'd have to go and look into deeper to find out if there is a baseline for that and where you can find that. But that paper you gave me is not giving me that. And it said it's not for that anyway. Yeah, just
so are you saying, Alpha, that it's looking like some other? Is it looking to you, Alpha, like the claim is some other device probably had to get that baseline reading, which was then fed into it? Yeah.
Yes, they have supposedly wherever that baseline measurement is, it's not with this device. It's not, and he's still saying that it is. It is not.
They have three control sensors that are getting the baseline at the same time. Like, that's not true. I'm sorry.
You can say that all day long, man, but it's not providing that information.
I invite folks who are curious to go look at the paper for themselves.
Yeah, and they're probably doing it.
Please repost the paper if you would, or just.
It's in my bio. You gotta click on my profile. It's the first link.
And then
in my bio.
you're shrugging off LLMs just because it's not satisfying to you that you hear what I'm saying.
The data I'm looking for. No, the data I'm looking for is in the graph, not in the text. And LLMs can't understand graphs.
Yeah, but they do understand text.
Yeah, there is no text. The reading I'm pointing towards that I'm using as proof. I'm saying the reading I'm pointing to and using as proof is in the graph.
Yeah, the 14-page PDF.
Yes, but that's building off of the whole purpose of the device is to measure the pressure the pressure spikes due to the gas leaks. So that's the point of the paper. But there's a baseline measurement.
So the device wasn't constructed to measure the ambient pressure outside, was it? Be forthcoming with honesty, dude. If you want to actually have this discussion, if not, then why?
It's not the primary purpose, but it gets you the data the same way.
No, incorrect. No, you wanted to. You wanted to. That's why you're using it as your proof. You wanted to so bad. You wish that this would be the answer.
Because the LLM's telling you it's protected by things, and I know that there's certain areas where I can't provide you data, so I found one that was public.
I understand that. I know that. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
You don't have access to that information. You don't have access to the information that I require. You don't have access.
But we've talked about this before. Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
no,
I'm not giving you access to internal data.
Yeah, I know that, and that seems to be the rule of the day. Yeah. Every time we come down this path, it's always we can't give it to you. It's sensitive information. National security. Yada yada yada. No, this isn't it, bro. It's not it, and I'm not satisfied with this. Not even one iota. If it doesn't give me something that I know,
I agree you're not satisfied with it. Well, I'm not. That doesn't mean it's not it.
Well, here's the thing, man. Like, I mean, I know you did your best by putting this information up, at least an attempt to provide something. That's as far as people have gotten, but it's not sufficient for the question that I'm asking. It isn't. The device was not created for that specific purpose. I'm looking for that. That's what I want.
Okay. So you're saying even if the data is exactly the same, the intentions of the sensor being built is what determines if it satisfies you. So if REL was out there, hey, we're out there just to measure the ambient pressure around the ISS, even if it gets the same exact values with the same amount of noise, then that would satisfy you. It's just because it has a different purpose.
How many attempts were there to actually measure the pressure in the upper parts of our atmosphere? How many attempts were there before they actually got something or at least said we can't do it?
How does previous attempts to find data and validate the data that I'm presenting to you?
Because you're building up to no, it's not. You're building up to a specific point where technology is advancing. Things are getting better, right? To the point where you're going to construct something that's equivalent to something that will work in that environment, at least to where people's lives aren't at risk. Because you need to know for a certain reason why when you send people up, the reason why somebody's going to be going in that environment and not risking their life. They need to know the pressure value. It's absolutely paramount. So
you want me to dive into like Mercury and Gemini, era measurements?
Listen, I want to know how we got to the place where we're at now, not just like, oh, here's REL, and that solves the answer, the problem, solves the problem. So we got an answer now, and that's good enough for me. No, that isn't. You're not even close, dude.
Hey, Alpha, I think I know what's going on with this. Just as an outsider kind of coming into this conversation, I've looked at the paper. This thing is basically oversampling, right? It's almost like a supercharger on a car. It's forcing gas onto the sensor and then extrapolating a reading out of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not forcing gas onto it. It's moving. It's on the end of an arm that actuates, and then it gets moved into a plume of gas, and it's got a pressure sensor that measures the increase in pressure due to gas being blown on it.
Yep, that's
Yeah,
what I
that's
see.
what I mean.
I see the
But
same
there's
thing.
also a sensor. There's also a sensor on the back side of the box that's being moved that is measuring. Okay, what's the pressure outside of the gas plume?
No.
Yeah, so now I'm thinking about the error of like, I mean, how do they control? Because like there's the problem of oversampling, right, and error propagation. Like, how do they know what it should be?
Exactly.
I don't even know if it needs to be. Should be. It's just a
Oh
a
God.
pressure sensor.
Yeah, but it's not a typical one because it's doing an extrapolated calculation of what the ambient environment is based off of what it isn't.
That's what I was trying to tell him.
Based off
But he
of
said-
no, because you have
he said
the
it's
control
measuring
on the
the
back
pressure.
side. Oh Lord.
He said he's measuring the
Yeah,
pressure.
like
so
look, this thing is like, it's like if you're sticking your finger up and you're waiting for gas molecules to hit it, and you're like, fuck, this is such a sparse environment. Why don't we just take what we can around here, blow on it, and then we'll extrapolate what it ought to be based off of how much we artificially induced onto it.
But you're only blowing on one side. The other side is not being blown on.
So he said that's where the money is.
I just care about
on-
the ambient temperature out or pressure outside, dude. I mean,
Yeah, me too. He said that the one on the sensor on the other side is what's measuring that pressure that we're at. The question that we're asking, that's where it is on the pressure on the other side, not the one where it's getting at the vent pressure.
Yeah, I mean, so it's a box that's built to be able to detect plumes in all sorts of orientations. It's just the one that they
Okay,
detected was over those three sensors and not over the other three. Like
What's the name
you
of
can
the
see three
device?
yellow lines.
All right. What's the name of the device?
RGA.
What RGA is the name of the sensor that's getting that ambient pressure outside?
It's the name of the instrument. I can see what the components are made out of, but it's
Yeah, go ahead and do
the
that.
subsystem within RHEL that does that. But I'm just saying, like, you want ambient pressure outside of the ISS. Here's NASA's claim for that. And here's the claim that
but
they
it doesn't
measured it.
satisfy it. Not there wasn't like nope, it's not, dude. They said that
Okay,
the baseline measurement is not given. A baseline measurement is not given by anything that was supported in the 14-page PDF. Like how many times am I?
You can read your LLM that didn't look at the graph all you want.
All
Like,
right,
you can
so
do that.
what is a graph going to do that they didn't have in text, brother? What is a graph going to
Because
do that
the
wasn't
baseline
supported in the
measurements
text?
there's no table or anything in the document. Like, I see the fact that they do not state the baseline anywhere anywhere in the article. They do show it in the graph in figure 8.
Okay, so and then it was saying that there was a bunch of numbers that weren't hardly able to be read. But why is it so hard for us to get this information when you're just pointing to some diagram and you're not giving us like the information that should be supported, like AI was saying earlier?
I
don't know if
agree.
you heard it.
I agree. That's why I'm here. The access to this
Sorry.
information is elitist and closed off, and it's dumb.
What do you
right?
think
I
I'm
agree.
trying to tell you, dude? I'm trying to shake you awake on this, man.
Yes, I agree with you. That's why I had to find a good source for this that's
Isn't
public
that
and
so,
easily accessible.
Josh?
Oh, hold on, AV. So how close was I with my national security prediction?
You were on them like
It's not national security. It's just proprietary in this case.
Dude, we've had this conversation many times in different iterations of it, right? It always ends up the same way. It's about
Which is why I try to find you stuff I can share. Come on.
I
I'm
know
trying
that. It's like what I'm trying to tell you is that you're not. No, don't take this the wrong way, but you're not the guy, dude. We need to be speaking to. We want to talk to the guy who made the device that actually measures that pressure, or the ones that we did. Because like for now,
All right, cool. I'll get the PI from RHEL on the phone. Like I have the ability to do that. That's more than happy.
Wait, is it being?
Do you have any questions for him? Like, you write them down.
Yeah. Is it being claimed? Is it being claimed that the instrumentation is actually sensitive enough to detect that kind of low pressure?
Correct.
Wow. Okay.
So I'll go find the PI for RHEL. AV, if you have any questions for him, please write them down and I'll send them over.
Dude, like I'm saying, RHEL is just the device that they're using that measures the pressure spikes. But what I'm looking for is the actual thing that measures the pressure of the ambient pressure outside. I don't give a shit about anything. Look, I don't want to look at a diagram. I just want that one thing that measures that pressure. That's it. That's all I care about. That's
Who
the
built?
money.
That's fine. Well, even
Wait,
if
so
that's
who
not
built?
public, we'll have
Who
to
built
ask
the
the PI
REL?
to do it. I
Yeah,
don't know. Let me
who
grab
built
it.
the REL?
I am not sure. Boeing. Yeah, it would appear that it was. Yeah, it was made by Boeing. Integration of REL to the ISS brought together teams from Goddard and Johnson. Yeah, it does. It does look like the actual hardware itself was.
Oh my goodness, let's take that seriously. Gotthard and Johnson. Oh yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, I invite you guys to look at that 14-page PDF if you haven't seen it yet.
Sure, go ahead. Like that's the reason I grabbed it. Like I'm
Yeah,
happy.
but it's not.
Y'all can go kick the tires.
Can you see who built the ion gauge inside the REL?
I'm assuming it's a subcontractor of Boeing, but right now I'll DM the PI on LinkedIn, and if you guys have questions for him, I'm happy to forward them along.
No, what this all is.
Yeah, tell him I'd like to buy one. I'd like to buy one, but first I'd like to see it in the vacuum chamber with a guy in a spacesuit holding it, filming it, actually taking a pressure reading.
Good freaking luck, bro.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah, I
thought,
second
sucker. Hey, and if you need a volunteer, Mark, listen, if you need a volunteer, Mark Sargent is on record saying he'll happily go into any vacuum chamber with an official spacesuit and see if he survives. And he'll film the device taking the reading live.
Yeah.
Oh man, he might end up on Faces of Death Part 15.
Yeah, it doesn't exist, Josh. I mean, yeah, thanks for playing, right? But and that link's just going to be up there, for your amusement on your profile, your bio.
Sure. Feel free for folks to go read it. That's fine.
Yeah, well, like you pointed out, reading is not going to do them no good because it's in a diagram, according to you. So what good is it to read it?
Yes, that's where I directed you to. Oh Lord.
You're in your own circle jerk, man. I'm sorry, but it's just I'm pointing it out.
You want data? I'm gonna grab data. If it's shit data from your perspective, that's fine by me. Like I'm doing my best here.
All right.
That's why I don't make any attempts to change any minds because I understand.
Not about
even
that,
if I do
man.
my best, it might not be satisfactory.
I want the device, brother. Go.
Oh sure, they have an engineering unit. I'm looking at it right now. Like there's. We'll figure out where the hell it's stored. You can go look at it. Like
yeah, and
like this is actual stuff that's done by actual people. We just got to ask.
That's great. That's great. Not only that, but if they're sending it up there and it's actually taking the pressure reading, well, guess what? We got something to measure the mesosphere, huh? Along with
that'd be great. You know what else I'd be interested in? AV. I'd like to know what kind of valves they're using to release gas into that environment.
Yeah. I mean, since we got the guy on the horn.
Yeah, once again,
where's
write down
Radway?
questions. I'm more than happy to ask questions to PIs and other folks. Like even if I'm quote unquote not the guy, I'm happy to give y'all access to wherever I can.
All right. Well, there are 2 questions.
If you could write
the ion gauge. Can we get a spec sheet?
Yeah. All right. So where's the other question?
The valve. I'd like to see what valve is.
Just write them down and
used
DM
to
me. I'm more
release.
than happy to.
Yeah. Then I also want you to ask him on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you trust lasers? Them lasers be dirty looking, bro. They be side eyeing me.
Depends on their color. I mean,
I'm gonna kick
frequency.
it over
Sorry.
back to you guys. Yeah, this wasn't good enough. Perhaps we can try better next time. I don't know.
Okay. I was gonna say no issues there. Understand that is a probable outcome for me finding stuff to show y'all.
Hey, this could be fun.
Duh. That's why I'm here. Like, I'm more than happy to facilitate these conversations. If you have questions you want to ask, send them my way. I'm more than happy to see if we can get subject matter experts to think about these things. Worst case scenario, it's a good exercise for them.
Do you have access to the initial calibration data within an ADARU or some kind of inertial navigation system using fiber optic or ring laser effects?
You point me to a paper, we can find the author. Like, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, all we've been getting is sorry, your princess is another castle. That's it.
Right,
oh shit! Over Fences is out here he's digging up my Facebook history. Hot damn. Damn,
supposedly,
man.
Supposedly these gyros are zeroing out the Coriolis effect. And nobody has access to that data.
Shit, now y'all know my middle name. Fuck.
Dude, what idiot named you or your middle name Fuck, dude? Josh Fuck Ingersoll? Good grief.
Fokker?
Michael Fokker?
Water is level upon the surface.
How do we know that 70% of the Earth is covered in water? That could be a lie, though.
Well, what I mean by that is that that is like I said, the claim, right? 70% of the known world is 70% water. Now,
But
if somebody,
that's probably a lie. I don't.
Well, if it's a lie, no, it's not a matter of them, bro. It's a matter of vast oceans. Navigable oceans that are quite large. There's a lot of water on the Earth. No one's saying anything. It is what it is.
Yeah.
So if your observation and experiences of a mostly covered in water Earth, and we know that water is level, that is a flat Earth.
Oh, yeah. Could be.
Yep.
Maybe it's a cube.
Yes.
Could be a cube as well.
Where's the corners at? Why could it be a cube?
We're living at the top, then there's the bottom, and there's the sides. Still flat, but it's a cube,
Well, it would have flat sides, but we would have to go ahead and find these sides. Most importantly, the corners.
The corners are like it's a wall that you cannot really cross, I guess.
Really?
Could be. What do you think?
What do you mean it could be?
Could be that way. I mean, I'm giving possibilities here.
Okay, like I said in the beginning of this particular conversation, we're talking about the surface that you and I both dwell atop. We're not talking about the overall shape or composition. Is that sinking in yet?
Oh, with the surface we're standing on? Yeah, it could be flat. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, it definitely is. It shows no evidence or measurement of anything other than that. Everybody's measuring it that way. Everybody's using it that way. Everybody experiences it that way. So just by empirical nature of the surface of the Earth, it is flat.
Yeah. So they're probably lying about the gravity thing, right?
I don't know who are they and what is gravity, because I've been getting I think there's at least 5 different types of gravity, so it would kind of have to be one of those that you're speaking of specifically. So I don't know. Which gravity are you talking about?
They say it's the force that pulls us down to the center.
Yeah, that one's kind of outdated. That one's been superseded by a bending and warping of the space-time mathematical conceptual medium.
What do you think? So it's a lie, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know if I would call it a lie. It's just someone's idea of what could be, although it really can't be that because, you know, space and time are not physical. So it's only conceptual. It only exists in mathematics. It doesn't really exist in reality. So, I mean, somebody could
how are
say
we
that.
not flying then? How can we stand?
I don't know. What do you mean flying? Why would we be flying?
I mean, why would we stand? Why not flying, for example? You know, why not fly?
I mean, this sounds more like an existential question as to why the Earth is the way that it is. You know, why do the more dense things tend to go downwards, and why do the or more dense things go downward? Why do the less dense things kind of separate themselves above that? I don't know. That's just the way it is. I don't think there is a causal mechanism. To me, it kind of seems like just another natural law.
See, well, for them, they kind of explain that with gravity, but I don't know. What about you guys? I have no idea.
No, we don't. I don't think anybody here would ascribe a causal mechanism. We can only describe what is occurring, because for there to be a cause, we would have to have something to vary and manipulate to get this stuff to do what it's doing, just seemingly naturally. So it seems to be oriented and created this way or designed this way. If you're going to ask me, it seems to be designed in this way for our practical uses. You know, if you're going to pour yourself a cup of coffee, you want the dense liquid to go down and displace the air within the cup. That seems like a design, not necessarily anything being caused, more like a law. But that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, I went to Norway. It was like the north.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Flat Earth Discord, the best place